the man in the chair with the tech around him. But this is where they made Prometheus. So the engineers and the astronauts of our Nephilim creators. We
Yeah, but you
find a
get. So
message.
have you? So now have you seen Romulus?
Yes, it's brilliant.
Am I spamming the chat or what? Because I don't care. I mean,
No, I'm just trying to talk to you about it. It's great.
I'm talking to the other guys because they're having a conversation. I'm trying to post this artwork. I feel like it's way more entertaining, but whatever.
No, your stuff's a lot better.
Yeah,
This
Lion.
is weird. This reminds me of Egyptian. You know the woman that it's like the firmament, the sky that surrounds. You know that
Yeah,
one
that's
photo.
New Eat.
Nui, yeah.
New Eat stretching
Go ahead,
over.
Robert.
And there you've got the eggs. You know the Jewish stuff about the shells and the seeds and the eggs, homunculus,
That's some crazy artwork.
all this stuff.
You got the pyramid there too with the all seeing eye, and then
So we're in this story, that's been turned into Alien. His artwork that's mixed into the Alien story is we hear a signal and we go look for it in space. We find it, and then we find engineers. We find these guys sitting in seats, frozen there. Nephilim.
that's nuts.
You see, you could call these the Elohim, yeah, and just say it's a bit gothic and a bit creepy, but what he's trying to draw is the Elohim.
Those are you're right. They are the Elohim.
But you could say these are obviously the fallen ones because they're so grotesque.
You shall have no other Elohim before me. These are the other Elohim.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. But maybe some people say the fallen ones are the ones that created us, not God. It was Lucifer's silly idea, not God's.
Well, of course, they would say these things. Listen, all things are possible in a person's mind, in the human's mind. All
I'm,
things.
I'm saying God made some good humans. That's part of the story. But also Lucifer made broken humanity.
God made free will, man. Yes, free will has comes with
I
consequences.
think you should watch Alien Line and Prometheus. It's so Gnostic. It's so good.
Oh, and go all the way to
I,
Romulus. Watch Romulus, brother. Romulus was like I think I said it last evening.
Yeah, let's talk about that. At the ending of Romulus, the alien recreates the
All
human
right, but we don't
form.
we don't want to tell the man the story. Come on, now, cut it out. But
No,
in
I
Ro-
just want.
in Romulus, I mean, basically, they're just trying to recapture that
All
Ripley
right,
thing.
let me ask you. Then, how do you feel about the entity at the end? It's
Oh,
terrifying,
no,
right?
yeah, that was unnecessary. That they could have left
I,
that out. I'm
I
not
love
sure
it.
that
I
totally
think it's
unnecessary.
terrifying to have a baby and then suddenly it's that.
Yeah, this is totally unnecessary. I'm not sure. They were just, this is where a lot of movies kind of
No,
going
that's
spiral out, you know.
bro. That's the Gnostic horror. That was the Antichrist come out of Mary's womb.
That's made up stuff. But I mean, everything up to that point, pretty much solid. Um, they really did do a good job of recapturing that iconic Ripley
All right,
saga.
you're thinking of it more on the aliens, not the
Yeah,
Gnosticism.
yeah, I'm trying to keep it light here, man. Let's get into the
Yeah,
dark stuff right now.
I'm saying the ending's the best bit. It's fucking makes it brilliant.
No, no. That. Well, the part of the ending is the best part. The very, very end is totally unnecessary. They could have left that out. And as a matter of fact, I was walking out of the theater, right at the very end because I had to go somewhere and I kind of like turned back and I'm like, okay, yeah, I
Yeah,
guess I could have
but
listened.
Lion won't mind spoiling it. I won't spoil it all. I'll just talk to you about it. Like this final
Romulus? You
form.
talking about Romulus?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this final
Yeah, I
form.
haven't seen it.
The final form in Romulus. Imagine the next form in the next film. They can look exactly
yeah,
like us. Us. They're
yeah.
nearly. They
Just kind
copy
of,
our shape.
just kind
They
of So Lion, just kind of walk, just kind of turn it off, right? That when the alien is seem like the alien is gonna do something like just kind of leave it. It's not
No,
necessary.
I can already kind of imagine what he bangs. They have alien sex or something. What happens? No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'll just watch it. Dude.
Yeah,
I
just
should.
watch it. Just watch it.
I want to tell you.
Yeah, don't
No,
listen
no,
to him,
don't tell
man.
me. If it's like a big like,
Don't listen to him.
what do they call that at the end when they like just completely? It's like a twist.
It's already happened in the old films anyway, and it's been years.
Kind of like you've seen the movie The Mist with Stephen King.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happens, but I
They
know
all die, dude. At the end, dude.
the horror.
There's no good ending.
What? Really? I've never seen it.
They all die.
They all die, right? That's
So basically, there's shapeshifting involved. The aliens use us as a host, and
okay.
they're copying our form slowly, becoming us.
Like it, it's like these films, man, where they kill everybody is just dumb. Just dumb.
It's just yeah. It's a.
Just dumb.
But those movies are they stick with you for life because like most movies have like what's it called? You have the intro, the climax,
There's normally a
and then
survivor, isn't there?
the happy ending, dude.
Normally one survivor at least, or an open end.
You know, I no. You listen. I'm a traditional ish kind of guy. So I like a happy ending. I think when they kill off everybody or do something dumb like that, it's always hilarious to me.
We all
I
like
love
happy
I
endings,
love
dude.
bad
Like,
endings because I
oh,
think they're
What guy
happy.
don't like happy endings?
The bad endings are more interesting.
no man, happy endings are different. I love it. I love that feeling. I love it. That
Somebody clip that.
where it's the movie starts. The movie it goes through those phases where it's like, oh my god, things are going to be very very bad, and then they find a way out of it,
Yeah,
and
you're
you're like,
right.
thank God. You're like, this is good stuff.
That is great, but I'm saying I was feeling for the aliens at the end of Romulus. It was a happy moment when
Anxiety.
he evolved into a near
Oh,
human.
yo, stop, man, stop, stop. Let the people watch the show.
These are not film lovers. They're behind on everything. You have to translate the story to
That's
them
true.
sometimes, or they'll never get it.
Well,
I don't
no,
watch films at all, like ever.
no.
They,
You eventually will watch films. You're gonna get old and sit down on the stoop, right? That's you're gonna your family's gonna put a TV in front of you, and you're gonna watch it. So yeah, so no matter what, you may think you're not a movie person because you have a choice now, but in the future you won't. 'Cause you're old, right? Like my grandparents, they were so we just let them watch movies all day long, and they enjoyed it for their last days.
watching the new series of Dexter. It's called Resurrection. He died and came back to life, basically. So there you go.
When I was young, I used to watch Sci-Fi Channel, and there was two shows that I loved the most on Sci-Fi was the Twilight Zone marathons, and there was another show. I can't remember the name of it right now. It kind of reminded me of the Adams Family, but it wasn't the Adams Family. It was like another show completely unrelated to that. But it was like gothic, and like they lived on like the mountains. It was like a cliffside next to the ocean. You know that movie? Or it's a show, not a movie. They lived in like a. It looked like maybe some type of castle next to a cliff. There was like jagged rocks at the bottom, and there was waves were always like thrashing against the cliffside, and it was always dark and gloomy. Nobody know what I'm talking about, man. Let me see.
You guys see Felix Baumgartner died?
Nah, man, I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is.
He's the guy who did the big jump. I can't believe you don't know who that is.
And I've heard his name, but I forget what he did. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what he's recognized for.
He jumped from the stratosphere, whatever it's called, the ion. How high was it? I think it was about 100. It's about as high as they can send a balloon, right? 120, 30,000 feet, somewhere around there.
Is that the Red Bull guy or another guy?
Yeah, it was a Red Bull jump.
Oh, yeah, yeah. There was a Picard too, who did a similar jump. I know that guy.
It's just like going to be a 6-minute eclipse over Egypt in 2027. I was reading about.
Oh yes, yes, yes. It's that's going to be total eclipse there. We and a couple of the places are going to get some partials. Science. We love science, don't we? You guys should watch this documentary. I think I did mention it sometime last week. It's called "The End of What We Know." No, sorry, "The End of All We Know." That's what it is. Yeah, it's talking about black holes, and just well done, well done. It's how they took a picture of the Sagittarius A, um, and how they had to daisy chain all of the telescopes. Love it, man. Well done.
Dude, are you so excited? They're going to be mining the asteroids.
Uh,
They got it's the asteroid Psyche 26 or something.
oh yeah, yes, that one is
Dude,
coming.
it's got gold and shit. Dude, think of all the necklaces we're gonna have, dude. Asteroid Psyche 16. About a year, what do you call it, has been found to contain gold reserves worth 700 quintillion. That's enough to make everyone on Earth billionaires, bro. That's the article, or that's the. And then somebody said, no, that would make gold worthless and we'd still be poor,
Yes, yes, yes. That's true.
you know? But, dude, what about it? Are you going to sign up to go mine the asteroids? Is that would it be racist if they send black people up to mine asteroids?
Yes, it would be. Yes, if they only sent black people, yes, it would be racist.
Well, what if they want them rims, brother?
Well, what if they're the most, excited towards getting the gold? And they're like, take me, you know what I mean? Is it then racist?
Gotta get them teeth.
But no, I think, I'm all for the population believing we're going to be mining asteroids. think that'll help the economy.
What's going on, gang?
Hey, what's up, flat earther? How you doing?
Yeah, it's so flat. I was playing this cool board game with some friends called Hues and Clues. You get dealt a random card, and you secretly hold it in your hand, and it's got a grid of like a color palette, and you describe the color of the card in like a single word, like poppy, and people try and put their particular piece on that coordinate in the hue grid, and you get various points based on how close you guess and how many people were close to your clue. Quite quite fun.
Yeah, for nerds.
Yeah, we're nerds. But it's interesting. One of my friend's wife, she was describing makeup colors, and the other people in the room were like, "What's makeup?" It was kind of cool.
Taking advantage of international people with English as a second language on board games now. Is that what we're doing?
No, it's people who are less familiar with makeup terms um, couldn't quite
Yeah,
get the
just kidding.
hint of the color she was describing.
Yeah, man. We were just talking about the asteroid filled with gold. Are you excited?
Oh, not really. What kind of asteroids filled with some significant amount of gold?
It's called Psyche 16. It's got $700 quintillion worth of gold. And NASA's going to go mine it. Just like I've been saying, we're going to be mining the gold out of or mining asteroids.
I don't think you'll be mining those asteroids soon.
Well, why not?
We don't have the technology. We just don't. We don't. We can't. We just don't.
Uh, it was 2.5 times or to even 3 times the distance from the Earth to the Sun away from Earth, which is, yeah.
And what's its orbit do? I mean, yeah, I don't
What?
think
Yeah.
How far away is
completely
Mars, though?
impractical.
How far away is Mars? We can do this, boys. Why are you guys fucking saying we can't fucking go mine these?
Asteroids on the move, though.
We can't. We can't. We can't. We can't. We don't. To bring them. Okay, we can possibly bring the machines. Okay, so we bring the machines there, but the surface of these things are very unstable. So
Mm.
we can't. And then to bring it back, you know, it's.
Dude, why are you so like this is American technology we're talking about. We can
I
do
know.
this.
We just don't have.
Oh
I mean,
wow!
how long did
It
it take
it
us to go to Apophis? I mean, Apophis.
it,
Apophis
it
is.
takes.
So what?
You didn't see that Bruce Willis movie? Holy shit!
And yeah, that was a comet. Yeah, not good. That's even worse.
If I'm getting this right, it does an orbit every 5 years.
How exciting.
That might be doable.
So, okay, it's about
You guys remember the
three,
dark? You guys
three.
remember the
I
dark
think
mission? The dark mission.
Yo, you know what I'm gonna do? Check it out, guys. How about what I'll do is I'll make a list, like you know what I mean, of like the most like like how much like I'll make a list of people at like for like requests for NASA so that we could work on the project. Who would want to be involved?
I
Well,
would. I would be. I would.
that's the
I would.
thing. If you got that much gold to Earth, it would devalue all the other gold on Earth, make gold worth about 20 cents. So,
Well, I'm just saying, like we could limit back how we could maybe even control the the supply, kind of like oil. But my point is that if I make a list of like all the people that want to fucking join the team to go mine the gold, will you guys pay a $25 admission fee to be on the list?
Yes, I would in a heartbeat.
All right, cool. I'll send you my PayPal, and I'll start working on the list.
So GoFundMe, mine this asteroid. Might be
No, we don't
about
need to.
3.
We could do this. I mean, like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Start the
I'll culminate the
GoFundMe page
list.
now.
We don't need to do a GoFundMe. I got
Why
a
not?
PayPal. Yo, I got a PayPal.
Okay.
Well, we can already. Don't worry about that. The fucking point is though is that we're gonna make this list, and we're all gonna be a part of. Well, we'll offer ourselves to be a part of the NASA team
Mm.
as like educated flat earthers slash globe earthers who've debated all the technicalities. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
could
yeah.
help. We could bring an observing. You know what I'm saying?
We could call it the.
I'll
No,
make up the fucking offer, and
you
so
think
that you guys don't have to worry about it. You just send the $25 admission fee, and I got the rest covered.
you know the arrogance of flat earthers? They think they're the only ones who are thinking and doing critical thinking on these things.
Right?
Scientists,
They're such dickheads. I hate those people.
scientists do this every day. Scientists have already thought of what you are thinking of, flat earthers. It's all dude.
I
They,
know, man. The flat earthers are so fucking dumb.
like
But yo,
the
anyway,
part
it's just $25. Just $25, and then we can all go be a part of the mission
Yeah.
to mine the asteroid. Because I mean, who doesn't want to go mine asteroids on fucking other planets already? Like that's fucking like what's holding us back already? Like, you know what I mean? We already got the
technology is not
technology. We can do
stable
this.
enough. The technology is not, dude. You remember the DART
I would dare
program?
say I would say anyone who doesn't fucking get on the admission fee list just doesn't understand what
God,
this is all about. You know what I mean?
it's sad you
Mm.
believe that, bro. It's really sad. They're not going to asteroids, man. Space is fake.
Bro,
Sorry to
stop.
burst your
Hey yo,
bubble. Sorry, bro.
stop.
I'm
Stop
sorry,
with your
bro.
nonsense,
Space
dude.
is
Space is
fake.
not
Stop with
fake.
your nonsense. Do you want to get on the list too?
Space is hard, not fake. It's hard.
You want to get on the list too?
What list?
I'm taking $25 to be on the admission list, and I'm going to culminate all the best people we think should go on the mining asteroids mission.
Don't waste your energy. It's all
Yeah,
a load of shit.
I'm going.
Jesus.
That's right. Just $25 to my fucking PayPal, and we're going to do this.
Did someone say space is fake?
Yeah. So yeah, flat earth.
Who would dare say that? What knucklehead
I don't
would
know.
say
Man.
such
I
a
don't know.
thing?
Space is hard, not fake. It's hard.
Mm.
I don't know. Just so go to asteroids and mine them and fucking. Oh my god, that's sad, bro.
Yeah. What's sad is that you can't conceptualize it. That is sad.
I can conceptualize it for sure.
You can't.
I know it's like
I wonder
probability
how
of a
much
load of
people
shit.
would pay for like a bit of moon rock if people went there, got it, dig it up, and flew back, and we just divide that cost of the mission for the price per kilo of moon rock.
It's, it, flat earthers watch too much movies, man. They watch too much film. They really think that
Armageddon
it
with Bruce
started.
Willis. Yeah.
Yeah, they watch a lot of that stuff.
I don't know. Star, you broad stroke flat earthers, you're going to get kickback.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I rescinded my previous comment.
Is
I think
Sage awake?
kickback
Sage,
only
what do
comes
you think of
from.
mining asteroids?
I guess kickback only comes from claims and evidence, and I just like to point out people's logical fallacies and.
Well, on the topic of that, here's a broad generalization. Flat earthers have no model and make zero predictions.
Exactly.
So that right away
the-
should just show how stupid flat earth is.
Hey yo, do
Yeah,
you want to
that-
be on? Do you want to be on the list of?
To make
Do you want to be on the list of people?
I would say the predictions are pretty vague because you can come up with various patterns like the Saros cycle. So I'd say there could be some predictions, but not like where the path of totality is exactly on a day. Kind of.
So I can
prediction.
hey yo, can I pencil you guys in for the $25?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
just
you'll
send me
need to pay me.
$50 so I know which PayPal yours is. Send me $50, then I'll
Nacor.
send you 25 and the 50.
No. Well, no, dude, why are you making fun of this, bro? This is a very serious mission to fucking go mine
No, I'm
asteroids.
not
This is
making
why
fun.
you got.
Just send me
No,
$50 so I know
I
you're
could tell
legit, then
already.
I'll send you 75.
I could tell already that you're just trolling.
Come on, bro. It's a bit of a fucking stretch what you're asking for. But the coming back to predictions, like even if you are correct in your predictions, doesn't mean you're right in your conclusion.
I
That's not the
mean,
point.
which one is
Not the
more
point.
likely to be correct? The one that constantly makes correct predictions over and over and over and over and over, or the one that never does?
Doesn't prediction is one thing, experimentation and is another. So it
Right,
doesn't matter if
so
it's right again and again and again and again.
so you're
It
being
doesn't matter.
disingenuous. Okay.
No, just being scientific.
Yeah, and predictions are scientific. How do we know where the next eclipse is and the exact location of the path of totality? How do we know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, over and over and over again?
Yeah,
Just in general, prediction doesn't mean you're right in your conclusion.
yeah. Well, it's like the experiment. Like for example, you guys talk about gas pressure in a container. Did you isolate gravity in that container? How do you know that you isolated gravity when you were doing that container experiment?
No one's isolated gravity.
Exactly. So
Oh
saying
yeah,
that
he's
gas
a
pressure, saying that gas
gravity's
pressure,
faker guy too. Okay.
say that gas pressure needs a container
It
is
hasn't been demonstrated, so
it's kind of fallacy. It's kind of a fallacy thing.
I mean, gravity has been demonstrated a million times. A lot of high school kids do it by repeating the Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish. There we go.
No. Okay, flat earthers. They always mock the Cavendish experiment. You know why?
Because it proves them wrong.
Yeah, and they hear it so much. They're like,
I mean,
well, the
because it's
Cavendish.
simple thing. I
They're like,
repeated the Cavendish experiment when I took AP Physics in high school. I'm
right.
sure a bunch of other kids across the country do it every single year.
I did.
And that is not the only way of doing
No,
it.
but it's like a simple way that, because they say, oh, if you haven't done it, how do you know? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I have done this specific one because it's really easy to do.
I've
I
looked at
like
a
the
bunch
one
of
where
videos
they.
and
I like the
sometimes
one where they use neutrons, because neutrons are neutral, won't be affected by an electromagnetic field at all.
Right.
I know I've looked at a lot of Cavendish videos and it's all varying results. Sometimes it takes an hour for the two balls to come together, sometimes 6
It takes
hours,
longer. No.
sometimes 18 hours.
Oh
Like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
all
We
over
ran
the
ours
place.
for a good.
But,
Yeah, 2 days.
but it
2 days.
depends. It depends on the size of the masses that they're using too. But they always come together.
They're not okay. If you're going to make a measurement using the Cavendish experiment, they're not supposed to touch.
They're not.
Now you measure the oscillation to get what is the gravitational constant calculation from it.
Yeah, they don't touch when you're doing that.
So are we saying like the cause of why they're touching is because the space time around it is bending like
No,
towards
I like. I
Oh,
mean,
geez,
yeah.
dude.
I mean, that makes it sound kind of crazy, but you could just stick to Newtonian and say that it's because mass attracts mass. Much more easy to understand.
Well, in any case, even
why
Einstein
does that-
described why those things would come together. So saying the curved space-time like it doesn't help explain why they come together is nonsense. Because even if you accept relativity, that still explains why they come together.
And one can start add up all the other measurements where they've had predictions due to gravity, like time dilation, like the what they popularly call Einstein rings, where light is bent by galaxies. Like they did with the last solar eclipse. They measured how the stars light from stars were bending. The closer they were to the sun, the more it was bent.
Again, could be another variable that not accounted for.
Like what?
Exactly. I knew you guys said, like what? I know maybe something we can't fathom or understand.
Can we borrow your Occam's razor here? Can we borrow it?
Yeah, it's scientifically useless to say there's some variable we don't know about. That's what science is supposed to do, is to find those variables.
But there had to be several different unknowns, variables.
Oh yeah.
Because the results from all the different measurements give the same results. So you would have some for Cavendish, some from using neutrons, some for time dilation, another one for light, stars, the light from stars bending around the sun or galaxies. There must be a bunch of different unknown variables. Funnily enough, though, they all come together and give this to the same conclusion.
Yeah, but they're just going to say something silly like, oh, that's not true experimentation, that's observation or some crap like that.
But observation is part of.
Oh, no, I know. But like you heard electricity, sorry, saying, oh, predictions aren't scientific. Like, what? Yeah, they verify that our models are correct.
No,
It's a requirement in the scientific method to make some kind of prediction somewhere.
Well, the scientific method is largely obsolete. I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, they're literally things called like opportunity science. Like you're in an environment, and the environment provided the necessary parts for you to run your experiments, right? And you run your experiments in the environment, and you're like, wow, look at this. You know,
what do you think's the biggest thing in the scientific method? Come on, bro.
What do you mean?
Such a weird
biggest thing?
question.
I would say a rigorous investigation to draw your conclusions.
the
I would say
experiment,
all the steps are important.
the experiment is the biggest part of the scientific. That is
There we
the
go.
key. That is the key.
Formation
And
of
what's
new
the
novel.
biggest part of the experiment?
For me, it's like a new novel confirmed predictions. You make a prediction based on science, then you go test it. And if you can confirm it, that's good evidence that
How do
your
you test it?
hypotheses were correct.
Okay, you do all the guessing and the hypotheses and the predictions, and then what involves in
What
the
guesses?
testing?
What
It
guesses are you
depends on
talking?
what you're trying to test.
Yeah, and by
Okay,
the
and
way,
what is
most
the-
most
what do you
most
have to do on the
hypotheses,
test?
yeah, but most hypotheses today is based on previous known science. It's like building up all the way from scratch.
It's like when they did the experiment to detect the aether, it's like, okay, if the aether is real, we should observe this. Then they did not observe it. That's evidence against the aether. But with all our predictions, zero contradictions. So, yeah, it does support what we do and what we say.
You just said affirming the consequent. If P, therefore Q. We didn't see Q, so not P.
That would be contrapositive. And contrapositive is logically equivalent. So know your fucking logic, you stupid idiot. If P then Q and not Q then not P, that is called the contrapositive, and it is logically equivalent.
Yeah, modus tollens.
You understand what I'm trying to get at?
No, what I understand is you repeat these things that you hear from your flat earth idols on YouTube, and you don't understand them. You're like, oh, affirming the consequent, and then you just describe the contrapositive, which is logically equivalent to the implication.
Sorry, bro. Jesus. Still, it's a logical fallacy.
No, it's not. No, the contrapositive is not a logical fallacy. It is logically equivalent. That's what you don't get.
Right. A modus tollens is legitimately used to prove things. You can say, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's literally what people do in order to prove things.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a very common technique in mathematical proofs as well.
Is the modus tollens a contrapositive?
Yes.
And
I call it contrapositive because I'm more mathy, but yes, it's called modus tollens in like the philosophy or logic sphere, but they're the same thing.
To me, sometimes affirming the consequent kind of sounds like circular reasoning. Like if the circle is round, that means it's roundly circular or something. Is that close? No.
No, circular reasoning is not the same as affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence is, well, okay, they're related. I would say they're related for sure. Okay, but they're not exactly the same.
Circular reasoning would be like saying the Bible is true. See, look, here's the Bible, and that's kind of circular there. Right?
No, it'd be like the Bible is true because it's the word of God.
Or
we
saying
know it's
that
the word of God because
a
it says so in the Bible.
creator, and saying that creation is proof of a creator is circular as well.
That's right. That's right.
Affirming the consequence
is that one right
is
there
the
in the
converse
chat?
fallacy, where it's like if P then Q, and we say, oh, we see Q, therefore P. That's affirming the consequent.
Oh yeah.
What did you originally say then? That made me say it.
Right, he said we didn't see what we expect from the ether, therefore the ether can't be right. That's what he said.
So that's an example of why predictions are valid. So we have insane amounts of Q. If P was false, it would be very, 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 very unlikely for us to see all of this Q stuff. That's not the only reason, but all our predictions and all our observations are coherent and substantiate each other.
Yeah, we'll use it until
observation and
not Q
predictions
comes
are
around.
super easy to show. You deny all the experimentation like Cavendish and neutrinos, etc. But what you can do is you can see the predictions and observations. You can't deny those. So you just pretend like the other stuff doesn't exist.
I'll take a look at your demonstration.
Yeah,
you have a
because
ball
the
reference?
reason why they made the Cavendish is like there's not many big mountains to put a plumb bob next to go, look, the plumb bob is leaning ever so closer to the mountain because of the mountain's mass.
What else is getting pulled
you
back
could
by
probably
that
do it at
mountain?
Mount Fuji or something approximately symmetrical
Let's
like
see
that.
when a helicopter or a bird or something gets yanked
Wait,
back by
somebody's
gravity
talking now.
mountain.
We're not hearing them. What's going on? Is it mine?
Who's falling backwards against the gravity
Yeah,
mountain?
that would be Demok.
Yo,
Yeah, you guys
sorry,
said a bird is going to fall backwards because of a mountain. Show me where a bird gets pulled backwards because of mountains.
Oh, sorry, it's my phone. Sorry, D-Mark. Let me fix my phone so I could hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, nobody says that.
Yeah, you did. You said mass attracts mass.
Show me an
every
inside-out
time a
mountain
bird
demo.
flies by something with mass now, like a bird is going to be your weight experiment. It's going to be your plumb bird. And now you're going to see how everything pulls to the bird backwards when it's trying to fly forward, and we're going to watch it in real time. The bird's going to fly into a gravity wall. It's going to be awesome.
What's a gravity wall? What's a gravity wall?
I don't know. I thought it was a real thing. We're trying to figure that out, observers.
No. Why did you mention
gravity wall?
Can you figure out
That's
the
a good
gravity?
question, Robert.
Do not invoke gravity wall.
Where do we observe a gravity wall?
Show me a bird flapping its wings inside out.
I thought observation.
Spherical gravity shell.
Remember, you told us that observation is not
gravity
science.
shell, brother. Remember,
you told us that observation is not science. So sorry.
You have a
can't
candy
use the word
chocolate
observation.
shell of gravity around your.
You have told us that observation is not science, so you cannot use.
You don't have an observation of your gravity shell.
Right. You cannot use it. You cannot use it. You have to be honest.
Birds, cats, humans.
Be honest.
Knocked backwards or running into this invisible
be honest.
gravity force field.
Observation is not science, therefore we do not need to show you anything.
You don't have an observation of gravity wall.
We don't need to show you anything.
I would like for us to launch. I would like for us to launch into. Hang on, guys. I would like for us to launch into a specific topic where we can kind of go back and forth on something particular. We're just kind of yelling at each other. Is not good.
That's true.
So, D-Mock, do you doubt that the plumb bob lent ever so close?
I know you don't have any birds getting pulled backwards live. Do you doubt you have birds getting pulled back by gravity?
What is bird poop got to do with the plumb bob in the mountain?
Space Bird Mountain. Now these birds are flying straight to space without gravity.
That was a good movie, Space Mountain. That's good.
Where does gravity hold them back at, weirdos? Please let us know. Where you guys imagine this shit?
Because
don't repeat
birds
yourself,
don't reach escape velocity, so they stay near Earth.
That's a cool story. When do you see them run into gravity? What's it look like? I got a clear window that birds run into. You should see it. So now, does it look like gravity?
You just do Newton's second law on every single object, and that's how you determine where they're going to go. You just sum up all the forces acting on them.
Hey guys, did you guys know that electromagnetism is a theory?
Is
So
it
none
a
of you guys
working
never
theory or
observed
just
any
like
airplane or little kid or nothing run into the
hypothesis?
gravity wall? Not a butterfly, nothing, huh? That's weird. So no
Electromagnetism.
gravity, everything's going to space,
Even
guys.
electrostatics. Electrostatics is a
Gravity
theory.
doesn't affect nothing, guys.
Hey,
Thank you.
Deepak, what?
Electrostatics
We
demonstrated.
know electricity's real. We were talking about
No,
the
no,
gravity
no.
wall that
It's
holds
a
air
theory.
in it.
It's a theory.
What does it feel like?
All right,
What's
sorry
it
to tell
look
you. I'm
like?
gonna read it for you. I'm gonna
What's it
read
look
it.
like when you smack it? The gravity wall.
I'll
What's
read
it
it for
feel
you.
like?
Demonic, please. Fuck.
Well, you guys are the ones that are saying you got a gravity wall holding stuff back.
Nobody's ever said the word gravity wall except for you.
So you don't have a sphere of gravity, a gravity shell.
Gravity is a vector field
That's
of
not real.
acceleration.
Gravity
This is
doesn't make a shape called
Maxwell.
3959. And
This
how
is
do
from
you have an
the.
Earth gravity when you have a sun gravity and a moon
Okay,
gravity? Gravity must be
Deepak.
broke.
Give me a second.
It
Give me a
doesn't
second.
want no. It doesn't know what size
Give me a
to be.
It creates
Special
vector
size,
fields.
Show me
guys.
a bird with its
You're
feet
supposed
coming
to have
out
a
of its
special
head.
size for
Okay,
gravity.
Deepak, give us. Come here.
Special
Just take a
mass.
break. Take a
Remember,
break.
you have a
Take a break. Take a
maximum
break.
mass for gravity.
This is
Only it
within
can be
the.
done, but then it's done everywhere on every dot, from a
This is
neutron
The
to a proton
electromagnetic.
to an atom that
Yeah.
orbits another atom.
I can
Deepak.
read
And then
something.
you
Can I
get
read
the
something?
planet. So when we observe little
Can
atoms,
I read
where the
something?
butterflies orbiting?
Can I read something, please, sir?
How come the
Yes,
butterflies
please
can
read.
fly to space?
We don't care, demonic, demok, or
You
whatever.
don't care that gravity's not
Demonic.
real? So all that stuff you guys were talking about,
Demok.
not observing gravity,
Oh my
Demonic.
god.
Right.
Bro.
Deepak, you've asked like
you don't
20
care that you
questions.
just proved
Let
flat
us
Earth.
give one answer. Can you give us a bit
A
of time to answer
horizontal
your
line
question?
doesn't increase into space.
Okay, we're going to talk about ducks
Gravity's
and
dead,
pooping
globe's
and
dead.
gravity. Okay.
Observation, horizontal line,
So
baby. All the
Maxwell,
way.
in the Maxwell equation framework, the electromagnetism is a theory. In the Maxwell equations framework, electromagnetism is a theory. Specifically, it's a physical theory describing electromagnetic force encompassing both electricity and magnetism.
Hmm.
So electromagnetism is a theory. Flat earthers don't know that.
But I've seen the video and they asked the scientist what is magnetism, and he couldn't even answer that. So
Exactly.
is magnetism a theory too? Like, how far are we going with this?
Yep, it's a theory. All of those are
I mean,
theory.
a scientific theory is very well substantiated.
Exactly, it's a scientific theory. Yes, absolutely. But it's a science. It's a theory, just like gravity. Right?
Not the
It's
colloquial
the best
definition of theory.
understanding we have so far, and we're looking forward to understanding more later. And I think we will find out more later as we keep on investigating.
Exactly.
Hmm. And so, like, even if gravity or space time is later found out to be more complex, I don't think we will be changing like the math of how we like throw a basketball with force times mass and acceleration. So
No, like even Einstein didn't quote unquote debunk Newtonian mechanics. It just showed the limitations of it. There's a reason we still teach it to everyone in high school and college. Not everyone, but like, you know, anyone who wants to study it in high school and college. It's still very relevant. It's still very good. It just has limitations, and it's more accurate to think about relativity. In the future, yeah, we can have more accurate things. Doesn't mean the previous stuff is just automatically de facto wrong.
I want to correct one thing that flat earthers always say. They always mention dielectric fields. There's no such thing as dielectric field. There's dielectric substances, but there's no such thing as a dielectric field. I mean, I've never heard of that. Have you guys ever heard of dielectric field?
It's a Ken Wheeler thing.
I mean, we have a normal electric field around Earth.
If we made a mathematical framework for it, Robert, would that make it real?
Say it again. I didn't hear that. Project.
If we made a mathematical framework for it, would that make it real?
Well, it would bring it closer to science, like a dielectric field. If you have maths for it, yes. I mean,
It not only needs a mathematical framework, but at least some way to relate some measurable quantity with some other measurable quantity. It needs to actually relate to reality in some way, and dielectric fields don't.
There's got to be a correspondent.
It needs to be detectable and useful in some way, have some utility or some way to, illustrate, measure it, demonstrate it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's
And,
electric.
and
like
the
these
same
things
with
are
like the toroidal magnetic, whatever it is, for a flat Earth.
I don't believe general relativity is actually literally real. I just think it's a good model.
I kind of agree with Don on that. What they call the fabric of space-time is not anything tangible. It's just a mathematical construct that very precisely describes motion. Basically, to me, it is.
Yeah, it's a description of what we observe.
We might find out to be wrong. There might be more of a field
nuance
stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think so far. But I'm no expert at all.
Yeah, in the same way that Newton's stuff is still useful in some way, relativity, once disproven with something more specific, well, not as a disproven, but something more specific comes along that is able to describe reality better, people would still apply relativity to do certain tasks where the precision garnered by that more accurate thing is not necessary. This is the same way that we do with Newton.
Yeah, it's not supposed to explain what is exactly. It's supposed to explain what happens in a predictable way. And what other examples? Because I'm sure general relativity is not the only example of that. Where the map's not the territory, but the model is really good.
Well,
I mean, our understanding of evolution's a lot better than when it was first conceptualized, but Darwin wasn't wrong in totality. So that's like same idea.
Origin of the species stuff.
Equals. Yeah, I mean, like equals MC squared. All right. So if we talk about mass being ultimately energy, is that a way of saying that the mass itself is the presence of space and time? Is that a way of saying it? When mass exists, that means space time automatically is present.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you can apply the space-time model if mass exists. But there's no such thing, really.
Because it would be difficult to measure something massless.
Are you saying if the math exists, therefore it exists in reality? Is that what you're trying to say? Or?
That's what Andy asked, I think. Yeah.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that space. All right, space is you can measure distance, right, and width and height, all these different things. So the only thing that has that would be mass. So So the fact that gravity is an emergent property
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
of mass, right?
but I'm going one step further and saying space time isn't a real thing. It's the properties of mass around mass.
Right.
Yeah, so
It's
it's not
just
like demonstrate. You can't hold it or grab it.
yeah. No, I'm saying it's not even there. It's not an invisible thing either.
I mean, because I was watching this feature about the Andromeda paradox thing. You guys have seen this situation. So space time, if you're moving, right, your time is slower for you. So but you're moving through space, that makes time different. So space is the key here. I really do think that a mass moving is really the thing. Is mass itself is what is causing this.
It doesn't really warp time, dude. It only warps time with the relative original place where you started measuring time. It changes from that original place, but doesn't mean your actual time's different or stretched.
No, but
Maybe it
wait.
does. Maybe it does.
No, if you're moving, time is slower for you.
Nah, I'm saying.
If you are moving, you don't observe time to be slower. Someone else sees your time being slower.
Well, if light were hypothetically sentient, the moment it left the distant star till now would experientially be not very long at all. But for the person watching the light, it would take, like we notice, 17 billion light years because we're not.
Is this a mathematical construct?
Yeah, time travel by speed is
Yeah.
mathematical construct theory.
It just comes
A
from
mathematical
in every
construct describes
inertial.
what we see. It's not just a mathematical construct.
Relativity is just when you take in any inertial reference frame, the speed of light is constant, and all the results are a consequent of that. Length, contraction, time dilation, etc. Those are all direct consequences of light being constant in every inertial reference frame. So it's a mathematical model that, again, is verified, over and over and over again. There are millions of instances you can find where relativity is literally shown to be true. So it's not just
or at least
a model.
describes those events.
Yeah, movement, speed, altitude, right? Right? Distance away from mass, right? A larger mass, right? Time is different. Relativity is involved there.
GPS satellites take this into account.
I saw a Stephen Hawking documentary, and he had 3 ways. One was a really fast train or orbit around Earth, round and round and round until you reach the speed. One was going around the sun to catch the orbital speed, I think, and one was near a black hole, which was a different way of time traveling.
Sorry, GPS satelloons take this into account somehow.
Can't remember the theory, but if you go really fast, like light, you can travel in time. And maybe I believe it. It could be possible. It's just so far out there. We don't even know how to travel normal speeds in space properly yet, let alone light speed.
And it's fine to say for more than 99% of the Earth's population, you'll never actually have your own measurements of relativity, or, time dilation. No, more than 99% of the population just has to go on the measurements that a small number of people have collected, and that's okay.
Yeah, but like 99% of the population, I've got full confidence that there's a sewing machine technician that can fix my great grandmother's sewing machine. I have full confidence in them.
When I say it's not, I don't believe general relativity. There's a lot of it that I do believe is very true and great and literal. It's not even a big deal, just disagreeing with some tiny bits of science without research and everything.
And I don't know, of course, all that shit's never going to be known in our lifetime. But there's people that have a pretty fucking good idea on how it works.
Doofus, I tried to remember his name. I knew it was a D.
And I mean, just like the Uranus-Neptune deal is a really good example that the thing fucking work. It does work.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wonder, is there any other ones that we can pick apart? Is there a mathematical model that works really good, but you guys know is not true, literally?
What about the Otto cycle? Do flat earthers know how that works? I bet they don't.
Well, they can't predict the path of the shadows, though. And I always wonder how must the sun and the moon move in relation to each other to draw that path of shadow across a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Doesn't work on a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. Because if that was the case, we would see it.
Yeah, neither does sunrise sunset. There's nothing about the flat Earth's idea that the sun and moon are circling around inside the tropics and and yet making night happen.
Yeah, you're right. Nighttime doesn't work.
But you know, there could be some unknown variables, you know.
Yeah, called a lampshade. Yeah, the lampshade sun.
Yeah, or what a
But that doesn't work either because that doesn't work either because the entire southern rim must also be illuminated at all at the same time. No, they got nothing.
I heard
and planets on the opposite. The planets on the opposite side of the sun is lit by the sun as well.
I remember a few years ago, 5 years ago, Jaron come up with the personal atmospheric dome. And then I heard one of the fucking stupid, in the nicest possible way, stupid cunts, using his term, but without personal. He just said, well, we've got an atmospheric dome that our optics can't see. And I said, so how the fuck are flat earthers, well, for 10 years, they've been optometrists. They know how the eyes work. They're fucking experts in everything.
When you got that personal dome of vision.
Yeah,
your eyes
personal dome of vision.
Your eyes as passive receivers are apparently creating a false construct of a dome around you, as according to those flat earthers. Completely ignoring biology, physics, and basic rationale.
And of course, that also requires like refractions of like 180 degrees, and they won't cut slack for a half a degree of refraction for the sun and moon in the selenium.
Yeah, see, for 10 years at least, I've been listening to these super intelligent cunts. The only thing they've been able to do is none of them have become optometrists, but they all know how eyes work. But somehow we see shit in the sky. Oh, sorry, that's not the Earth.
They also don't know how cameras work.
Have you asked an
Yeah.
optometrist? What do we
What's
see
that?
all around us? I don't think they're really going to give you an answer on that. They're more like, can you see this letter? What does this letter say? I don't think they're going to go into personal
No, I know
dome.
what he's saying. Jazz is
An
voice
optometrist
voicing
has
one of
to,
my
by
opinions.
definition, know optics. So yeah, they can probably describe things about optics.
When flat earthers used to say, it must be your eyes making it look like a ball, I was very triggered. I thought, how dare you tell me about my eyes? You're not an
No,
eye
it's
expert. I see, I feel this.
no.
No,
They've
it's
doubled
worse
down
than
on
that. No,
Yeah.
it's worse than that. They say, oh, the Earth looks flat. That's why it's flat. Oh, globies, they only see curved because of their eyes. Like, wait a minute. Flat
Yeah.
earthers and globers have different eyes?
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah, and that's why I
It looks
say,
flat to them, but it looks curved to us.
like they bring out the black swan thing and say, if the Earth's a globe, we can't see far enough. Okay, well, if it's flat, sorry, other way around. Well, if it's flat, we can't see far enough. If it's a globe, we see too far to them.
Well, would you say it's only a globe because of like ships bottoming out? Is that like your only observation?
That's the one good one.
That's a great one.
Good one.
Mine is
Sunset.
sunrise and sunset. That
Sunrise.
one's great.
Yeah, sunrise, sunset. That's the best. That's the best one actually.
We're putting that in the top 5. Yeah.
I'd
So
put
then I
that
would
in the
say,
top 1.5.
how would
So
you
basically,
determine
what you've got. So basically, what you've got is from simple observations like that to VLBI of today, which all measures the shape of the Earth to be spherical.
V what? I don't know. I don't know about that.
Very long
Well, as
baseline
it go-
radio interferometry.
And sailors for centuries have used celestial navigation that assumes the Earth is round. And it's just like thousands of years of human knowledge is Earth is round. Everything is consistent with that. We have pictures from space that prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, you know. So it's more than just ships going over the horizon. It's way more than that.
Yeah,
but that's
I've
like the
heard
easiest one to
rebuttals.
see.
Yeah,
I've heard rebuttals on astronomical navigation. Heard rebuttals on the
You've
space
heard
photos.
rebuttals doesn't mean they're actually valid. They support what you believe, so you think they're good rebuttals when they are not.
I guess you've seen the space photos and just taken on face value. The same thing could say to you what you just said to me.
I mean, no, not really, because again, our side creates predictions. Our side has enormous amounts of evidence, et cetera, et cetera. Your side has literally nothing. So that is an incredible false equivalency.
Here's the best evidence, in my opinion. What's more likely? Which side is more likely to be right? The side that is responsible for everything that makes modern life possible, or the side that can't do anything? They don't know
Even
any
celestial
math.
navigation.
You
They
could
can't
give
even do
flat
celestial
earthers
navigation.
100 years, and they still would not have figured out how to make fucking electricity.
Exactly.
Why? Because you need math for that. And they don't do math.
Exactly.
They've had more than 100 years, considering if we start with Robotham.
100% I agree with that, brother. They don't. They said math is just a description, so they denied math. You know, and they never used to deny math. They used to be afraid of math, and they still are. I'm saying, but so what they've done is say, oh, math is just a description, so they deny it now. So that what that does is that it makes them unable to prove flat Earth.
And one thing I wonder is, if they know so much better than the rest of the world, why have them be able to like make spin-off, create companies, and make a bunch of money?
Yeah.
If their ideas were correct.
Exactly. Why aren't they all fucking billionaires?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm coming down on
Yeah,
the
well,
side
they
of
cannot.
they're all full of shit.
Yeah, they cannot provide anything that functions physically because the Earth is flat. They have nothing. And it just goes on and on. It's like the shape of the Earth doesn't even require math or instrumentation. The further north you go, the more circumpolar stars you have. The further south you go, a different array of circumpolar stars.
Yeah,
Yeah, sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides. Yeah, no math. Shape of the Earth is confirmed.
Astronomy and travel, and they just pop up and then disappear the other way. And
Yeah, I
after a
mean,
while, you need to work out what the hell is this? It must be a ball.
like where is the Southern Cross in your celestial dome? Where is it?
Yeah.
Stars aren't a direct measurement of curvature. Like it's just.
I mean,
Yeah, see, there you go. They keep the same thing that
absolutely
means
are.
nothing, that does not debunk the idea. It's just
The
nonsense
fact that
word
they're
salad that
indirect
means nothing.
makes it better because you don't have to get a ruler out.
Electricity. Go for a holiday at the equator and look at the stars. And then see if you can work out how it works on a flat Earth.
Why disregard a direct measurement though?
So electricity,
the
direct measurement
go to the
of
equator.
the stars, the direct measurement of the stars proves by contrapositive that the Earth cannot be flat. It completely debunks your model.
Yeah, it's like what happened? All the stars pack up at the horizon.
It is a direct measurement. You observe the stars and you measure their position in the sky.
That's the measurement of the stars, not the.
Yes, and it completely debunks the flat Earth.
Where is the Southern Cross?
Yes, I can say that.
Electricity. If you go to the equator,
no, it's not my opinion. If the Earth was flat, the different hemispheres would not have a different set of stars.
They do opposite ways.
They do. No, that's not my opinion. That is the model.
That's
observable. Definitely agree with you. That's observable.
And by contrapositive, it disproves flat Earth.
You know what? Let's let him flesh it out. By what mechanism can you have circumpolar stars in the south? Well, can you have a central point of rotation in the south that is visible without it tumbling across the sky on a flat Earth? Please go ahead.
Exactly.
Now let him answer.
Do you want me to explain?
Yes, please.
Let me tell you. Okay, what about the stars were doing what they're doing, but the Earth measures flat? Now what?
Answer the question.
Okay, so that's a nice dodge. Can you go ahead and explain how the stars would do this on a flat Earth?
No, I want another measure. He said it measures. Wait. Hang on, guys. We're getting too many things going at once. How does it measure flat? I would like to know that.
It's just my opinion. I can't scientifically prove to you that
Okay.
it's flat. Just like you can't scientifically prove to me curvature. So.
Okay, Tizzy. So the question was, the stars are doing this, and you're saying that the Earth's flat. So how the fuck are they doing that on your flat Earth? Because there's going to have to be a point where you can see the stars going opposite ways.
I understand.
How do they do that?
You want some average Joe on Discord to tell you how this whole thing works. Like, it's amazing.
Well, the person who are claiming it could work, you should at least have some basic idea of how it could work.
Oh no, that doesn't work for him. He doesn't do that. He says, there's something you need to know, and then tells you nothing about the thing that you need to know. That's his whole thing.
Sorry, some random guy, average guy on Discord can't tell you everything that you want to know.
To be fair, you're not average. If you're a flat earther, by definition, you are a below average intelligence individual, thus making you less than average. So can you go ahead and actually attempt to answer the question, or are you just going to continue to waffle out and to waffle away from your claim?
Well, first up, insult is not an argument, so don't need it.
It's not an argument when I tell you that you're a worthless cretin who has a below average IQ. My argument is, here's my argument. You as an individual who is claiming that the Earth is flat and that a direct measurement and or observations of the stars cannot in any way give you a clue as to what you're standing on is invalid because it can be done geometrically. What is your counter argument to using the stars to find the shape of the planet beneath you?
The shape of the star. I don't go there. I don't think you can determine what's underneath your feet with the stars. If you think you can, like that, I respect that. You can think that if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Go into
it's not an opinion, though.
No, it's not
either you can or you can't. It's not an opinion. I mean,
because what you
math
can
isn't an
And by the
opinion.
way, that and by the way, the motion of the stars. And by the way, the motion of the stars isn't the only thing. It's additive to all the other things.
You
So
guys
you
are
have to
letting him
deal with it
you're letting
in
him get away.
aggregate.
What?
In
You're letting him get
aggregate,
away.
we're dealing with an Occam's razor. We're dealing with an Occam's razor. One description of the heliocentric planet rotating on axis and orbiting answers many, many, many things in that one description.
So Larry, you're letting him get away at the moment. Okay, so you can't explain why the stars do what they do. Can you tell us anything about the shape of the Earth when in regards to the quote unquote direct measurement of the ground that lets you believe it's flat?
All I can tell you is my opinion. That's flat. I can't
So
scientifically
you don't
give you
have a single valid measurement giving evidence for the Earth to be flat. It's just your opinion, but you deny all kinds of. And you were saying you wanted that direct measurement of the curve. So how should that be done? Can you explain to us how we should do that?
You tell me. I'd love to know.
No,
Yeah,
no.
it's worth pointing out that flat
Pictures of
earthers don't have
space,
equal
lasers
standards for their
across
beliefs and anyone else's
water.
beliefs.
It's funny. It's a globe claim, but you want me to prove your curvature claim.
No. We're not asking you
We're
to
trusting
provide
our
a direct
senses
measurement of
anyway.
curve. We're asking you, as the person who claimed that the Earth is measured flat, to provide the measurement that shows it's flat. Please go ahead.
I just said it's my opinion. I can't, and now you're putting words in my mouth. So thanks, bro.
No, you said it's measured flat. Can you please flesh out your opinion then?
My opinion. Well, my opinion is because we see too far.
But is that a direct
But
measurement?
we don't see far.
Wait, no, hang on, Larry. Is that a direct measurement? Because you said direct measurement of the Earth being flat.
Again, putting words in my mouth.
No, that's not putting words in your mouth at all. You said you believe in direct measurements and the Earth measures flat. Those are words you said. Can you please provide evidence of the Earth measuring flat?
I said it's my opinion. It's
so it's your
flat.
opinion that it measures flat? Will you back off of saying that, considering that you have no way of showing that that's evidently true?
I can be honest. Yes, we see too far is not a scientific measurement. It's an observation.
So seeing too far, which observation in particular are you referring to?
Oh boy.
I've been at this for years and years. I've seen many, many.
What's your favorite?
Probably the frozen lake.
Oh, you mean the lake that has undulations, and we understand refraction well enough to know that Rock Lake is going to give you things like that very close to the surface, because as per usual, you guys don't know a fucking thing about physics, refraction, and optics.
I did mention to him, by the way, this very guy, that ice is cold and air can be warmer than ice.
Matter of fact, the issue of gradient when it comes to ice continuously absorbing heat from the air, and that boundary issue right there at the base of the frozen lake. If that guy were to actually have gotten out thermistors and measured the gradient, he would have found there to be a significant change within that first meter. But as per usual, flat earthers don't believe in measurements, and they know that fuckers like you will not pay attention to the fact that if he were to do the measurements, it would show him exactly why he's getting the results he's getting. Thanks for playing, dickhead.
No need for insults.
There's plenty of needs for insults, because when it comes to you, you're a worthless piece of human garbage.
Demons.
Oh wow, you're an I can't believe you're an
Yeah,
adult.
they're demons.
I'm just trying to talk scientifically, and you're just throwing in.
You're not. You're not. By your own admission, you're not here to speak scientifically. You're here to voice your opinion. You are here to voice your opinion without having to back it up. You're not here to speak scientifically. Don't lie.
I would
Could
say
you
if you're
tell us
saying
how much?
refraction,
Yeah.
then that you're saying that's the cause, and we have to see you have to
Could
manipulate
you
the cause in a scientific experiment.
Could you tell us how much a laser spreads out over a kilometer in the atmosphere?
How much light spreads out?
A laser.
From a laser.
Off the top of my head, nah.
Can I take a guess?
Go ahead.
30 inches.
More. Depends on the distance.
Kilometer and inches. We're mixing units now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll
I was talking kilometers.
I'll go 50 centimeters of spread for a kilometer.
Yeah, at minimum. It could be up to up to 3 feet, I think, if I remember correctly.
And that's about 62 centimeters. Okay, so I was 12 centimeters off.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not a bad guess. Okay.
So
3
if you
feet's
time that,
closer
but
to like 90 centimeters.
yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
90.
yeah. 3
Yeah.
feet is 9. Yeah, no, not
Imagine
almost a
imagine
meter.
that over
Yeah.
imagine that over 10 kilometers. How much the laser is spread out.
Is it your opinion that every industrialized country for the past 200 years or 300 years with successful navigation, geodetic surveys, space programs ad infinitum, you're saying that's all lies and wrong, even though we have the working technology that you use and are dependent on? You get on an airplane without any doubt about the airplane's ability to get from A to B, no matter how long the flight. That's your opinion.
All that is, I don't know what's is any of that a direct measurement of curvature? I don't know.
Well,
Flights?
I would say
What's
if a plane is going around 700 kilometers an hour and it takes you 3 hours, that's a pretty rough guide to measure something.
I guess I'm not like an expert in maps and everything, and I'm guessing no one here really is too, so I can't really comment on.
Well, there's a geodetic surveyor on here that could walk you through all the problems, and then there's people who have basic understanding of math and optics who could walk you through the problems. I mean, what would you even consider a direct measurement at this point? Because a reciprocal zenith angle is about as direct as you could get. It's something so simple that you, as a person with $200, could rent the optics to go do it yourself and show that you're on a surface that is convex in every direction, thus meaning it's spherical.
Is that when like the two theodolites add up to more than 180 degrees? Is that argument?
You can use two if you want. You can also do it with just one. You just have to have two independent stations.
Preferably 3, but yeah.
You could actually go to a place that's relatively flat, set them all up a mile away from a center point, and measure them each to each other, and show that in every single direction, the Earth seems to be convex. That should be as much proof as anybody should need, unless you've got a good reason to believe that you're being fooled.
I guess for like a single kilometer, or let's say 3, that could just be a slight terrain feature of that portion of the Earth.
Actually,
the
no, it
terrain
can't
doesn't
be.
have to be even. The terrain can be anything.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Because
Okay.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the difference in elevation. You're looking at the difference in angle. The angle will always sum to 180 degrees if it's in reference to a flat surface.
Well, if the direction
when
of
dealing
vertical is
with
the same everywhere.
these and when dealing with minor distances of like a kilometer, yeah, that gets very difficult because it is a very small value. But
which is why I said
in
over a mile.
practice, in my own very recent work, just for fun, I deal with 10, 20, 25 miles, 28 miles, and 30, 40, 50 measurements that all return a nice, smooth, mathematically, consistent curve. So at the 1 mile, it's hard. At 20 miles, it's a piece of cake.
Well, walking there might be difficult.
Yeah, and the best part is
No, we do. We do have cars.
Yeah. The best part about that is the further that they are apart, you can watch that the difference in the angle increases at a faster rate.
The angle with relationship to distance is about linear.
Sorry,
Yes,
that's
it's 22.
It's 20. I apologize. Yep, that's a mistake of terminology. I apologize.
Yeah, in my examples, to a fixed point, a radio tower, as you depart from the radio tower, the vertical angle decreases at 26 arc seconds per mile. So you go in 10 miles, now you've got a pretty substantial angle to deal with.
See, now this is how this works with electricity. We make claims about things that we've observed in reality, and then we have things that we can post that show that we've done these things, and that's not how flat Earth works. We just say, there's some differential compression, and then just say it that must be true, and then not post anything that shows it.
Honestly, brothers, flat earthers don't want us to give scientific explanations. They want us to just accept that
No, it's not that they don't want
the
to; they literally
ground
can't.
looks flat. The ground looks flat, and you don't feel it moving. They want us to just accept that.
Well, it depends on
I have
the
been
flat earther. Yeah.
Yeah, I have been accused of either what I am doing is wrong or what I'm not doing is by omission. And I go, well, what should I? Okay, give me the maths. Here's the data. Unless you think I made up the numbers. Come on out, walk you through it. And they no, there's a pretty good consensus. Anybody would get the same measurements. It's how you interpret them. I go, okay, you're telling me what I did, which I didn't, and you're telling me what I'm not doing. Well, please explain what I should be doing. And they turn silent. They just say flurspective. They say angular compression. They say all kinds of weird things. I go, well, where's the math and metrics? If I'm at a 15-mile observation with a zenith angle with known elevations, what math? What is the math I need to use? And they got nothing. I go, well, I'm going to go with hundreds of years of documentation. And why is it that my measurements agree with hundreds of years of work by other people? And the best example going is the survey of Mount Everest and the whole Indian subcontinent survey in the 1850, and you put on top of that the 39th parallel survey in 1895, and these things are still true, still accurate. It's like my work, it'd just be one more page in a textbook.
Listen. You do the test. Do the test. Go into a flat Earth server and just say, "Hey, I don't need science to tell me the Earth is flat. I just don't feel the Earth moving, and it looks flat." Just say that, and they will embrace you, right? Just say that. Now, if you go to our place here, somebody come here and they say, "Well, I understand the Earth is a globe, right? And I don't need science to tell me that." We'd be like, "Well, I mean, let's talk about what concerning math and stuff like that, right?" So,
Yeah.
right, we would do that, but they would just be like, "Yeah, you don't feel it moving, right? Yes, I don't feel it moving. Earth is flat. I
No,
guarantee it."
Robert, that's not quite correct. If you went over to 24/7, they'd call you out on a category error because you don't need science to determine a shape. That's geometry. Science is to determine a cause and effect relationship.
Okay, I don't need geometry, I don't need math, and I don't need science to tell me this Earth is flat. Dude, I'm looking around me and it looks flat. I don't feel it moving. They will embrace you. They will say, "You are the person we like," because that's foundationally what flat Earth is. It's nothing else. They laugh at all these science things and measurement things that we bring up. They laugh at it. They're like, "Oh, you really believe the sun is 93 million miles? You really believe space? What is this space? What is this
Yeah.
pressure?"
And a curvature that is simplified as like 8 inches per mile squared, and that might work kind of okay for 500 miles. And so when they go, "We see too far," it's like it's just analyzing the surface of like uh, something very smooth, like a car motion, but there's atmosphere above that, and everyone looks through our air. To even get the black swan photography, you'll need to look through air to photograph it. So it's like you can't use and not use refraction in the same arguments. It's a bit inconsistent.
But the rebuttal is if you're saying refraction, that's fine, and yeah, we agree with that. But now we run into a problem of the scientific experiment of manipulating the cores, and how are you going to manipulate the atmosphere? I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, nature does that automatically with
I've already
with
explained
the
that to
heat.
you too.
No,
Yeah,
like you
the
have
sun
to
comes up
manipulate
and heats the cold ground, and then the night comes around and the heat dissipates from the
So
ground.
you know the air density and temperature from the thing you're observing, and that light coming from that object all the way to you, and that every bit of air density it's hitting over the 10 miles or 20 miles.
It's not just the density of the air, it's the direction of the gradient of that density.
And the
That tells you the
intensity.
direction of the gradient of the refracted or the index of refraction. And air under stable arrangements is more dense below and less dense above. That's the typical observation when we look around on Earth. Air is
Yeah,
pretty much
but
arranged in that orientation everywhere. There's
is
only
it the
very rare
same?
situations where you're next to surfaces that are of a different temperature than the air above them. And if you
Does it
ignore or if you
fluctuate?
exclude observations where the surface below is a different temperature, then all you are left with is observations where the air is more dense below and less dense above.
And is it the same from the object to the light? The light that is passing through the atmosphere is just the same from the object to your eye. It's not fluctuating.
Whether it's the same, it doesn't even have to be the same. It just has to be in the same direction. So the gradient for stable air is such that the more dense air is below the less dense air. You're suggesting that would make a big difference. That would require the air to flip orientations, be less dense below and more dense above. That doesn't happen under stable conditions.
I'm just saying the temperature
And
and
again,
air
what
density.
I've been doing
Sorry.
has a very high degree of consistency. So I'm dealing with multiple dates over multiple years, but in the confines of late spring to to late fall and midday. Okay, that's like only the real requirement because that's around 930 millibars of pressure at about 300 degrees Kelvin. So that is if you vary that temperature 10 degrees up or down, you vary the pressure 30, 40 millibars up or down, the refraction varies a little bit. It's not some wild bullwhip like, oh, halfway through the line of sight at 10 miles, it's all different. No, it doesn't work like that.
Right.
And isn't the refraction less at higher altitude?
It
Well,
takes a
yes,
lot of
of
altitude in order
course.
for it to be significant. You'd have to get really high up in order for the gradient to be so much less steep where it really makes that much of a difference.
Okay. Well, at
But
least I know
the
that
gradient is
the
still
elevation.
modeled. But
Yeah. The higher the
yeah, the
elevation
gradient is
angle to
still
the object.
modeled.
Yeah. And but the higher the
And yeah, the
elevation
gradient
angle
is
is.
still modeled.
I'm sorry, I was just I know that the higher, like if you're looking straight up, there's no refraction.
Oh,
So
you're not talking
the
about
high,
altitude off the surface of the Earth then?
no, that was just an additional kind of thing. That the higher the
You see, also in making these terrestrial observations, you almost never have an angle that's more than 1 or 2 degrees. If you're very close to an object, yeah, the object, the angle could be like 5 or 10 degrees. Even that's kind of steep. But then you're going short, like 1, maybe 2 miles. When you get out there at 5, 10, 15, 20 miles, you're in that 1 degree range. So you don't have this crazy thing where you're looking halfway into space half the time. So you're always dealing with the trig functions are very close to unity almost all the time because you're dealing with a half a degree, a quarter degree, maybe 1 degree.
I just want to mention real quick before we get too much further, we've lost our only flat earther that wanted to make claims about flat Earth. So now we have flat earthers that don't make claims about flat Earth to talk to.
Well, to be fair, the first guy was not making a claim. He was just stating his opinion, he says, after he made claims.
Yeah, like how does measure flat? Like do like I think of Slitsy, like he's got a literal ruler that goes from point A to point B, and I think that's his idea of a direct measurement. Whereas I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a lot of flirts. A lot of flirts say they need a physical measurement. Again, define physical, and they'll talk about building the wall or having some iron rail going for miles. Yeah, that's their only tolerance of physical. Of course, if you have an iron rail that was like extended 5 miles, how would they know?
That's not safe. They'll throw that shit out too. Remember Jesse's Trundle Town and Ruhif joining in on that? The Trundle wheel where they measured the distance between longitude lines. Yeah, they threw that shit out too. So they don't have any standard for any physical measurement anywhere.
Oh, similar to what they did in Union Glacier, they stepped out, what was it, 1 degree from like 79 to 80 with the Trundle wheel.
Yeah, they were getting distances between
No, that's a
longitude lines.
latitude.
Oh, sorry, latitude.
Yeah, the longitude measurements, and they didn't measure the full degree. They measured, a portion of a degree. Even still, it was grossly different. It was grossly different than anything a flat earther could ever conjure.
Yeah, I just remember them measuring a distance, and it was a portion of that angle. I wasn't sure if it was a latitude or longitude. So they would have gone from one certain latitude east to another, like half a degree or whatever the portion was. Yeah.
Well, no, they're measuring longitudes, and they're limiting it to about 1 minute of longitude, because that's close to a mile.
Yeah. But does that mean they put the
goes to that
they measured? Does that mean they put the Trundle wheel down and went from following the line of longitude, or did they follow
following the line of latitude?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they picked it. They found, yeah, in Punta Arenas, they found an east-west piece of sidewalk that was sufficiently long enough. They determined the longitude at each end, and then physically measured it.
And I believe that was the same in Union Glacier as well as Punta Arenas. Is that right?
Correct. They did it in both places. But again, in the order of a minute of longitude.
Yeah. I just wanted to understand the direction they were going with that Trundle wheel. Thanks, Stu.
Yeah, east-west. Because the latitudes don't change. It's a minute of latitude is the same mile wherever you go. Approximately.
Of course, that's how we were doing the kilometer. It was the circumference of the polar radius divided by 40,000, or that was what they were hoping to do. They were just ever so slightly off, and that's baked into the kilometer now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was their idea, and then they just made a wild ass guess, and yeah, they're off like 20 microns or something.
Not too bad considering the technology of the time.
Oh yeah, because that was the whole thing was, as the mapping institutions across Europe, came together in their conferences. They said, "What's your distance for 1 degree of latitude? What's your distance for 1 degree of latitude?" And everyone's coming up with a slightly different value. And then that's when the whole argument came up, because is the Earth a sphere or is it oblate? And controversy ensued. Academy of Sciences Paris ponied up a bunch of money, and they made their multiple meridian surveys at, from the equator up to Lapland through France, even Mason and Dixon's Delaware line. Yeah, it all put together. It goes, yeah, slightly oblate. So 1 degree of latitude near the equator is 110 kilometers. 1 degree of latitude in Lapland is 111 kilometers, a full extra kilometer longer. If you do the math, for every nautical mile you progress north, on average, of course it's complicated, but on average, that means every single mile that you're going further north is a half of a foot longer than the previous mile. Now, a half a foot in a mile, that's easily measured. So anytime they talk about nautical miles and they give a distance unit, well, in navigation, to use a nautical mile, you convert that to decimal degrees, and then you take your trig functions, because nautical miles are arc minutes, and arc minutes are pieces of angle. There is no distance, there is no radius. You're only dealing with angles. Spherical trig has no distance unit. All lengths in spherical trig are angles. It got named the nautical mile because it's a very practical way to think, because it's pretty close to a statute mile. So yeah, if you have 400 nautical miles to go, you have a good idea of what that is tangibly. However, to do any navigation calculations, you can take those 400 arc minutes in degrees, and then you do your trig functions.
And especially for like something like that AE map, like a compass drawing that at that far out distance, that 1 degree would be significantly larger than if the longitudes converged. Yeah.
Well, you look on a proper AE map, which was, quite Gleason did not invent the AE projection. And so there's a map that I favor, which is exactly the same map, but it has a scale bar. And the outer rim is labeled South Pole, and on the scale bar, that whole perimeter is labeled 0 miles length.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Probably one of my favorite sites that I found very early on, even before this whole final experiment became famous, was azimuthal anywhere. And you could just pick anywhere on Earth and just go, that's what New Zealand looks like directly from above. Scroll it around, go to Japan, scroll it around, like you say, Lapland. But the
AE projection. Yeah, the AE projection is a perfectly valid and useful projection. Any good map projection is perfectly good and useful if you don't plot an area too large. That's why there's thousands and thousands of map sheets. Once you include the whole Earth in a single projection, yeah, that's when things have gone, to the extreme. But if you, in almost any projection, if you map like all of Australia, in all the different projections, it all looks the same. But when you take Australia from a whole Earth projection, yeah, that's when things start to get exaggerated. Even if it's, Mercator or Lambert or Peters, yeah, it doesn't. That's why these things are constructed in zones.
think even like 2 years ago, I was watching Numberphile, and they were cutting a sort of inflatable globe, and she did like a counterclockwise spiral to the center and a clockwise spiral to the other pole, and it was, I think, like a Newtonian spiral, and you could sort of see that, yeah, you could unpeel an orange any way you like and approximate flatness, but it's like one of the most bizarre maps I've seen to peel it that way.
So here's that map I described. And it has the great circle routes plotted on it. And yeah, it has a graphic scale bar. Gleason's does not. And Gleason, had the proper, he was dodging a bullet because in the upper left-hand corner of the Gleason's map is called a longitude time calculator. That's its function. That's its purpose. As a navigation tool, it's piss poor. So it's not representing a good, spatial relationship on the ground, but it is indicating how to get longitude from Greenwich time.
That was after the telegraph and train situation for timetables for time zones, was it? Was it before? Yeah, trying to think.
Navigation. Navigation. That's how you get longitude. Is your local solar noon in Greenwich time gives you your longitude. If you have the ability to, maintain an accurate Greenwich time and you're in the Pacific, you know your longitude.
So you could, yeah, even without time zones, you'd have your
yeah. When you're dealing with Greenwich time, you're just dealing with the one time zone. The Earth.
Yeah.
The whole Earth is one time zone. The time of your local solar noon, well, local time, you want to call that 12 o'clock, but in Greenwich time, it could be, 1730. 1731 and 30 seconds. Yeah, that's your longitude in hours, and you convert that to degrees. Now you know where you are. And latitude is easy, but longitude requires, and that was the whole thing with the Harrison's clock. Was the first, achievement of a mechanical clock which had sufficient temperature compensations to maintain, like 1 second a day's accuracies.
And I guess that's the trouble. Like, as a modern person, we have these many, many time zones. Sometimes they're 15 minutes apart, sometimes they're half an hour apart. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, but that's a political thing, and that's a convention, and that's for convenience. And yeah, the railroads invoked that because back in the the 19th century, before trains, you couldn't get between cities fast enough for it to matter. You can only get between cities, as fast as a horse could go. So if they're 200 miles apart, that's a multi-day journey. But in a train, it's a same-day journey. And if you're at a single track line and you're scheduling departures of trains to go in either direction, yeah, you can't be dealing with, oh yes, in Cleveland, the time, their time is 1 hour and 6 minutes different than in Philadelphia, and in Philadelphia that's like 27 minutes different than Baltimore. And then how do you schedule if you're at a single track lane or a single track rail line? How do you schedule the train safely? So they said, screw that. We're going to railroad time. And so they set up time zones. And that's why
Yep.
a conductor always has his watch, you know, and that was a mandatory piece of equipment to be a conductor, is you had to have an approved watch so that if that train is departing at 12:15 and is going to arrive at 1 o'clock at its destination, it's based on the same time zone as opposed to, oh yeah, but if it's 1 o'clock there, but that's, you know, 20 minutes different than where they departed, then, you know, how would you know? So they had enough accidents and had to manage their train. They went to railroad time. They didn't ask anybody. They didn't, you know, it wasn't some sort of government mandate. They just did that to function. And then everybody said, that's a good idea. But for navigation and astronomy, they knew that there was only Greenwich time. Time zones, that's a local political thing.
Yeah, and it's a very modern concept, and that's why I found it interesting to sort of consider Greenwich Mean Time, and your clock difference, like you said, could be 16 hours, 22 minutes, 12 seconds, depending on your accurate timekeeping. Yeah, makes sense. And that's just a portion of 360 degrees.
And that predates railroad time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, navigation has always been Greenwich time. The whole world one time zone.
It's
And I guess
kind of
even
more important
before
now we have planes, right? Because people can go really fast and then end up a few hours out, get all woozy.
is that because you've got a body clock and it's adjusting to the like sunrise is 6 hours different than what
Something like that. But
yeah.
not just the physical wooziness, but when you end up in someone else's time zone, but you haven't encountered that whole cycle yourself, it feels weird.
Yeah, I haven't traveled far enough to experience jet lag yet.
What's that? Oh, the fat controller. Bless him.
Oh, elder bear.
Factual was
I
the
did.
boss, he wasn't a conductor.
What do
There
you
was a
mean? I'm scheduling a train right now.
there was a hardcore DJ called Fat Controller as well.
And I could only assume that before they had Greenwich Mean Time, just people go, oh, this is what my sundial says. It's local noon. Go from there. Or hourglasses, maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
I think what my point was the issue with the trains, why they made that thing up, must be worse with planes, right? So it makes sense.
Right, for scheduling, as you're flying every 15 degrees of the Earth, you basically go, I'm going to have to change the clock in the plane, or what do they do? I wonder. Or they just operate by Zulu time or something.
When you get there, they say you're now 4 hours forward or something, don't they? And then everyone corrects their watch, and the phones automatically switch. Fuck knows, I'm well high.
What would life be like without getting high? What else would you do?
Oh my god, I don't know. Brings back memories of. I've had a therapist ask me
boring
that
as
exact
fuck.
question.
Be bored.
I've had a therapist say, Don, what would your life be like if you didn't need to get high?
Oh,
like you'd be
the
richer.
response might be, it's not like I need, it's more like I want.
I think I would end up chasing other vices like athletics, sex, smoking, tobacco. I would probably drink alcohol and then say, "That's not the same. It's legal." I'd be more annoying, more obsessive, more autistic.
Would you say some people would benefit, but it's not really for everyone? It's just helping
What do you mean?
you.
What do you mean?
Oh, just getting high in general. Like you find it helpful for you, but we wouldn't necessarily say, "Hey guys, try it."
Oh,
Because
no. Certain people I'd say you need to get high, and certain people I'd say you need to stop getting high.
yeah, cool.
ChatGPT is very good at weed now. You can ask it about any strain, and if it's got a Reddit post about it, it will tell you this strain comes from this strain, and it's very good for this, and you should smoke it at this time of day. Give you vape temperatures, anything you want.
Bong physics. I kind of. It's a
Did you
research and development team? Yeah.
Did you say bomb physics?
No, bong, BONG.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of a science and an art, growing and smoking weed. It's a bit like understanding dog breeds is a bit like understanding weed strains.
Did you used to try and make bongs out of literally anything? When I was like 13, I would just find bottle-shaped things and think, oh, like, how do I get a pipe into that with a cone on?
We had a head shop. It's called Head in the Clouds. It used to sell pipes to like 14-year-olds, basically. I've got a trans friend on Discord.
Since it's quiet, let me ask you guys something. Tell me if you agree with this statement. The last thing I want is a floor surface perfectly horizontal to its center point. That's a guaranteed water puddle. How many people agree with that?
Yep.
Yep.
You guys all agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, just testing.
The same thing would happen if you in a large railroad freight yard. You wouldn't want it to be starting in the middle and go horizontal in all directions. You want to go level in all directions, which is not horizontal.
And like the football pitch slightly higher, so you'd have drainage away from the trains.
Have you ever worked on a 100-acre freight yard? Railroad freight yard? If you're off a quarter inch, that you're in for a whole bunch of money for them to fix it.
So Nacor just posted something, right? How do you envision this? What we got a globe there?
It's
And we
just
got
any curved surface with a tangent plane.
so how do you envision the water rolling to the center if you have a horizontal? First of all, is the plane on top there, is that horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you envision water rolling to the center of that if it's horizontal?
Because the edges are above the portion of sphere. So that means it's a
Because-
higher elevation. It's going to flow to the lower elevation, which is at the black dot.
Gravity creates a vector field, which points towards the center of the sphere, aka the Earth. So it goes to the surface. It doesn't go to the tangent plane. It goes to the surface, which is where the tangent plane touches the sphere.
So you're equating that part that's on top, you're equating that to being over the curved surface on the bottom, therefore the water rolls to the center? Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, because the underneath is a massive, massive planet, and so if you were to hypothetically build this plane somehow, the mass of that planet would attract the water towards the center.
So gravitationally, this is purely gravitational.
Yeah.
Not because the water is rolling down in the center because the points are higher. They're just higher in relation to the ground below it. Correct?
Gravity causes the high points to flow to low points.
Yeah, the square, the edges of the square are higher than the equipotential surface. So it's going higher to lower. Lower is at that black dot.
But what are the relations of that square from one end to the other? Is one point higher than the other, or it's just in relation to the ground
sphere.
below it?
In relation to the sphere.
You gotta wait until I finish my question, bro, then answer. Because, you know, I mean, it doesn't work otherwise. So is it 1 point higher than the other on the square, or is it just higher in relation to the ground below it?
Everything has a reference point. The edges of that square are higher in relation to the sphere.
Okay,
And
okay, now I see how you're looking at it.
distance from the sphere is what dictates the force due to gravity.
Okay, so it's not one side is higher or the center is not higher in relations to the end of the square. It's just in relation to the ground underneath it, is what you're saying.
That's the definition of elevation, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
But I think my statement would still be true. Like, if you were to hypothetically build this square, it would have significantly less mass than the Earth underneath it. And my understanding of gravity attracting things means it would pull closer to the center dot. Yeah.
So this is the same way you guys view the LIGO arms, right? Which
Yes.
Blue was talking about for all this time. Yeah, this is the same way you view it. Okay, got it. Oh, there he is. As I said it, he points LIGO. Right on cue, Blue. So you got a perfectly straight tube because it's higher, because the Earth is lower at either end, because you guys think it's curving. The water or a ball bearing in this case would roll to the center. Amazing the way you do it, but okay, that's the way you think.
Well, we do have the mechanics of actually having done it to know.
You've done that? You've rolled a ball bearing down the arms of LIGO?
I did describe the working on a 100-acre railroad freight yard where all the tops of all the rails have to be at a constant elevation, which is not horizontal from the center of the site. Because the trains would roll towards, if the rail yard was built on that light green plane, yeah, the rail cars would want to roll toward the black dot.
And that would be because gravity is pulling them there, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Good. If you think gravitation is somehow made up, or if you think gravitation is somehow made up or fake or not observed, then there's no help.
No, I'm not saying that. I just want to understand your thing. So, in other words, if we find a train track a couple of miles, right, and establish that it's horizontal, then we can take a ball bearing and roll it, and it'll roll down the center of the point which you think is the center of horizontal, like Blue says.
Well, I probably wouldn't use a ball bearing.
Yeah, no.
It would be like rolling down an incline that's 8 inches high over a mile. So probably something a bit more.
What would you choose? A bowling ball? How about a lacrosse ball?
How about a
Right in the
water
middle.
level? How about a water level?
How about a
I
water
think,
level?
yeah, you're all thinking of it wrong. It's not getting sucked unless you do this horizontal down below the surface of the water. Nothing's getting sucked to the center unless this intersects the sphere, this horizontal.
So what do you think a water level would show?
The water level would be a constant height above the blue.
So if we were to put, let's say we had a theoretical train track 5 miles long, and we were to put a water level one end to the other, what would one end be higher than the other, or would they be the same height?
Is the
vertical data?
Is the railroad track level?
Water levels bend, I see. Well,
Yeah,
horizontal
level is an arc of constant elevation in which there is no potential to cause things to roll or flow. If it's horizontal
so level
at
would
one
be
point.
Okay, so if we're going with level, then the center point of your 5 mile railroad track, would it be higher than the either ends?
Not in elevation. Elevation is defined not on the tangent plane.
So you so what is it? Is it horizontal? Is
you've
it
got
level?
You've got curvy level, I see, that goes round with the train track. If Earth's a globe, curving train track, curving water levels, but the horizontal plane is an imaginary thing that does not bend, so it sits on the Earth or it intersects down through.
Yeah, but would you have a let's use what the term Blue is using now? Would you have a cap at the center of that railroad track, like a hump. But now the new word is cap. Shout out Blue. Would
Yeah,
there be
that
a
blue
cap?
in
Yeah,
the
as it
diagram.
intersects, then you get the tiny cap on the top. The more you intersect, then the cap would grow. I guess that's as far as I understand.
In the diagram, the blue spherical portion is what he's called a cap, because that blue portion of sphere looks like a cap.
So it would be higher than when you say cap, like when you see a skull cap, higher than the head, right? Like when the Jewish people put that cap on, there's an actual hump over
No,
their
not
curved
higher
head,
than,
right?
because
So is
people
that
think
what
higher
you're
than relates to
don't
the Earth's
interrupt,
surface, but we're
don't
talking
interrupt.
above the horizontal plane.
Do not interrupt. Capiche?
You were finished.
Right. Se, maybe if you like put a layer of spray paint on a basketball and then sprayed it again and then again, it would be like a congruent surface.
Congruent, but what, curved? Because when you put a
Yes.
scalp cap on, right, you can clearly see the curve of the head, but then you see another curve above it, which is the cap.
Oh, I see. Yeah, probably the spray paint example on the basketball might be better than a yarmulke. Yeah.
Want to say it like that, above the horizontal, then yeah.
So we're talking about a cap. The railroad tracks would have a cap at the center point, right?
No,
No.
Yes or no?
no, the Earth, the hypothetical Earth would when you intersect a horizontal through it.
So in that diagram, you would lower that green thing, and a portion of this globe would poke through, like yeah.
You've heard Blue describe the LIGO arms, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're dead straight, and either end appears to be higher, but it's not really. It's just the Earth is lower. You've seen Blue's diagrams, right?
Right.
Okay, so you have a perfectly straight tube. It's so straight that it's rising above the curve of the Earth, but yet we're supposed to believe that ball bearings would roll to the center. And at the same time, you guys think there's a cap at the center, which is higher, which you don't want to admit is higher. I mean, you guys are all messed up, man.
No, it's not a cap. Those blue LIGO arms would intersect at the middle, somewhat similar to that little black dot. That black dot is sitting on that portion of that blue sphere.
Yeah, those arrows, that's the LIGO. That's your little LIGO on top. LIGO, sorry.
So we're at single point geometry here. We're going back to 2023, single point geometry.
No, the LIGO arms have length. So like those arrows that Dawn was pointing out, they're just smaller for the LIGO because built to scale. Those
Right, I
LIGO
remember
arms
those.
would
Now
be
look at what I posted below, right? That's Blue's drawing. So you see how the arm is perfectly straight?
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, I don't see any cap there. I don't see any. See what I mean? It's
Yeah.
perfectly
No,
straight.
if they build it down into the ground, there would be a cap.
Right. So that tube is like resting a ruler on top of a basketball, kind of, but like not to scale.
Yeah, right. So how is it? How are two ball bearings going to roll to the center there?
Well, I don't know if I'm reading this right. It says the middle 63, and then the two outer edges are 64.
Yep, you're reading it right.
So
So
so that means the middle one's lower. So if you had a ball bearing, it would roll to the middle.
No, it's perfectly straight. The arm is perfectly straight.
It's not about
How's that
the
perfectly
middle.
straight if it's 63 and 64?
The
Exactly.
difference.
Well, you ask Blue that. Ask Blue that how that works out.
The difference in force due to gravity, due to that additional 1 foot, is close to zero. It would not be able to overcome friction forces.
No, because we're thinking of it wrong. I see that the things still fall straight down, the closest straight line to Earth. They don't roll to the point just because someone's made a horizontal thing. The point is, the water table is more likely to touch the middle because Earth's a sphere.
The answer to Gatekeeper's question is because they claim that the Earth is lower at that point. You get it? Not that the tube is higher. The tube is still straight. It's just that the Earth underneath it is lower.
No.
Yeah, ask Blue. Don't say no.
Well, if you were to pump water into that middle part, it would puddle and not flow towards the edges because the rest of the Earth is attracting that water where the 63 feet is, Mark, in the direct center. So that's where the water would start flowing and building up until you got a certain amount of water where it would flow out of the edges.
Yeah, but understand that the claim is not because there's a tilt to the arms, right? Because they're perfectly straight. The claim is the gravity of Earth underneath it is. I want everybody to understand that, right?
Yeah.
That's no, it isn't. That's not the claim.
See, Don doesn't get it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You've misread Blue's idea.
Blue is right here. You could ask him.
No, he's not.
Well, he's in the text.
Yeah, I already know. He's not saying things get sucked through horizontals, hypothetical horizontals, to a point midpoint on Earth. No one's saying that.
That's what they're saying. You're the only one that doesn't seem to get it, Don.
It doesn't seem like Blue's entering voice, but he's just typing, so don't know if he's listening in either to the stream. So I guess it's up to the text chat for this debate between your understanding of what
He's
Blue's
trolled
saying.
you with the floor puddle analogy.
Let's see if he comes in. Clear this up. Because I remember clearly what he said.
Say we made a big horizontal out of foam, yeah? We lowered it towards a globe Earth. The midpoint would touch first, right? Unless
Well, what you got there is a tangent, right? On the arm.
Yeah.
Touches at one point. That's the claim.
the middle's closer to Earth. That's the best I can say it.
Yeah, so what you got here, what you want people to believe is you got a perfectly straight arm, but because it's long and because you think the Earth is curving underneath it, that somehow the water or a ball bearing would pull at the center. That's the claim here.
So the gravity is always pointing towards the center of the Earth. If one side is like, if it's on a curved surface, if the surface is not orthogonal to the direction of gravity, the result will be some horizontal force due to the normal force. At this scale, that is almost certainly not going to be able to overcome friction force.
Okay, the practicality of the physics of the motion is one thing, but SE, look at the elevations along the arm, and the water will flow to the lowest elevation. If the lowest elevation is not at the ends, then the water would not flow to the ends; it would flow to the low point. And if that low point is midway along the tube, that's where the water is going to flow, and the tube is still straight.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, bro. You keep telling yourself that water will flow on a perfectly horizontal tube. I mean, you can believe that all you want. I think everybody knows in reality what would happen.
I'm muting myself and talking. Oops.
So you got to believe in this crazy physics in order to make your model work, right? So
Well, it's
think
not
about
really
it.
that. It's not that crazy because, like, the Earth has a lot of mass, and there's a center of mass. The end of that LIGO tube on the right is further away from the center, and the middle of the LIGO tube is closer. So it makes sense that water would flow to the closer point, where the 63.
Not when it's sticking out like that in space, though.
No, this is a very exaggerated diagram, but still, the distance away from the center of mass is that extra amount versus the distance to the center of the tube. So water would
You've got
flow.
to think of it another way. Yeah? Just because you've made your little horizontal doesn't mean water's going to flow to the middle of it.
Exactly. It could, but it's not like a rule. It's like an idealization. We could
Yeah,
find
thank
places
you.
on Earth, put 2 points, and water's not going to flow to the center of it.
Of course it
I
won't.
think.
It's ridiculous. You're thinking correctly, bro. It's ridiculous.
There's a way
In
to
order
say
for
it where
water
it
to
makes sense.
flow, one point of the tube has to be higher than the other. There's no way around that.
I tried to say it by saying the middle intersects the water table, like the water's already there, instead of getting sucked to the middle point. I think it's a better way of saying it.
Now, this is a model affliction thing, right? Because you believe in a certain model, it has to happen that way. But you know in reality that that doesn't happen. So, I mean, it's up to you to figure it out.
It's a reality affliction.
Yeah,
Exactly.
again, try pulling that shit on a 100-acre railroad freight yard. That's the
Bro,
reality.
try telling this to a plumber, bro, and see how he laughs at you.
You know what's happening, Globers? It's because we've told them level bends, yeah? So why is water now sucking back up to a flat thing? That's what they're thinking.
Oh. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Every industrialized country for the past several centuries, completely aware of it. It goes into every hydroelectric dam with an inundation pool of hundreds of square miles. Yeah, we got it, right? That's the reality. And SE has some sort of fantasy that he thinks is real, as opposed to the practicality of construction of these very large pieces of infrastructure, like a hydroelectric dam.
I'm just simply explaining to you how water flows. If you think water flows a different way, that's on you, bro. I mean, like I said, go talk to a plumber and tell him that. See the expression on his face when you tell him.
Oh, I guess he'll learn more about the globe than he initially thought. Like I have. I didn't know certain things about the globe, and through research, I've found out a bit more. It's really interesting.
Oh, next time you talk to a plumber, ask him if I build a 2-mile long horizontal pipe, will water flow to the center? See what he tells you.
So since my total station has a curvature correction automatically, applied, should I be turning that off to get better answers?
Talking about water, nice try to, go to another subject, but we're talking about water, how it flows in a pipe.
How it flows in the
Depends
pipe.
on yeah. If you're going to make a perfectly straight pipe, which is horizontal at the middle, the endpoints are at a higher elevation. If it's long enough for that to become evident.
So you are claiming so this is what you're claiming. Like I said, go get a plumber and tell him, ask him that question and see what he says.
Yeah, and make sure that you're talking about a 5-mile long pipe,
right?
And make sure we're talking about a 5-mile long pipe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Most plumbers don't deal with 5-mile long pieces of pipe, but there is a lot of engineering that goes into citywide sanitary drainage.
Yep.
And the water.
Can I press you, show Bill, just because it's funny?
And the water system of a metropolitan area with the water tank and all the standing pressures in all the houses. Yeah, we got that figured out.
Is on this 5-mile pipe, is water getting pulled to the center point, or is the center point just closer to where water is naturally?
It's an artificial pipe resting on a tangent, and the water would flow towards a tangent, regardless if.
All right. And what's the biggest one you could do out into space to make water flow diagonally?
Diagonally in reference to the plane?
To the Earth. Instead of the water falling straight down now,
Right.
towards our surface, you've got it going across to some other point because you made a horizontal thing over there.
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
I'll go with 7 inches per mile squared, so it's steeper than 8 inches per mile squared. I don't know.
Maybe I need to
Blue
meditate.
doesn't want to come in. Blue doesn't want to. He doesn't think he's had it with this combo. It's an old one.
I don't really get my questions answered.
Look, it's a ridiculous statement, man. Nobody believes that shit, right? It's only if you have a certain model in your head that you think a perfectly horizontal pipe water is going to flow in the center. You just have to believe that. I'm sure deep down inside you know that's not true.
Well, it's only horizontal at one point.
There you go, single point geometry. I said it. Like this is 2023 or 2021 with blue. You can't have things just at one point. I mean, think about it.
That's not the issue. The issue is the semantic word. They're still saying the water flows towards a magical point.
Only in your mind does the water flow there. In reality, water doesn't flow unless one side is higher than the other. Period. End of story.
If that were the case, there should be a waterfall hanging off the edge of the equator, and Australia should be not surrounded by an ocean.
There you go with your model again.
That's just how the gravitation is measurably working.
That's why I call it the puddle Earth.
Are you trying to jump over hoops in your mind to somehow make this work, right? But you know in reality it doesn't work like that.
Well,
I'm actually going to meditate on it more.
Sorry for answering at the same time.
Like when Left Lane is driving his truck, right? He knows if he's going uphill or downhill. And he knows when you reach the hump, the cap, right? It's obvious, right? So you're either going up, you're either going down, or you're not.
The truth of the matter is that over long distances, contractors, if they want to do things accurately, right? They would include the Earth's curvature in the calculations. But what happens in a lot of times, I would say most of the times, these contractors they take chances. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, the curvature is negligible, so whatever. Let's just put this 5 mile long pipe here. But over time, right, stresses will cause, the pipe to malfunction over a long time period. So when you go back and you look at how it was designed, how it was laid, you would realize that the contractor didn't account for Earth curvature. But
Oh, I
by
like
that,
how you're thinking.
you know what I mean?
It'll flop round the curve over time.
Right. Well, okay. These assumptions are made because the curvature of the Earth is so subtle. But over a long time period, you could see where they should have accounted for the Earth curvature. But I mean, we're talking 50 years, maybe like 20, 50 years, right? And it doesn't matter at that point.
I don't think you're helping the argument here, brother.
Right. Imagine a god put a 30,000 mile tabletop on Earth. Yeah, so it's intersecting. It's just resting on one little point in the middle, and then it's a big horizontal plane in space. SE thinks you're saying if we poured water or a ball on one end of that big wooden space table, it would go a straight line all the way to that side of the Earth, that exact point, which is not technically true.
If you have a pipe that's perfectly horizontal, water will not flow. It's that simple. Simple. You can pretend it does, you can think it does because of your concept of it's higher at the center point and because there's more gravity. You can conceptualize that, but you know that in reality is not true. And you can go and take a pipe and work it out on your own.
But
there's just
so
no way
it's not
that
just
pipe is
thinking;
horizontal.
it's been experimentally demonstrated that like smaller masses are attracted to bigger ones. Like, and all the water molecules will flow to the path of least resistance. Water finding its own level is actually evidence of gravity working.
Yep, hydrostatic equilibrium, yes.
Something I want to say, this is the opposite on a concave model. So if you want to study concave versus globe, you can pull some water on a horizontal, get into it.
Concave has the same problem, but backwards, I guess. Look, water is an Achilles heel for the model in more ways than one.
It's really not.
It really is.
It really
I don't
isn't.
know why you think that, but
Remember, water hydrostatic equilibrium is a direct line, bright line to gravity. Right? The reason why water levels out like that is gravity, pulling all the molecules into that kind of a straight-ish pattern. Because remember, water, that's a liquid. The molecules are further apart, so you can pull molecules into straight paths, right? These kind of things. So, when you talk about water as level, you're talking about gravity.
It's the ultimate test. Concave, pulling at the corners. Flat, no pulling. Globe, pulling in the middle.
All right, there's a test. How you guys should be able to show this, right? Get a pipe, make one side not higher than the other, and show us how ball bearings would roll to the center or how water would pull to the center. It should be easy for you guys to show it, right? Gravity, center point.
Right, that doesn't make sense.
You're kind
I'm
of
not doing it.
overthinking it.
Yeah, because like you could hypothetically go to the university where the logo is and say, "Hey, can we pour some water at the center and see where it flows?" I mean, they might let you, but I doubt it.
Essie
How long
is
do you imagine
yeah.
somebody trying to get in?
Stay quiet for a second. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. So don't overtalk me. We are.
No, that's not the way to come in. Don't start coming in like that. It's not going to work out good for you.
Don't start
Yeah.
telling SE to behave. I mean, he wouldn't want to do that.
What's an alternative way to think about it, Agent? I'm interested.
There is no alternative way. Essie is a sick individual that thinks he can measure stuff using water, and
That
that's
is
it.
warning number one. You continue it, you're going to get timed out. Don't
You are
do it.
totally wasting time. You all know it. There is nothing new about it. This person will deny any explanation, no matter what you're going to say.
Exactly.
I just muted him. He's here to make trouble, so let's continue our convo.
Excellent, SE. Why don't you mute everybody that disagrees with you?
No, this guy's a troll. I'll unmute him. You guys can talk to him. I'll leave. How's that? What do you want? You want
Yeah,
him or you?
dude.
Tell me.
He's not trolling. I mean, Essie, would you accept any explanations from us?
From you, yes. From that troll, no. I don't want to talk to him.
Well,
okay.
Like there are some interesting ways to measure flatness, and we have various gauges that you can put like on a very smooth granite surface, and the gauge will move with the texture. So the texture overall will have plus or minus, say, 0.01 mil. So it's kind of flat, but there'll be a little bit of texture. And so, like when Flat Earth say water measures flat, like what kind of flatness are you talking about? And how did you confirm how flat water was?
I never said water measures flat. We're talking about a pipe being perfectly straight and horizontal and water flowing to the center of it. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, by definition, you're talking about gravity. If you look at that again, equilibrium. That's what you're talking about. So, you can't change the definition of hydrostatic equilibrium just to fit your paradigm.
Well, then you should be able to show this, right? Like how long of a tube, you should be able to make a tube and show this, right? Very easily. No, guys?
No, the level appearance of water is the demonstration of gravity. You understand me?
Yes, I understand what you're claiming now. And my question is, you can get a pipe and demonstrate this, right? Since you're so confident.
Yeah, I'm sure that could be done. You're going to go ahead and get it funded because it's not necessary in our real world where we build large area constructions that have to be level. We already know that. So you find you think there's some sort of reality which is contrary to that. Well, go ahead, knock yourself out.
Well, how long? Well, hold on now. It sounds like you're coping out of this one, right? How long would you think that the pipe should be? How long?
Oh, let's just go for 5 miles, just like a Lego tube.
5 miles? You expect one of us to make a 5-mile pipe? Are you serious?
Well, you
can't scale
expected
this
us to
down?
do it. You just asked us to do it.
I didn't ask you to make a 5-mile pipe. I said, what's the shortest?
LIGO has 2.5 mile pipes, and there are 2 LIGOs. So there's 10 miles of pipe in total, but each is 2.5 miles.
Yeah, but I doubt LIGO's going to let us fill or roll ball bearings on their thing, right? So.
Well, the LIGO, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, you see, the LIGO project is a more precise They have to be a lot more precise than, say, building a 5 mile long pipe system for water. The
Or
LIGO
even
project,
3.
right, or whatever, they are definitely trying to measure something that needs extremely precise measurements. So they're going to account for the Earth's curvature to the penny when they're building this. You understand?
Think about this in a practical manner, right? You have a claim, right? That water should perform a certain way. So why do you need 5 miles? It should happen on a reasonably shorter distance, no?
Well, we have hydroelectric over, from Lake Mead. There you go. We're done.
Hydroelectric over Lake Mead?
Yeah, the Lake Mead's a very, very large inundation behind a dam that generates hydroelectric power. Yeah, that lake, absolutely constant elevation. That lake, absolutely a portion of sphere.
A lock. About a lock system. If you don't want to use a pipe, we can definitely use a lake, right? I mean, how are we going to control that? But we can definitely use a lock system, or find a certain length of a reasonable test that we can get a pipe. Like, shouldn't 50 feet, 100 feet of pipe be enough for this to work? I don't get why. I mean, you
now you're
can't
dealing
scale this down.
Well, now you're dealing with submicron, 100 feet. You're dealing with very, very small quantities, and the viscosity of water will not show up. And if you're going to roll a ball bearing, it have to be machined to extremely high definitions.
So okay, so what length? Again, you have a thing that can be tested or disproven or falsified, or what length would you be happy with? Reasonably.
Well, there's a bit of water beside the LIGO tube, so you could maybe compare one to the other.
Not anymore. I think they cemented that over. It used to be.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame.
No, but we have canals, right? We have lock systems.
Oh, we can just do the Bedford level experiment again. Okay, cool.
No, but think about it. You have a lock system, right? They're designed to lift a boat up, right? But it has to be, in order for the lock to open, the water has to be perfectly level with the other side, right? So how do you imagine that works?
The pumping system, like, isn't that like how the Suez Canal, Panama Canal has locks?
Yeah. So the elevation of the water at one lock at the entry, and the elevation of the water at the exit gate. Yeah, that's going to be level. It's going to be the constant elevation. Is it going to be horizontal from lock, the gate 1 to gate 2? No.
It's not.
Correct.
So this is where you guys envision a disco ball Earth, right? Like
again,
levels at a certain point connecting somehow. It's incredible how you guys think.
Well, I'm just going to go back to the 100-acre railroad freight yard where the train trucks cannot inherently roll on their own, so they have to be at constant elevation, and that is not horizontal from the middle of the freight yard. So we got rolling stock, not rolling because of a constant elevation, which is not horizontal from the middle. So okay, are you good with that? That's real. That's engineering.
Let's try this. You Bill. We have a lock, right? Let's say the lock is 5 miles long. Okay? Both sides are closed. The water is still. How do you envision that water?
Constant elevation, the 3960 mile radius arc of the surface of the water.
At the center, is the center of that water in the lock, is it higher than either point at either end?
No, it's the same elevation.
Right. It's you see curvature. You're curving away. It's not what you're doing is you're standing off of the ball and looking the pipe. So you're thinking that there's some sort of a elevation up and then down, right?
I'm not thinking that.
When you
No,
are
that's your
standing on the
model.
ball,
That's your model.
when you're standing on the ball, there's no up and then down. There's always a curvature away from where you're standing. That's how it is.
Yeah.
A curvature away from where you're stuck. Okay, remember those words. Now let me ask you this. If I'm at one end of that lock, right? And there's a boat on the other end of it. If I'm looking down that water, you're saying the water is dropping from where you're at?
Well, are you looking? Are you looking through something like an auto level?
No, I'm just doesn't matter how you're looking at it. What is the water? Is the water dropping? Because he just said in the model the water drops from you, right?
It's a departure from tangent. It's not changing in elevation.
So yeah, I didn't use the word drop.
Okay, consider this. Now consider this. We got the ships going over the horizon. All right. So you got the water you got the ship at the dock, and you can see the water line painted on the side of the ship. As it goes over the horizon, the water line will not change against that ship. It's not going down in elevation. It is going below the tangent from the dock.
So if I'm at the end, of the dock, right, at the lock, I'm at the end, and a boat starts going away from me, right, in the dock. You're saying at about 3 miles, we should start. It should start like losing from the bottom up our vision, right, from the bottom up. So what's causing that if the water is perfectly horizontal? What's causing?
Since the water is not horizontal, it is level. It is the constant elevation.
So
Yes,
there is
just
a
like I
higher
just said,
point in the center of which the boat is being blocked, right?
not higher in elevation. We have to define the difference between the points along a tangent and elevation of the equipotential surface.
Exactly.
See, this is where dialetheism comes in, right? You claim the water is causing this blockage, but at the same time, you're saying the water is horizontal.
I did not say the water is horizontal. You said, what if? And I said, well, it's not.
So what is it then? There's what's causing the blockage of the ship in the dock?
What the water is at equilibrium with the water. Each molecule of the water is going perpendicular to the core of the earth. Do you understand? You understand that? So their elevation is the same all the way around the earth.
So what's blocking the boat? What's blocking the bottom of the boat?
There's no blocking. What is this blocking you're talking about? Brother,
in your model, doesn't the boat disappear after 3 miles? Start to disappear bottom up?
Not always 3
Okay,
miles.
are we going to that or are we going to water? What are we doing here?
Well, we're in the canal, and you said the water drops. In your model, the water drops everywhere around your feet, right? Water drops. You're on the ball.
Which is, and he meant departing from the tangent at the beginning.
Right. That's basically what I'm saying. It's curving away from you. You're exactly. That's a good way to put it. Departing from the tangent. I like that.
So it's curving away from you. So the water is curving down away from you, right?
No.
Well, let's describe down. Are you going to describe down as departure from tangent? Yes. Are we going to describe down as a change in elevation? No.
Essie,
you got a
can I
special
ask you
down.
just
I
to-
got you.
Essie, I'd like to have a conversation with M Agent. Could you unmute him, please?
Sure, I'll step aside just as long as he doesn't address me and start yelling or whatever, salting, or else I'm gonna mute him again. Sure, if you want to have a convo with him, I'll step aside and I'll do that for sure.
Everything, like Essie, everything is it's stable because again, gravity, right, everything is going perpendicular to the gravitational center. Everything, so it's stable. Elevation is the same, right? In other words, there's no reason to topple over. There's no toppling over. You're perpendicular. So to the water molecule is upright. You're upright, right? Your elevation is the same. You have there's a lot of variables that you have to keep in mind here. This is all mathematical. That's how spheres work.
Well, you guys want sloping horizontals, and it just doesn't work, man. You
What
just
is it
sound
sloping?
common.
Oh dear
What is
Lord!
it sloping you're talking about?
Level and horizontal are different.
Okay, so let me say something. It all comes back to the fact that I don't understand that water isn't a measuring device.
Your mic is bad. We can't hear you good. Your mic is really bad.
Yeah, you kind of sound like a Dalek, unfortunately, Agent.
That was a Dalek.
You see, is reference points, is references, right? If okay, if you move from a position and you go 1 foot in front of you, 1 feet, 1 foot, 2 feet, whatever, all right, 2 feet in front of you, right? Your elevation has not changed. Now, your elevation in reference to your first point where you began, that's different, but your elevation from the surface of the planet has not changed. You see that? You get what I'm saying? There's an angle from the first reference point. That's all. That is the reference point that you have to use. Now, even though the elevation from the first reference point may have changed, it's not a down. It's not a downward pressure of any sort. In other words, water is not flowing 2 feet downwards. You see, it's very simple. It's a very simple concept. I don't know why you guys are having this difficulty understanding.
Try again with the microphone, Agent. I'll give you a mic check, see how you sound. Maybe the roboting issue has been resolved.
Exterminate.
I do a pretty okay Dalek impersonation.
I'm afraid you guys cannot be reasoned with. You have sloping horizontals, so that's like, I don't think there's any use. I don't think you'll ever. Yeah.
What are you even talking about? What is it sloping horizontal you are referencing? What is this? What is it? You just don't understand it. It's so simple, man. It is
Are
so
relative.
simple.
They're not. There's no one absolute horizontal plane. Like you could establish it anywhere on the globe.
I mean, if you stood on a globe, then it'd have to be sloping away from you at every point, right? I mean, that's just
Exactly, Andy.
I mean, that's just obvious. But I don't. I wanted to mention something to SE that's on a totally different subject. So I don't know. I don't know.
No, hold on. No, we have to get into it because when he understands this, he will no longer be a flat earther. So yeah. You're sloping away from every point. But what does that mean? What does that mean? What is the effect? What is the result of that? Again, if it's water sloping away from the first position, it doesn't mean the water is going to move down. It doesn't mean that. The water is still perpendicularly locked with the radius of the planet. The water doesn't move an inch. You get what I'm saying? Now, if you're talking about like line of sight, for example, right? Light travels straight line, right? So yes, you would be looking angled downward, right? So there is a drop underneath where you're. So when you're looking at the boat straight out, when the boat starts to go over that curvature, right? It has angled away from you. So if the ground wasn't in the way, you would have to move your head downwards a little bit if the ground wasn't in the way, so you could see the boat again. But to the boat is still at the same elevation. It's upright. It's not pointing downwards, right? It's not doing any of that. It's just you looking at it as a straight line. If the ground wasn't in the way, you would have to angle your head down.
So the water in the lock system, final thing, because we're going around in circles, and we'll let Andy get in. You're saying the water in the lock is curving, correct?
Yeah, it is curving.
There you go. I mean, that ends that. He thinks the water in the lock system is curving.
Because the ground curves.
Okay, how about this? No, how about this? How about this? I just posted an image with a graphic and text. Do you find any issue with that?
What are you talking about?
The graphic I just posted?
Okay,
The
now
air
picture
draft
that in a lock system, right?
Well, this is open
What's
ocean.
causing the
Okay.
That's what I was talking about before. What's causing the disappearance of that boat, the bottom of it? What's causing it?
Well, in your line of sight, it's the ocean. Yes, the ocean
It's
is
the
blocking
ocean,
your line of
right.
sight.
Right. So the water at that specific point is higher than where you're at your feet, right?
No, it's
Higher.
no,
That's
not
why it's
higher in
higher.
elevation.
Not higher.
Not higher in elevation. That's why I brought up the air draft of a cruise liner. It's about 240 feet. Always, even though you can't see the bottom of the boat, that the top of that funnel is still 240 feet above the water. Did it go down?
So you're saying the water, again, the water is causing the blockage, right?
It's in the way of your line of sight. Yes.
So if we were in a canal, right, it would be the same way. It would still be the water causing the blockage, right?
Yeah, the canal, the water in a canal is no different.
Okay, so you guys hear it, right? They think that water in a canal, if you look at it sideways, right, you're going to see like a hump in the middle, like a cap, like Blue explains it. That's blocking the ship, right?
Well, that's a different perspective. So I mean, yes. I mean, if you were looking at it sideways, yes, you would see the water curves.
So what do you say, gatekeeper? Well, what do you say to this?
But there's no elevation change on that ball.
Yeah, I want to hear gatekeepers because he's usually in the middle on this. I want to hear
No,
his opinion.
I don't know. I don't know. It's I just posted a chart showing curvature drop, so anything small scale is going to be difficult to eyeball. So I don't know. Plus, what you do eyeball, like my understanding is what I see is not what's true, because what's true has been the light of what's true has been warped as it gets to my eye via like refraction. So I can't even point to something far away and be sure that it's there. I can't even put my crosshairs on it and do like measurements and shit, because I don't know how far it's been deviated and the upwards or downwards angle of incidence of my eye. So that I don't know. I don't know. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. You don't know.
What don't you know? I'm confused.
All right, I have a visual to explain. Okay, the visual I posted is just to try to share an idea. On the left is just to represent like an environment with like zero refraction. So I could put my measurement instruments on that blue cube and do all kinds of shit and come up with results. But from my understanding, and this is not to go against the globe or any model, this is just why I say I don't know, is we're not looking at that one. We're looking at this other one where in this 3D model, it's just a pane of glass with refraction on it. It's just to represent we're seeing through we're seeing light warped. The flat earthers think we're seeing the one on the left, but really we're seeing the one on the right. So the one on the right, this one is just a particular example of downwards refraction, which makes things appear higher than it actually is and makes you see further than you're technically supposed to. This is where I don't want to say flat earthers. I don't want to like throw like everyone in there, but in general, what they are doing is they're getting measurements of the globe Earth and putting it to the test, thinking that they're in on the left with no refraction. And what happens is they'll make an observation and we will actually see further than what we're quote supposed to. But that supposed to is without refraction. So long story short, this one here with refraction, we're seeing further than we're supposed to. Things are higher than they're supposed to. So like, what am I gonna do? Put my instruments on there and like measured warped light. Like, is it bending down? One model says it's bending down. One model says it's bending up. One model just doesn't even know. So I'm not lost. I'm going to figure it out. But that's just my thoughts on it.
Well, okay, so well, refraction, a degree of refraction, anywhere between 0.5 to a degree of refraction, maybe a little bit more in any given day, right? So the apparent position is not the actual position, right? Um, so that's just a thing in our reality because atmosphere refracts. Okay, now there are days it refracts less, days it refracts more, but it's just within that 0.5 to 1 point, negligible. Does that make sense? Are you confused about that?
It all makes sense to me. I'm not lost. I'm just giving you just what I said. What I said, I don't need a response back. It's just my thoughts.
Point is, the water is curving around the earth. It's a ball. It's a ball. It's like the skin of a basketball. The leather on the basketball is curving around a radius, right?
Oh shit! That's how it is. I
Yeah.
was unaware, man.
Right.
I'm ball earth. I'm ball earther now.
Right.
Just like basketball.
Exactly. So if you can, what you got to do is just picture how the that basketballs exist. I think that flat earthers have a hard time watching a basketball game because they're like, how is this ball existing? Like, why? How are they holding this?
Well, after I started missing all my shots after I became a flat earther because I started accounting for Coriolis, quarter inch per shot, and I just started missing all of them. Do basketballs
Yes,
exhibit Coriolis effects or no Coriolis?
It depends on the distance. The Coriolis is would be effective if you're doing
I
short
thought it
distance.
depends on direction.
If you're doing short distance, man, just punch it. Just punch it. You'll be good. The Earth is very large. Remember, keep that in mind. It's a very large ball you're on.
How large is this ball? Like, does it have a size?
For all practical purposes,
Really large.
brother. For all practical
right.
purposes, like a short distance shot that is only 4 feet. You don't have to account for Coriolis where you're standing on the Earth and if you're pointing east, west, north, or south. That's dumb, right? It's very negligible. Think of it this way. So
I was trying to follow what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. You know, he said
yeah.
football
But
deviates
again,
on quarter
yeah.
inch.
Long distance kick, right? Higher up, right? These kind of things. Coriolis could be a thing in that, right? You're making a 4-foot shot, right? So the Coriolis on a 4-foot shot is 1.1 times 10 to the minus 12, probably. That is a Coriolis effect on that ball. In other words, when you shoot that ball and you're lined up with the center of that basket, you are going to hit you're going to be off the center of that basket by 1.1 times 10 to the minus 12. In other words, you're going to hit that basket. Right? You're going to. Now, if the Coriolis effect for a 4-foot shot was 10, you would have to shoot eastwards for it to hit the basket. If the basket was north, right? you get what I'm saying? So you guys are into this.
I get it.
Right.
How about I have a slightly better question for you, since you like numbers so much. The sound, you know, like sound, the mechanical wave, does it experience Coriolis?
No, sound travels along a medium, like air. So like if you're in the vacuum of space, sound doesn't happen. It has nothing to travel on, right? So it is just eerily quiet in space, right? But on Earth, because we have this nice molecules all the way around us, 14.7 atmospheric pressure, that's all that air is around you. Sound is traveling through that precise, right? Precise. So you get nice sounding trebles and bass and mid ranges, right? Now, does the sound experience Coriolis effect near to the surface? No, because the ear doesn't, right? The higher up in elevation you go, when you start hitting those jet stream levels, then Coriolis becomes a thing. But it's also still extremely negligible, right? Extremely small. Now the sound is the longer the distance.
So we can just neglect it, can't we? If it's that small, just forget about it. Yeah,
why
we're better
would we?
off forgetting about it.
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Like for example, the other day the Earth sped up, right? By like
I've read about
0.0,
that.
right?
Yeah.
So
What
it
would
sped
cause
up.
that? I didn't read the cause. What was the cause?
There could be mass changes. An earthquake might have occurred somewhere that causes the mass to drop closer to the center of the planet, making the spin speed up. These sorts of things occur. But these speeds that we're talking about is like 0.00000038, right? These kind of things. But guess what? That number can throw off small communications, like when you're doing weather predictions. You need more precise numbers for your day-to-day life of driving your family on a vacation. It doesn't matter. You're still going to get, if you start at 9 o'clock and it's a 1 hour drive, you're going to get there at 10 o'clock, right? but you got there at 10 o'clock point 0.00000038 faster, right? Right? You get it? It's negligible. Nothing for you to worry about. But for other more precise things like GPS communications, it's necessary.
Communicate. Why isn't it necessary for communications? Isn't the speed of light necessary for calculating the wavelength for communication? Thought that's all you need.
Right.
Or maybe the speed of light refracts now or some shit. I don't know. It does change all the time. It's not constant, but whatever.
The radio waves are traveling at the speed of light. So So these wavelength changes, very small microns of wavelength changes, right? So data goes from the satellite to the ground station. That's off by 0.0038. So it goes from the ground station to headquarters. It's delayed. You add up that plus the other one, right? is accumulating, goes from there to the meteorological people at is delayed 0.0. You add up all of that. Now it becomes something more significant, right? So that's why they have to adjust, right? When it comes to it's still extremely small, but hey, for more precise, accurate determinations, if you're measuring gravitational waves in a distant galaxy, right? Yeah, that 0.0038, it makes a difference, right?
Measuring, would you say measuring a gravitational wave at a distant galaxy? I think that was the funniest line of like, that's the line of the day right there, bro. How'd you do that? How'd you do that? Let me see. Let me guess. It's the shimmer of the light that you were able to derive all that from. Right?
Actually, it's our old friend LIGO again.
Oh, you used LiDAR on stars? Holy shit.
No,
Really?
LIGO. The
Oh,
same thing.
oh.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. I misheard you. Stuff like what?
Yeah,
Like
there's
there's
two
no
of
way.
them. Yeah.
Okay. And they so light. Explain to me this apparatus. How you measure what
So there's
gravitational waves
two
with
of
it.
them. Each one has 90-degree angled pipes. Each pipe is about 2.5 miles long. They evacuate the air from these pipes and they put a laser from one end to the other. It might reflect back. I'm not 100% sure. And so when these gravitational waves are affecting space-time, it will affect the space-time between one end of the laser and the reflector, perhaps, and there'll be a deviance in the reflected laser beam. That's my superficial
Because of the apparatus. Because of the apparatus shrinking, right? Or no, this one LIGO doesn't shrink. Or does it?
I didn't claim it shrunk. I'd say
I know. I'm just saying. I'm claiming that it shrunk. That's why you got the deviation.
Oh, interesting.
I know. Yeah. Well, how come Mickelson Morley's fucking apparatus shrunk, but LIGO doesn't shrink? Like, we're gonna apply this all the way across uniformly, man.
I'm not.
Everything
sure
shrinks.
I'm not sure if Mickelson Morley's instrument shrank.
No, of course it didn't. But that's one explanation of it. Of course not.
Oh.
But that's what they said. The instrument shrank. I was like, oh, okay. Lorentz, look at the Lorentz transform.
Right. I mean, it's an explanation. I don't know if that explanation's true.
Right. I'm with you. It might mathematically check out. Like, sure, yes, but I don't know if that's true either. I'm not sure.
I mean, I gotta sort of appreciate Flitter sometimes because, like, we can like sort of go, oh, we kind of know what we're doing, but what if we're second guessing ourselves and thought, okay, what if we're kind of wrong at a step, and it sort of gives us poise to sort of reflect and take some accountability, check our numbers, check other influences, just to like double check. And I think that it might be an extreme form of accountability, but you know, it's kind of like peer review, except yeah, people just want to know that the person doing the experiment is accounting for all the things, and people are really fussy. And like Mickelson Morley, I was reading part of the paper, and they were trying to detect their stuff, and the instrument could pick up the vibrations of joggers on the pavement about 50 to 100 yards away. So it was such a delicate machine. But you know, they gave it a go multiple times. as the Earth orbited the sun, and yeah, they didn't really find what they were looking for.
Sure. I think I found what I'm looking for in their papers.
Oh,
Earth
interesting.
is not rotating around the sun. And why don't you just take that approach? You got no drift because Earth is not rotating around the sun. Their hypothesis was incorrect, but they never, but they did anyways get a fringe shift. And in the original paper, the first one, they said they want to try it on top of a mountain because they assumed you might have more drag in higher elevations. Do believe that's also been recreated, and no, they got similar results. They didn't get the drag that they were expecting to on top of the mountain, which again proves to me that it's not Earth is not moving stationary.
Well,
like I can interpret the data this way. I don't have to assume what they assume. Assume a rotating Earth around the sun and all that.
Right. So, what do you think of gyroscopic precession, and what causes
Not
that
sure.
in a mechanical? Yeah, okay.
Not sure, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced either, but I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
true.
there is something, if there's legitimacy there. I really don't know what causes.
And they've done other kinds of experiments with lasers. So they'd like spin the mechanism, and they'd have this Sagnet effect. The interesting thing is, like, when you get these higher precision devices, they turn the rotation off, they shut down, restart the whole thing from scratch, and there's a Sagnet, ever so slight Sagnet effect, because even though the laboratory is still, the turntable still, there's still a very subtle precession to cause a Sagnet effect. So that indicates like something is rotating, and I don't know if the stars
I agree.
operate like egg beaters in the sky to stir the instrument.
I think the answer may be like in the quantum field, perhaps, because these guys, quantum mechanics guys, are saying there's something called quantum torque. I'm still not 100% on that, so I'm still studying that, trying to wrap my head around what they're saying. And, so maybe
like
the answer lies there, but we'll see.
Yeah, things like a quantum. I'm not sure if quantum gyroscope is accurate. I'd probably call it an atomic gyroscope that some of the advanced military have. But yeah, like the whole quantum gyroscope thing is just above my pay grade, so I'm not going to even attempt to go in there.
I was just asking ChatGPT if we're geocentric and the stars are moving. I knew it was fast. I didn't realize it was this. This sounds wrong to me. I don't know. It must be right because ChatGPT is telling me it's right, but it says the stars would have to be moving 107 trillion times faster than light. Is that right?
Yeah, kind of. Like when
That's
you ask
crazy.
that Chat GPT question, they understand that something like um, what's a major star like Aquarius or something that would appear from Earth's position to go round us once per day. But like a merry-go-round wheel, that arc distance, you know, it's like that 1,030 miles per hour, and that's just for the circumference of the equator. And if you take a star that's like 10 billion light years away, you're thinking of like a huge like wheel of fortune. And yeah, just the inside part of that wheel of fortune would be the circumference of Earth, and like 10 million light years away is this other star, and it's just going like ridiculously fast. So I think that's why you got the answer you did.
I don't know why people don't bring that up more. To be honest.
That's
Yeah.
a good one, Andy. It's only crazy if you use critical thinking, logic. That's the only time it's crazy.
Well, I guess people could say they don't have mass, right? They could say something along those lines that they're not
Well,
what we've been
yeah,
told they
like
are. So.
yeah, I often hear like people who are not sure what are the stars. They're just luminaries. They could be on some kind of firmament. I don't know where that is, what it's made of, how. Like, let's say it's only a light year away, and all the stars are just laser beams. And
You're sounding like a flat earther. Sorry to interrupt you.
yeah. But I'm just spitballing a hypothetical because that's all I can consider flat Earth to be. It's almost like a Dungeons and Dragons imaginary world that goes, what if? And people indulge in the fantasy world and they role play.
No, I think it's the other way around, man. Because like I was having a chat with a gentleman earlier, and like I was talking about basketball. He's like, you can just neglect it for all these effects. You can just neglect it. Or he's like, Earth is so large, man. So pretty much treat it as flat. It's like, okay, cool. That's what I'm doing. Flat to me. Sounds good. But at some point, it is so large that it's actually a sphere. You know what I mean? It's not actually flat. It's just like, this is where we'll differ, and we can walk away, shake hands here. It's fine.
Because remember,
you know.
Because remember, ancient people, Egyptians and Kemets and all these people, they didn't have instruments to be interferometers and all. They didn't have that, but they were building large structures. Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
how did they do? How that doesn't that makes no sense.
So what they did when they built their structures, do you really think those guys had any idea that the Earth was a sphere? No, they built their structure because the Earth is just that big. It's just that big.
You know?
And
do you know?
Build your thing. You right now. Okay, I'm going to say this to you right now. Like
I agree with you on what you said,
your
but
car is parked in front of your house. That ground looks flat. Exactly. Is it rolling away? Is it angled anywhere? No, because the Earth is just that large, right? It's like an ant. It's like an ant on a basketball.
So if it starts rolling away, Earth is small. I'm joking.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, that's what you think. I understand. That's what we're told. It's a nice story.
The Earth is so flat, it's round. Gotcha.
Right. No, it's the other way around. So the car wouldn't roll away, but you would see the angling, right? You would. Now it's like an ant on a basketball. That's why I say flat earthers must have a hard time watching basketball. They're like, how is this possible? If you look close up at the ant on a basketball, underneath its feet, it looks flat. If you zoom in, it looks flat.
And even smaller.
Yeah, but the basketball falls to the floor, man.
Yeah,
and the ant if you let it go.
But I don't think the globe
How come you
claimed that the globe is resting on some big magic basketball court.
No,
because it's always in motion.
Yeah, don't do that. That's confusing. What we're talking about is how the Earth looks, right? The Earth looks flat because it's extremely large. So again, put the ant on a basketball, zoom into the ants. Underneath its feet looks flat to your magnifying glass. It's flat. You get what I'm saying to you? So to the ant, the basketball flat. Because it's
I've listened to Neil deGrasse Tyson, bro. I have.
That's what I'm saying.
I am aware.
Yeah. Don't go to the court and the ball.
Yeah, well, dude, I am cool with that. All that, I'm pretty cool with that. Like, you can have your ball that you treat it as flat locally, and I'm cool with that.
Absolutely.
It's fine with me. No.
Like, for people who live in, say, one state of the US all their life, you know, they don't travel the world and they may not need to consider the overall geodesy of it. And you can have a very simple life. not contemplating these things, but other people who are doing flight routes, shipping routes, laying internet cables so that we can communicate and argue, they're concerned about distances of like many, 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 many miles.
It's relative size, relative distance, relative speed. That is what flat earthers need to learn and grasp. Relative size. How big are you compared to what you are on? Right? Relative.
We're relative velocity.
Relative velocity. Okay, there you go.
All
these.
Yeah, what about it?
Meaning relative size, meaning that you are small compared to the earth. Therefore, the earth to you, an inch looks straight. To a extremely large person, that is the size of the earth, they will see curving. Now, just like you, the ants and you at the basketball game, you looking at the basketball, you can see a nice round, perfect sphere. Oh wow, that looks beautiful. The ants on the basketball, he doesn't know. When you zoom into him, flat.
I see. Since you and I are both ants on the basketball, how did you determine it's a ball? Since you said to the ant it looks flat, and we're both ants. How did you know that it's a ball?
Right. So check this out. So you observe how things are behaving. For example, to the ants, if you put a 6-inch ruler in right in front of the ants, and then move that 6-inch ruler around the surface of the basketball, to the ants, the ruler will start to disappear from the bottom up. You see that? Because it's going to the other side of the ball. Get it? So now we're like, oh wait, hold on. The earth, the ball is really a sphere. That's what we're getting on earth. Here's another one. So you're turning that basketball, right? And the ant is on it, and there's a very bright light about 1,000 feet away from that ball. When you're turning that basketball, that bright light does not change size, and then it starts to disappear from the bottom up, like the sun. You see that? Those are just evidence.
And you could rotate.
Okay,
that
so
as
sunset.
well about once every 24 hours, and the ant would have a daytime, which would be towards the torch, and a nighttime, which is away.
Right.
See,
Right, because the sun sets. Because the sun sets, thus Earth is a ball. Correct? I'm just going to rephrase all that, sum it, condense it into one sentence. Yeah.
Evidence? No. It's that plus you're getting behaviors like you're on a sphere on all of these observations that you're observing. So here's another one. So you go to the pole of the basketball, right? Then what you see now is that same bright light 1,000 miles away. It's above your head all the time, right? When that ball tilts, you're like that. If the earth
now I'm lost. Shit.
Right. If the earth is flat, okay. So as we understand, the earth is tilted, right? It has a permanent tilt. Right? There's a true north and there's a magnetic north.
15 degrees towards the sun. Okay.
Right.
Fine.
So you're tilt. Right. So the pole, right? At some point is going to be as you're going around this very bright light. The poles will point to that bright light permanently or for a very long time, for months. And then it starts to set after about 3 months. Yes, that cannot happen on a flat
plate. No. All right.
And if you had like say 24 ants at different locations around the ball as it was spinning, each one would be in a different time zone to the other.
Yeah, because the
And would
sun
have a
is
different
moving from one person and towards the other. Of course, they're different time
And
zones.
so, from the ant's point of view, the light in the distance would cast east to west, but that would happen for all of these, say, 20 to 24 ants as the ball rotated, and each individual ant would have its own solar noon.
Okay. I mean, I understand that you guys were explaining like the ball model to me, but I am
Okay.
aware
Here's
of that.
here's
I'm well aware of the ball model.
right. That's cool. So you could even
Yeah, like
find
see the point where I'm not. It's not convincing enough to me. I saw the sunset, thus I've determined after we've settled on using the Earth
So
as a
let's
flat,
get
let's
stationary
plane. Because I saw the sunset, it has to be a sphere.
right.
That's where I
So
start. My mind starts to break down. I'm like, fuck.
So
Okay, where do I
So
start?
we got like 3 ants, and they've built little ant hills, and we're surveying ants on our big world, and so we can get our devices and look to one mountain and then another, and see that it has an angle, and the second ant will look to the other 2 mountains and have his angle, and the third ant will look at the corresponding 2 mountains and have his angle. And these angles don't add up to 180 degrees. In fact, there's in excess of 180 degrees. And that is highly indicative of a curved surface. And that's what we do with geodesic
Spherical
surveying.
excess? They just suck at measuring shit. It's like, yeah, get out of here. It's like your instrument's faulty.
Well,
I
really
got a
because-
triangle that's more than 180 degrees. It's not a fucking triangle, asshole. That's what you know what I mean. But not
Well,
to you,
it's
but
not a
whoever measures
Euclidean
that.
triangle.
Hey. No
Right.
disrespecting people. No disrespecting.
We
Come on.
use no. I'm not talking to him. I know he didn't do this. I'm talking about the people that so-called get this. Yeah. Well, when do you use non-Euclidean geometry in your day-to-day life? What building, what structure, what bridge is used? Like, what geometry is used to build all that? Euclidean or non-Euclidean? Your entire world around you.
Well, I think they
non-Euclidean, right?
Right. Let's see. The let's name some really huge projects like the Channel Tunnel.
Like the nozzle on a.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let them have a go at it. Let them have a go at it, please.
I'd say the Channel Tunnel linking France to England would have done that.
I am unaware. Go ahead, get into it. Go for it. I don't know about that channel.
Oh, the English Channel is one of the more famous stretches of water, and between France and England, they call the English Channel, and they built a tunnel underneath the water in relatively stable foundation and linked the 2 locations to each other. And so it doesn't like land at the shore; it goes inland a bit because the road has to sort of incline back up to standard road pedestrian traffic kind of stuff. Very cool, like huge project. Forget the year it was finished. Maybe it was 2001, maybe 2010. I forget the year, but it's basically 20 to 30 years old now, and it's been rather successful.
And it was built like using non-Euclidean geometry. So no right triangles in there. I just want to learn how to do this.
Like
So
I
that
said
way,
with the ants on the basketball, they would take their survey equipment, and it's like placing a string sort of and stretching it tight and lowering it to the earth. You're just using line of sight and down the string that wouldn't deviate left or right, but there might be a bit of curve up and down. And you do that location to location to location, and you'd come up with like this non-Euclidean three-angled thing, which would have in excess of 180 degrees.
You want to learn how to do this, I suggest you go back to sixth grade and start there, and then go on to some advanced math and get into spherical geometry.
Because
But
I
they
was
don't teach that
absolutely
in
useless.
sixth grade,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
Well,
They
you got to
don't.
start in.
Do they
You got to
really?
start in sixth grade. You got to
Just
start in
ignore
sixth
him,
grade.
Cyrus.
You
I'm
got to
gonna mute
start.
him if he keeps this up. Nasa,
You got to.
don't spoil the convo, bro. Don't do
You
it.
got to
Yeah.
start in sixth
So,
grade and work your way
I
up.
would recommend like inflate a balloon, and it doesn't have to be a perfect sphere to do excess geometry. Put a bit of glue on some string, press it tight, and pull it taut on the balloon. And then do that with 3 other strings so you get like a pretty large triangle, and get a protractor and right in the corners measure the angles and see how you go.
How do I measure the length of the line? Curved line.
Well, it's a piece of string, you pull it tight.
And then I pull it straight next to the tape measure to measure the length of the string. Distance I cover.
What I'm saying is like it's the internal angles that we're measuring with the protractor once they're glued to the inflated balloon. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
You want me to do that on a balloon?
I can solve this with one phrase.
Oh,
one freeze.
Yeah, one phrase. One phrase. I can answer your question in one phrase.
Oh, okay. Not bad. Yeah, go for it.
What's the shape of a bow of a boat? What is the shape of the bow of a boat? What is that shape? Is that Euclidean?
It's V-shaped. It's curved. Depends on which one, which boat exactly. They all have different shapes, but they usually have a logarithmic curve in the front of it.
Is that Euclidean?
The
Is
water.
logarithmic Euclidean?
Sure.
Exactly. So it's
Is
not
it curved space?
It's not Euclidean.
Yeah, the
So what we're
XY.
trying
Yeah,
to say
no,
to you-
it's not Euclidean.
No.
Is it really?
Right. So
Non-Euclidean, really?
there's a thing called a circular triangle, aka a rouleau. That shape is all over our world. For example, if you were to cut an hourglass in half, that is the shape of a rouleau. That is a circular triangle. Sides that are curved, right, down to a point that they meet, right? This guess what? The total of those angles is just like a regular triangle. It's 180 degrees. So that's what we're trying to say to you is that your world, right, can be curved.
Hey, let him respond. You're kind of monologuing, bro. Make a point and let him respond.
Just like the bow of a boat.
Yeah, a bow of a boat is an interesting thing. What I understand about like some things that kind of look triangular is like a rotary engine sort of shape where you got the 3 angles and they so that would be a non-Euclidean 3-angled shape. I think it also has gears, but I'm just really simplifying it.
Can you give me a non? Go ahead, Cyrus.
I was all the gears, the angles of the gears, like the pressure angle and all that. All these curves are done on a flat XY grid and not on a curved grid. It is non-Euclidean, you say? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. The XY grid looks pretty fucking flat to me. It's like, yeah, it's no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Otherwise, you won't be able to derive your curves and shit. Get out of here. How are you gonna calculate the area under the graph in a non-Euclidean world, or your XY grid curves too?
Well,
Go for
area
it. Calculate because you
under the
integrate because you integrate. That's the area. Yeah, that's integration. So when you get the area under the curve, so whatever the curve shape is, the XY is flat. If you curve the XY, you're complicating shit. It's like, no, that's going to stretch or it's going to skew the shape. Like, we know that.
But we're talking about surfaces that are non-Euclidean, not three-dimensional.
Yeah, 9th grade, 11th grade math, right there. You can find the area of a.
It depends on how you slice it. I'll take a section.
Find the area. So like for example, you put a circular triangle. You put a regular triangle on that. You find the area of that regular triangle, and then you start to subtract the area based on the arc length. These are
different.
Awesome 9th grade and 10th grade exercises. We used to love them. This is, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's great. Yeah, but what's the use of it? Unless you're building something spherical in nature. There is a use. Absolutely.
Like for example,
nature.
Good. So like again, the bow of the boat.
It's not spherical in nature.
No. What I'm saying to you, the bow of the boat has it doesn't look like a triangle, doesn't look like a circle, it doesn't look like a cylinder. It's like a mix of all of those things. So you have to use.
Yeah, it's a bunch of different curves.
Right. Exactly. So those are non-standard shapes. So that's why we're trying to say to you now. Now we're opening up your. You can find the area of this. You can find the dimensions of that.
I can.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I can take a cross section of it.
Right.
I can take a cross section and have the curve and drop all the 90-degree triangles I want to calculate the area with a ruler.
Not
so
really.
It's like,
no.
okay.
Not really. No, sir. You're going to have to use math in order to bring in that arc of that curve, right? Like the bow of the boat. So you're going to need some math brought in.
Bro, I have demonstrated this before. Okay, that I can calculate the area under a curve using a gram scale, using grams. Okay,
no, you cannot. Impossible, sir.
Yes, you
You would need to use a calculation.
That's what you think.
My friend, I want you to demonstrate that. That is impossible. So don't do that.
All right.
That's garbage.
When you calculate the area under a graph, when you draw your graph to scale, you can use the ruler to calculate the area. With literally something the unit is going to be squared, so you can use a ruler to do it.
Okay,
and use a piece of paper.
And if
I got you.
How did you get the arc length? So,
arc length of what?
Yeah, like the bow of a boat. How did you get that arc length?
There's the formula there for it, but you can get pretty close with small triangles. You can.
Right. So what we're saying to
That's
you,
what you do.
So you had to bring in a formula plus a regular standard measurement. You see? So now you have a non-Euclidean space that you're working with. Thank you. Now you're back. Now you're right where we are now. That's what we're trying to show you. So visualize your Earth as a spherical object. Right?
Okay.
Right. You can't use blurs all the way for.
I'm now. So you understand? See that area under the curve of whatever. Now you're saying you take that and you wrap it around a sphere and go ahead calculate the area.
The other way around.
You see what I'm saying now?
It's the other way around.
But yeah, whatever. That's what I'm saying. What's the other way around?
From the globe.
Right.
The maps are projected from the globe.
Yeah, to get a 90-degree triangle, yeah, it's a projection.
Yeah, you can't.
Isn't it?
You can't ignore a non-Euclidean space that you're going to be working with. You can't. It's impossible. If again, back to the boat.
Space has no dimensions. Don't worry about it. Space is just distance between objects. It doesn't have a dimension.
Yeah, we're not.
It doesn't have a shape. There's no Euclidean, non-Euclidean space. It's just for mathematics purposes.
Yeah, no. You're looking at a non-Euclidean shape. The bow of the boat. How do you get the area of that? You're looking at it. You can see it. You can touch it.
I can How about this? I can get 95% close
non-Euclidean space.
using Euclidean geometry. I can maybe a little bit better. It depends how small I cut the triangles.
What I'm saying is, the minute you start to mix these different formulas and measurements, you're in non-Euclidean space. That's all I'm trying to say. You're in a non-Euclidean frame of working now. You're not just using angles like a standard triangle, 180 degrees. All right, we're going to, right? Now you're going to have to include arclets, right? To bring in the area? That's kind of weird. Don't you think about it? Don't you think?
Nobody does that, is what I'm saying. We all use Euclidean.
But what I'm saying is, the minute you start mixing, you're in non-Euclidean. So mixing these different formulas and different measurements, now you understand how a spherical object works.
No, I think mixing, we always bring it back to Euclidean to calculate areas and shit like that, so we can actually work with it. Because the protractor is not curved, so I'm fucked. I have to take the projection of the curved triangle onto a flat XY grid, then and only then I can fucking use my protractor. Otherwise, you could only measure the angle of the projection. You can't measure it. There is no curve. You have to get a protractor that matches the curve of the surface. I'm going to look at for every sphere. They would have a different protractor. You can make it. It's not like you can't.
So okay, so you got to have a protractor that bends 8 inches per mile. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Local constructions, you don't have to consider the curve, and that's kind of a so what. If you're going to talk about curvature, you're going to have to talk about way bigger stuff.
What? No, we're just telling him that.
We'll talk about it.
Oh. Right. We're just trying to tell him
basketball examples.
Right. He cannot. He's trying to slip away from the fact that he is in a non-Euclidean space and trying to calculate the area and then calling it Euclidean. No, you cannot do that. That's not Euclidean.
I mean, if you really wanted to, you could apply a small amount of heat to the acrylic protractor and make sure it's approximately the same bend of the and I think you'd still get that in excess of 180 degrees.
Do it. I mean, shit. I want to try it because we always take the projection. So I want to try this. This is interesting.
I mean, it doesn't matter whatever you say you're doing to get your area or your perimeters and all this. Whatever you're doing, you're doing sphere work. That's what you're doing. Welcome to the globe.
Okay, well, I mean, sure. I mean, because I know the the equation of the circle. Welcome to the globe on an XY grid. I guess so. Welcome to the circle, bro.
Welcome to sphere, but no, we don't live in two-dimensional world, so you know that. That's in your head already. You know we don't live in 2 dimensions. So
of course not. Nobody ever said that.
You're done. So you're done there. I mean, if you think we live in 2 dimensions, then you're in the wrong conversation. You're in a Star Trek episode.
I don't think anybody said that, bro. I think you said that. That's cool. But I bet you if I go to the store with you, if I go down to whatever store to buy measuring like instruments, yeah, they're Euclidean. It's like whatever the fuck you say, they're not curved. None of them are. It's like, sorry, bro.
You have to use math. You don't have no instruments for the math.
I love math. I love mathematics. What about math? Yeah, you have to use math. Yeah, so what? Numbers are not math. Arithmetics is. Well, what do you mean math? Arithmetics, addition, subtraction? Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. That's not math. Arithmetics. Fucking monkeys can do it.
Right. You don't have an instrument. You had the math. So you had to mix.
Yeah, but you need a standard.
Instrument. Okay.
Like how big is a centimeter or a foot? Like, come on now.
What's the area of a triangle?
Math is this is where math is arbitrary. It's whatever this one unit. I can use the unit. One, yeah. AutoCAD. AutoCAD is a dimensionless software. It draws in units, dimensions. So if I draw a square or a rectangle, 1 in height and 2 in width,
It's 1 whatever and 2 whatever. It's 1 to 2, no matter what it is. 1 foot to 2 feet,
Right,
1 centimeter to 2 centimeters. It's always going to be 1 to 2. So it's a dimensionless software, actually.
Yeah.
You type
and
in
if
whatever you want, inches. Okay, cool. I'm working in inches software, and it does not give
Yeah.
a shit.
Now,
It does
again,
not make a change at all in anything it does.
yeah, but
It's just
but yeah,
ratios.
but you're working. But the point is that you're mixing different types of shapes to determine your dimensions, right? And area, perimeter. You're mixing. You are in a non-Euclidean space that you are working with. Now you understand how you have to
No,
mix things,
space.
and
Space
not non-Euclidean.
is empty, right?
No, non-Euclidean thought process. That's what I mean. You're in a non-Euclidean
Okay, yeah, framework. I got you. My bad.
frame, and not
Okay.
as in right. I know
Sure.
space is a triggering word in the flat earth community.
No, it's
But
not true. I thought you were actually talking about like physical space, like distances around you is non-Euclidean. I'm like, what the hell? There's nothing there, man.
you're
You know what I mean?
you're yeah
Gotcha.
yeah you're right. Yeah. So once you're doing that, then you understand how to be working with spheres. Right now you understand. Like
Yeah,
for
of course.
example, when
Work with a sphere.
Eratosthenes did his experiment, the base of a triangle is curved. You can still get a hypotenuse off of that. You get it? You can still get you can still you can still put
approximate.
You can still
like a
put a
slice of
stick.
pizza.
You can still put a stick.
Eratosthenes knew the crust. Yeah.
Right. You can still put a stick at the end of that arc and prop it up on the other stick that's sticking in the ground, and you got a hypotenuse. That that elevation angle has an alternate angle. That is what he grabbed. You get it?
Yeah, take everything in curves, everything in arcs, then you're golden. But if you take the base as an arc and the rest are straight lines, I'm not accepting that.
What? An object is standing up straight.
Remember, the gentleman gave me an exercise to do. He's like, grab strings, pull it taut around a balloon, and make a triangle there. You see that triangle? Every segment is an arc. It's curved. So with Eratosthenes or whomever you're going to use now, the base of the triangle is curved. That's the Earth, and then you're using 2 straight lines for the other 2 legs of the triangle. Not allowed. We're going to go all spherical on this, just like that. I can do I can do the math now. I'm going to switch over.
No, we just went through it. It's always circular.
Cyrus. So with our balloon, we've established 3 points. Let's grab a little bit of blue tack and put like a toothpick in it, and put one about as perpendicular as we can to one of the corners of the triangle, and do the same at another. And you'll notice that the sticks are angled away from each other. Knowing that you've got a length of string from one of those toothpicks that are outwards and another, you could use the length of that string and the angle difference between these toothpicks and actually calculate where the approximate center of the balloon is. You'd get a good gauge on the radius of your balloon. Or
okay,
approximately, yeah.
Just give me 5 minutes. I need to make a cup of coffee, but I'll be listening. I just don't want a hot mic.
Oh yeah, that's respectable. Thanks. But yeah, I think like with an inflated balloon, you could model the Eratosthenes experiment, because there's you're just sort of calculating where the approximate center of the balloon is, using Eratosthenes sticks and maybe even a very distant light source.
That's right. That's right. If there's no shadow cast at one location, the shadow is directly beneath that object. Light travels in a straight line.
So
right.
you'd line one toothpick directly towards the light source,
right.
and across the balloon a certain distance, you'd have a toothpick angled out, let's say 7 or 8 degrees, and it would cast a shadow on the ground.
Yep.
And you do your math, and you've done a balloon Eratosthenes.
That's right. And even though that shadow on the ground is arced, that's irrelevant because there are things called circular triangle. You have a circular base, right? You can prop a hypotenuse at the end of that shadow onto the stick that is standing perpendicular. You get an elevation angle. You can calculate the alternate angle where the alternate angle will be at the center of that balloon.
Well, instead of an artificial source for this balloon stick, we could actually just use the sun.
Right.
Why not?
Oh well.
And it
Yeah,
would
but
cast a shadow from the top of the toothpick to some surface on the balloon. And you could mark that with a little Sharpie, measure the distance from the Sharpie to the center of the stick, and you do your angle from uh, the the Sharpie to the top of the stick, compared to the it from its local horizontal and its local vertical, what that angular difference is. Yeah. I
Or you
reckon it'd
get
really
serious
be
about
cool
it,
to get the kids to do like a balloon Aristosthenes experiment.
or you can
And you
get
could do it
serious
like
about it and
Mm.
take a theodolite and measure a precision angle to the sun. None of this shadow measuring shit. Go to the light source. 3 simultaneous measurements, 200 to 520 miles apart with a point exactly in the middle. Yeah, it's not that difficult. Yeah, it takes equipment. Yeah, it's going to take, some man hours. I did it. I did it 7 times. Yeah, I didn't find any issue whatsoever, but I wasn't measuring shadows.
By the way, guys, this is the reason why I'm banned from 24/7
Well,
because of
I
this
would
whole
kind of
discussion of non-Euclideans. When Nathan Oakley, he was speaking in there, and I said to him, I say, uh, "Have you ever heard about circular triangles?" And he paused. He did not know. He was the first time he was hearing about it. And I said, "Yes. So you can have an arc base. That's okay. You can still get your angles." And because I caught him in that moment, many of the flat earthers have sworn to come after me. Have destroyed their main argument because they always put these diagrams up that say, "Oh, you can't have a curved base." Yes, you can. It's called circular triangles.
Mm. But I think sorry, I thought like getting an angle to the sun from a location is almost like lining the theodolite along that line that would be between the tip of the stick and the bottom of the shadow. It'd be close to being in line, but you're not measuring the shadow. You're just having a theodolite in line to the sun, just like the bottom of the shadow and the tip of the stick is in line with the sun. So yeah, I think the theodolite method is also valid.
Well, it's not just the same thing, it's superior. So it's not also valid. It's the same thing but superior. And when I went through the requisite, arithmetics, I got within 25 parts per million of a Vicente geodesic. Yeah, was very accurate. Using 1 second theodolites, observing the sun directly.
Did you need a solar filter or anything that to protect your eye, or how did
Oh,
that work?
absolutely. Absolutely. A direct observation of the sun with a theodolite is mandatory for solar filtering. I've been using, direct observation of the sun for decades. And yes, my solar filter is absolutely part of the kit.
What sort of quality of solar filter is it? Like there are different like amounts of light. Like I wouldn't suspect it's as superficial as sunglasses. Describe sort of.
No, it's purpose built. It is purpose built specific for direct observation against the telescope of a theodolite. So its composition, optical density, and filtering capacity is 100% safe. I've been staring at the sun for hundreds of hours through my solar filter.
Because yeah, I've seen different photographers use solar filters of varying, say, tints, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, well, the ones I use is neutral density, or it's panchromatic, not frequency specific.
I think I've heard of those neutral density ones. I think Dave McKeegan took it something like that when he was doing his sun photography at Union Glacier. Yeah.
And here's the instrument I used, properly filtered at the eyepiece, not at the objective. And I took this picture of the sun through that instrument with that solar filter.
So it's filtered at the eyepiece. I'm surprised at that. I would think that would like put a whole bunch of heat in your instrument.
I think it does.
How much does that weigh, Shoe Bill?
But the whole instrument?
Yeah, the whole instrument. Yeah.
Well, it's a good 8-9 pounds.
Okay, it looks solid, like solid metal. It looks heavy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there's not a piece of plastic anywhere on that thing.
Wow.
I was having a look at the Wild T4. It's a beast. it's 4 times heavier. It's like, woo.
Oh, the T4 is a very specialized, and they're available. You can, they're available, but people are still wanting $50,000 for them.
I think it was somewhere between, forget the weight. It looked like 30 to 90 pounds. It was just a tank of a thing, and like with that green color, yeah, it looks like military grade hardware. It's serious business.
This is my other favorite instrument, and this one's at least 20 pounds, maybe 25.
Well, Shubil, real quick. So that's a picture of the sun, right, that you have there. It's filtered right now from the ground.
Yes. And that circle in the reticle is a half a degree diameter. It always matches the sun. Isn't that weird?
Math.
Yeah, here's a more careful picture of the using the reticle. That circular reticle is to find the center of the sun because sun is so big. I normally just use the edge of the sun, but in rapid, again, those things are green. They're military. Typically, there's a military application, ordnance survey, artillery survey. So to get a rapid fix on the center of the sun, they have the circle reticle. But for high precision work, I use the edge of the sun.
A flat earther would ask you, "Hey, where's the Parker probe in your picture?"
The Parker probe?
No, he's just making a funny.
Yeah, your sense of humor is garbage, though. You're not funny.
I didn't understand the reference, so I didn't get the joke, I guess.
Because he was getting smoked all last night about it and never made a response. Now he wants to crack jokes, but he can't actually argue his point.
Electric, stay muted.
Because he's actually pathetically retarded. He doesn't know how to argue his point.
I wasn't even thinking of last evening.
Yeah, I completely traumatized him in Earth Awakenings last night. It was hilarious. He couldn't respond to anything I said. He sat there like a coward complaining.
I was using my knowledge of what
Now you
we
want to
know.
crack jokes about the Parker Solar Probe. You
moving
can't
around
even
the sun.
explain anything.
That's all
You're an
I was
absolute
doing.
moron.
I even
Stay
totally
muted.
forgot about
Electric, stay muted. Nobody wants to hear you, Electric.
You got destroyed last night. You got
totally
embarrassed in
forgot that
Earth
we had the
Awakenings, dude. That was
discussion last
horribly sad. You
That
are
is
a
how
fucking joke.
irrelevant your argument was last evening. I was just talking about my
Yeah, you guys
applying
don't
my
belong over
knowledge,
there. Look at
applying
this
the
stupid shit
knowledge
this
of the
guy's saying
Parker
now.
probe. That the Parker probe is going around the sun right now at about 400,000 miles per hour, and I was just
You know, it's bottom of the
making a
barrel
joke
coping
here
globeers.
that
You know, you guys can't debate, so you come
hey,
over here to cry
you
and complain and say stupid shit.
took a photo of the sun.
This is the
Shoebill did,
globe liability
and
roster. And Shoebill, you are entering the liability roster, dude. You are helping prove flat Earth.
I was, yes, mocking, using it to mock flat earthers, not because of last evening's argument, just generally.
Let's not spiral out of control. Let's keep the convo going good.
I think the Parker probe would have a very small.
This guy was such a coward. I was asking him questions about the Parker probe last night. He refused to engage. And then he comes in here, oh, Parker Solar Probe. Dude, you're an absolute coward. You are completely afraid of.
He came in hot and heavy. How about it having a just nice conversation, dude? Fucking hell.
Somebody muted him. It wasn't me, but yeah, we got to keep it cool, guys. I mean, got to keep it cool.
He's very aggressive.
I'm gonna unmute you, right? But keep it cool, bro. Please.
But here's another joke. Hey, Shoebill, where are the stars in your picture behind the sun there? Here's another joke. Flat earthers would say. It's all it's just your talking points that I'm using.
Well, I did see a video where one flat earther thought he'd look at the eclipse with a solar filter looking for the stars. And we all thought that was pretty funny. That was his gotcha.
Like I said, Shoebill, you're becoming a liability. I don't think you understand. You're actually debunking the globe when you talk about your theodolite. I think you know that, and that's why you get so angry when you argue for it, because you spend so much time in here thinking it's evidence of a globe, but then you hear the frustration in your voice. You internalize how dumb your argument actually is, and how it supports that the Earth might not be a globe.
Substantiate that.
I've substantiated it so many times to Shoebill. That's why he gets angrier and angrier every time he talks to me.
I mean, you're bloviating.
This is not
right
a conversation for remedial
Look,
globers
you're
like
not-
Star
not-
and Rob
you're
Silverman.
bloviating
You guys can sit this one out. You guys can definitely sit this one out. You don't contribute shit to the conversation.
I mean, Shoebill has got like kryptonite to flat Earth. I don't know what you mean that he's detrimental to our argument.
Shoebill actually makes flat earthers. He actually says arguments that support the flat Earth. He doesn't even realize it, and he knows it. He gets frustrated.
I literally spoke to a surveyor the other day, and he confirmed that the Earth's curvature.
And then, you got the globe liability Rob, Star over here, who doesn't comprehend anything.
In very small cases, is taken into
Rob, you make more flat earthers than flat earthers.
So that is just a fact of the matter. You know what I mean? So.
But you're all over here squawking and parroting, sounding all goofy about it. But me and Shoebill have had many conversations, and he knows I've already debunked all of his stupid claims about tilt, reciprocal zenith angles, and what causes drop over distance. He's already destroyed.
You mean Shoebill and I?
No, you don't do anything, Robert Silverman.
No, you said me and Shoebill. I corrected your English.
Doesn't matter. Can you try to contribute to the conversation for once, or are you just a stupid cheerleader?
Electric, please mute yourself. Nobody wants to hear you, dude.
Listen, dude, no, don't do that. Either contribute to the conversation or go on mute. Don't just come in with ad homs, please.
That's all he's ever going to do. He doesn't know how to have a conversation, dude. He doesn't understand the topic. He does not understand the topic. Shubil, I debunked your tilt. I debunked your drop over distance. I debunked your refraction makes it appear higher than its geometric position. You got completely destroyed. That's why you're buttered every day.
Oh my God!
How,
You,
how did you debunk it exactly?
You haven't debunked shit.
His coping mechanism is talking to Globers that don't know
Electric,
shit
you
about
haven't
the
done
subject.
shit. Electric, you haven't
Done more than you.
debunked shit.
I embarrassed you too last
You haven't.
night.
No, you
What's up,
haven't, you
Massa? You
moron.
still
All you
coping?
do is all you do is show that you're.
Dude, you are the
lack of
laughing
basic
stock right now.
intelligence. Yeah, says the guy who's we're all laughing at because you haven't done anything that you say. All you come in
You
here and say,
got
come in here and
so
say,
humiliated in Earth Awakenings for
I didn't
once.
get
For
humiliated.
once in the 5 years I've known you, I felt bad for you.
I didn't
That's
get
how
humiliated.
bad you got embarrassed.
I didn't get humiliated. See, that's the funny thing.
You
think
and
that I
Rob,
get
you both
humiliated
got
when
smoked.
there's
You both got
five or
sniped.
six there are 5 or 6 splurfs in there, all showing how stupid they are, and you say I got embarrassed. Yeah,
And over
that's
here,
right.
look at you, Cope. Over here, the flips.
5 or 6 splurfs in
But
there,
when you're
all
over
telling
there,
me that
you're
they're how
dead
dumb they
quiet.
are.
When
how
you go
dumb
where they are, you can't make an argument. You sound
What?
stupid when it comes time to actually present an
No, you
argument.
see, the thing is, I can't steel man the globe because it's. I mean, I can't steel man the flat Earth because it's so fucking stupid.
You guys are pathetically dumb.
Let's hear some actual debating instead of just flinging.
Yeah, I
back.
got an argument for Shubil. So your tilt that you say that you're observing when you spot another theodolite in the distance, and you say, "Oh, look, the angle, the vertical angle, is displaced from the geometric position on the globe," and then you say, "Because it's displaced, therefore it must be tilting." You don't observe diverging plumb bobs. You've
Yes, you
never
do. You
observed
just measured
actual
it.
tilt to
Why are
confirm.
you interrupting? Let
Yeah,
him
see, this is
finish.
what they have to do, SE Montreal.
Well,
They
if you would
hate
shut
my
the fuck
argument.
up occasionally,
They
like make
have
a
to
point and then
me
shut
because
up,
they know I
rather
destroyed
than
them.
just continue
Every
to talk.
time you observe a theodolite, you take 2 stations and you point the theodolites at each other and you say, "Oh shit, it looks lower than this one." That's not tilt. That's
That is
a
tilt.
vertical angle displacement.
Vertical angle
Shubil
displacement. Call it
admits
what you
this
want.
is not
It's
tilt.
still a globe.
No, it's a change of elevation. That's not
No, it's not
contorting with
change of
tilt.
elevation.
You know the difference between tilt and elevation. Do you know the difference between tilt and elevation?
You obviously don't.
Because you say that the elevation change is due to tilt. And you didn't observe that. All you observe is elevation change. Get smoked, Shubil. I already destroyed you. That's why you're butthurt every day. And then when it comes to your the geometric position of the globe, your target is dropping over distance. It never matches the globe prediction. Ever.
Electric,
Totally matches the globe prediction. What are you talking about?
Silverman, you don't know anything about this. You need to be educated. Stay on mute. I'm
Who's talking
educating
about
you.
being educated?
Excuse me, Rob Silverman, you have nothing to contribute to this conversation. I'm presenting, stop Sunday muting me. I'm presenting an argument to Shubil.
No, you're not.
I'm
You're just
presenting an
talking.
argument. You are not nice. I don't care what you think is nice. I don't care what you think is nice, Rob Silverman. You are a piece of garbage.
It was such a nice
Sunday muting time, right? I got another argument for Shubil. If he doesn't want to respond to the first one, here comes another one.
Hold on a
You
second.
say that the globe prediction, is going to have a certain amount of drop over distance. What you see is not that. It's literally too high. Typically, it is in a higher position than the globe prediction. You invoke refraction, a standard rate, no matter what. It is always refracting, no matter the conditions of the atmosphere. That is ad hoc, post hoc realization. You don't have a real observation of the globe. You've never had one, Shubil. Your entire life, you're doing surveying. You've never observed the globe prediction. Get destroyed, dummy.
We're the ones that taught you guys.
And Robert Silverman, you don't understand the subject. Stop trying to contribute when you are uneducated.
Electric. We were having a nice
You
conversation.
don't understand the subject. Stop trying to contribute when you're uneducated. This is for Shubil, not you.
Electric.
This is for the surveyor, not the remedial globetrotters.
We are having a nice conversation here.
So let's see if Shubil can respond because it's not directed towards the remedial glober. Remedial glober, the question is not for you.
He's not going to respond to you because you're rude.
I don't care what you think is rude because you are a low tier human. I don't consider your opinion on things because you don't understand anything. So I don't care what you think. I disregard your opinion on the matter. I'm asking Shubil a question. Now calm down, retain your stupid freaking outbursts. Let Shubil respond.
SE, where's the moderation? Hey? What about moderation here?
Yeah, you clowns are gonna. You guys got nothing. You guys are destroyed already.
Talk over everyone. You can't just
kill yourself.
fucking talk over everyone.
Yeah, electric. Because you're talking over people, it doesn't mean you have destroyed anybody. So please, let's go
Oh, he's
away.
gone now. He left. Thank God.
So, let's have a look at. I'd be interested to listen about what Rob has understood about geodetic surveying so far through his research.
Yeah, refraction is a thing. All you have to do is subtract that 1%, and you got the position. Makes lines up perfectly.
Mm.
Can somebody unmute
So,
NASA? He didn't do anything wrong.
yeah, I think he's gone now. He just came in,
Yeah,
decided to
Alexi
declare
left. Yeah.
victory, and then run away, which is weird.
It was such a calm conversation, and then he just showed up and destroyed it.
Well, let's
Maybe
have a look.
he destroyed.
I don't. I'm not an expert, and I've been learning a little bit about it. And so when I see, was it? I'm not sure if it's actually Jesse Path of Light, but Jesse Kowalski. I've been looking at his stuff, and he'll have one theodolite on one side of the lake, and 6, 10, maybe 15 miles away, he'll have another one, and they'll be plumb. But to look at the other one, he'll need to tilt down. And on a typical day, you get 7/6R. And from my understanding, yeah, that's really typical. And if not, you could probably get the barometric reading or the temperature reading for what the atmosphere did, and maybe it's 11/9R, and you'd be able to, get a pretty good gauge on how much the theodolites lean away from each other because they had to tilt down to see the other one. That's my superficial understanding as a complete novice about reciprocal zenith angles. What do you guys think about my assessment? Um, SE, is NASA able to be unmuted? Or we're going to give it a bit of. Well,
For some reason, he just says, "Oh, it's what I'm doing." Well, I've got like every industrialized country geodetic surveys for the past 300 fucking years. I'm on their side. So they're gonna have to bring it up with them. Bring it up with Ordnance Survey UK. Go ahead, demolish the. You want to debunk something? Yeah, go ahead, debunk the Mount Everest survey. Yeah, good luck with that.
I'm just trying to think of like some dude in like mid to late 1800s just traveling the whole countryside of India for like 10, 15 years, measuring the place.
Well, actually, it was more like about 400 or 500 men with about another maybe another 1,000 or 2,000 Sherpas.
But even so, even that one individual dude was maybe there for like 5 years plus doing his duties. Yeah.
So I learned something new yesterday. I went into Earth Awakenings, and they told me that the moon is its own light source.
Isn't that just the dumbest fucking thing? When flat earthers say that, it's like you've got to be fucking kidding me. How can an adult say that?
That's was my argument. How could an adult actually say that? It's unbelievable.
Well, that's how they observe it to be. and then you show them a photo of, oh, here's
No,
a
but
moon.
that's not how they observe it to be, because when you have a crescent moon, why is there all that black? Why isn't it continuing to illuminate? How does it get in front of the sun and be completely silhouetted? How do we get a new moon where you can't barely pick off an edge, and then you get the full moon? Yeah, it's like, how do you get between those two? And that Witsit said, oh, part of it's recharging or something. Yeah, it's just dumber than dumb.
They got to plug it in.
Yeah. I would say the light part of the moon is solar powered.
They hate things that everybody sees, including themselves. They see the crescent moon, they can't figure it out. They see a sun set when it gets to the horizon, gets cut in half, followed by night, and then they say, "Oh no, that's an optical illusion. It's not really setting. It's remaining at the 3 or 5,000 miles above the disk." Well, then, how does night happen? Because, well, it gets too far away to see. Well, yeah, but when night happens, we see the stars. Are they too far away?
And if it was a sun that shrinks to angular resolution, I'd expect the actual sun to be like a star that follows around.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. They see it not shrinking, and they say it is.
Yeah. That's the
Oh yeah, they
cognitive
say it is.
dissonance.
Yeah, they say it is, but it isn't.
Oh no! Then they've had to invoke magical. Oh, but the atmosphere magnifies. Well, then why are the stars big?
Yeah, it's a
The
special
sun,
magnifier.
the atmosphere just happens to match the magnification, so that by perspective, as it's going away 6,000 miles, it just happens to remain the same size because of atmosphere's magic, as opposed to it's 93 million miles away, and if it just goes another 1,000 miles away because of rotation of the Earth, it doesn't matter percentage wise. But on the flat Earth, it would have to shrink, to like a sixth of its size, because it's only 32 in diameter and it's 3,000 miles up. Oh, is it 3,000? Well, no, we don't know how high it is. It's maybe 3 or 5,000. We don't know. Like, well, if it's only 3 to 5,000 miles up, that's an easy measure. Instead, it's one of those things they don't know.
If the moon's local and small, and only, I don't know, 3,200 miles away, it seems like NASA could get there.
And the thing is, the moon does shrink when it's at its zenith to when it sets. It does shrink by about a couple percent. Because on the 238,000 miles away, that increase by rotate, as the Earth, as you're on the Earth and it rotates, you're rotating away from it. Yes, that distance does increase by 4,000 miles, and that does represent like a 1.5% or 0.1%. It does exactly what perspective mathematically dictates, and the sun does by perspective what it mathematically dictates. But they say, no, it's shrinking. Oh no, it's getting too far away to see. Oh no, setting is an optical illusion. Yeah, they're internally so contradictory. And yeah, now the moon is its own light source. It's not reflecting sun. Okay, but how do you get a crescent moon? I don't know. They got nothing, and I do not know what the fuck is wrong with Electric. He has just gone so hostile for no apparent reason. It's got to be cosplay. He's just doing it because he's an attention whore.
Exactly. Thank you. It's exactly what I thought.
I don't know why he's trying to make a distinction between tilt and elevation.
A radio tower at point A is absolutely vertical. Go 30 miles away, another radio tower, absolutely vertical. Those two radio towers are not parallel. I don't care what the fuck he wants to think, say, or in assert. It doesn't matter. He's just verbal graffiti.
Hmm.
The only support for flat Earth is that Flat Earth University run by Alonzo. That's it.
And it's, I wonder if people actually, like Jin, would pay for that course to attend the university and graduate with a diploma
I
from
don't know. I don't
the
know.
scam that is that university.
I don't know. I doubt if he's making payroll or making a salary, but maybe some dollars flow in. I don't know. That's why you get the flat earthers like Sargent and others that get their Patreons and their super chats. That's why they're flat earthers. Flat earthers fleece their own. Buy my T-shirt. Buy my T-shirt and tote bag. Or in what Nathan Thompson says, "Oh, I got flyers. Just you can buy them in a pack of 100."
Download my app. Yeah.
And and with Weiss, buy my app.
Yeah.
Buy my app. That's where the internal code is completely spherical.
And my zodiac sun is azimuthal equidistant, but my friend finder is Mercator. I wonder why you have two flat Earths in your app.
It's not even Mercator. It's full on spherical. It's Haversine.
Oh, I had a superficial look at it then.
It's full on Haversine.
Yeah, they got the code. They saw it's full on.
Radius of the Earth. Let with a let
Wow.
command.
I didn't know they dug that deep. I just saw a screenshot and went, well, that's kind of like. Yeah. So if anyone wants to send anything to OmniNor's Patreon, you know, uh, thanks for putting it all up with all this, Omni. It's a good place.
That's why I posted the formulary for calculating an area of a spherical triangle. And I posted, measurement data of very large triangles with very large spherical excess. 40 seconds, 45 arc seconds. Yeah, with a 4,000 or the 3,500 square mile triangle. But that idiot electric says, "Oh, how come all the triangles don't add up to 181 degrees?" Well, that a 1 degree excess would be a triangle the size of Texas.
Yeah, which is why I've been asking if it measures flat, tell me the distances between these three airports, because it's about almost 2 degrees of excess, maybe 2.5.
And so I pulled up the table of data for spherical excess by triangle size, right from the 39th parallel survey. A nice uniform 1 arc second per 72 square miles. Hundreds of triangles. You have a triangle with 8 or 9 mile sides. Yeah, the spherical excess is there, but it's so minuscule, it defies practical measurement. 8 or 9 miles. That is such a tiny little petite distance. I was measuring zenith angles, in my neighborhood here for no apparent reason. Some people golf, and the uniformity of it is very high. And yeah, I get about 4 arc seconds of refraction per mile consistently, year after year. So is refraction some crazy thing? No, it's 4 arc seconds per mile.
I like that some people golf. some people golf.
Well,
some
that's
people...
really what it came down to, because it's really what it came down to, because I was developing a spreadsheet for azimuth determination from solar observations and stellar observations. And so I needed a test site. So I got 400 square mile valley right outside my house here. So I got all these radio towers up on the ridges. I said, well, there's some good targets at some, reasonable distances, 15, 20, 25 miles, 8 miles, 4 miles, 16 miles, 1 mile, 2 mile, 7 miles, 19 miles, 20, 21. Yeah, not just a couple of one-offs.
Yep, that's very true. Not just one-off. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And not just all on one weekend. It was like, I'd go out there, it was a time killer. Like I said, some people golf on weekends. Well, I would keep equipment in my car and I'd be driving around. I say, I think, oh, look, I can see that radio tower from here. Up goes the GPS receiver, up goes the theodolite, down come the angles.
I might need you to do a couple height surveys on some properties I'm building out here.
They say, show me the measurements. Well, I show them the measurements. Oh, those are just numbers. What did they think? Like I keep them like measurements like stacked like little figurines on my desk? Here's a diagram. Oh, that's just a picture in numbers. I want measurements. They say, well, it's all on how you interpret it. Well, okay, here's the data. Why don't you interpret it? There's the data now. I just posted it. You tell me what's happening there. Theodolites, oh, you can't use a theodolite at 20 miles. I go, oh, really? And now electric wants, oh, do a physical measurement. Well, I don't know what else to do other than, measure with theodolite, just like every other industrialized country.
How does the data import to the spreadsheet? Is it like in like a comma delimited format and you import it in?
Well, generally, since my equipment, I use older equipment, I have to write the numbers down, and then in the spreadsheet, I type the numbers in.
Oh, okay. You have to manually put it in. Okay.
I mean, modern equipment, does record data, and yeah, just about everything is CV, comma space delimited.
It seems like a long, arduous process to put all that data in there.
Well, it gradually fed in over, a long period of time. And then when I realized I had, a large body of data, yeah, I just keyed it in, craft a spreadsheet, yeah, you spend a couple hours. I was impressed to see how smooth the curve is.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. It's very, very impressed with that.
And then you can interrogate it and note the map on the right. So these aren't like all lined up in a row. We're heading off in all kinds of different directions. The instruments at all kinds of different elevations. And if you do a curve fit, the R squared So this is the second iteration of that same data. And you can look at you see an R squared of 0.99. That's a very good data set. And there you can see the spacing. And that's why, like I said, I would just take these random drive-by shootings. So I said, oh look, I can see the radio antenna from here. Well, look, I happen to be 19 miles away. Well, that's a good one.
Now here's one where you're 27 miles away. Wow.
Well, look up at the spreadsheet, the first spreadsheet, and you'll see that at 27 miles, the vertical angle is negative. At 27 miles, I'm still 400 feet below the radio tower by elevation, and the vertical angle to it was negative.
Is that where it's in red?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And because of refraction, that's still negative, and accounting of refraction, it's more negative. Refraction kind of flattens it out, but only by about 15%. And that was why in that lower graph, I have the I derived, instead of 8 inches miles squared, I'm getting 6 3/4 inches miles squared. Okay, that's the refracted value. And I did an Eratosthenes measurement across 520 miles using the sun, and got the radius of the Earth with an insignificant 9 arc seconds of refraction. But I accounted for it because why not? Academia has been studying astronomical refraction for centuries, so I borrowed that one. And I get 25, my radius across that portion of Great Circle came out to within 25 parts per million of a Vincenti geodesic. I think that's not a coincidence. And I did that 7 times.
What are the two ones that are highlighted in yellow in the order by distance column?
That's the random notes, because those are.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. There's a reason for that, because, well, not in this graphic. They happen to be like 1 mile difference. I think one of them's like 20 miles and one's 21 miles.
Oh, so it's just your internal notes for you.
Yeah, it's. You see that green column with the ones?
Yeah.
That's actually a toggle, so I can turn them on and off.
Got it.
And watch the curve build by,
So
damn near an animation.
Off, one's on?
Pardon me?
Zero's off, one's on. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in the if then, it's just one or not one.
Oh, I see. If it's blank, it's off. Okay, got it.
Or anything.
Got it. Anything but one. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And each one of those lines in the map to the right, enter the graph based on the status of that column. And we're going to talk about it. Let me see. Where's this one here? This is what that looks like in terrain. That's essentially that same
okay.
graph.
Yeah. All the way to the right. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the strobe light with the red pin, and you can see the extreme out there, 27 miles, is up on the ridge. That's when I'm the highest elevation of instrument, and then the rest are across through that valley. And as I started to build that spreadsheet, I could see where I had these long gaps. And I go, can I just find one at 16 miles? I don't even care where it is, because see here, I've gone, around a pretty broad, ray of azimuth. So these are not like spokes on a wheel. These are like spokes on an umbrella.
Yeah. And look at that. You have a scale. Something flat earthers never have.
if that were a client-based project, all I would do is just, add more pages of description. This is like court document grade.
Yeah. It's kind of cool to look at it on the spreadsheet, though. It's really cool.
And if you look on that lower map, the white lines, you'll see those go to other radio towers.
Off to the left?
Well, you see the white lines? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see 2 radio towers in the lower left,
Mm-hmm.
another radio tower upper left. And actually next to strobe light, there's actually 2 radio towers, but they're only, about 500 feet apart. And again, it's not just me. Not just me. And you can see these 2 towers from like all over the valley. So I wanted a test site to where I the answers had to be consistent to make sure that I was doing the math right.
Yeah.
And I was really kind of surprised in that curve. I didn't think it would be nearly that consistent, that smooth. But I took care. It's not done in winter, not done at night. It's only when it's nice out. So that means it's at most like a light jacket or a sweatshirt, or about 85 degrees or something, because I don't even want to let the equipment, it's older equipment. I don't want to let it bake.
Yeah.
And that also restricts the weather window to where that refraction value is for that weather window. Like I said, about 930 millibars and about 300 degrees Kelvin. Give or take a little bit, because it doesn't change that much. You can change the temperature 10 degrees. It's not going to, like I said, the refraction that in that example is a very consistent 4 arc seconds per mile. Maybe on a high refraction day, it'll be 4.5.
Yeah. Minuscule. My buddy was using his equipment out in the street. He walked into the back of this place where he was doing the survey, and some van drove by, grabbed his equipment, and drove off. Lost thousands of dollars. It's horrible. Poor guy. So
And many of these measurements I make multiple times. And to see that, like the 27 mile, I measured that, half a dozen times. And I always get about the same arc second at 27 miles away.
That's amazing.
It is and it isn't. It's amazing to the outsider, but it's straight out of the book. If you get much different than that, you're doing it wrong.
Exactly. That's a good point. It isn't. It isn't. Yeah. Some nice mountains, though, where these radio towers are located. Beautiful greenery.
That's only a couple of miles away from Camp David.
Oh, wow.
Down the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah, I like asking flat earthers this question. What is this dome you're speaking of? Are we talking science or not? If we're talking science, well, what is this word down and fall? I mean, you know what these things? These are not nebulous things. They- There's reasons. So you say down in reference to what? Right? Fall. What is fall? In reference to what? They get very upset. I'm like, come on now. I mean, we're talking science, man. Let's get into the detail.
Also, I think that they don't understand like they think that there's a top to the globe. There's no top. You know.
Exactly. Top right. There's no top.
That's what they like. Oh, you're gonna be upside down. Well, I'm upside down relative to them. I mean, down is towards the center. They just don't get it.
Like,
You know.
like look at the last picture I just put up a second ago.
Yeah, I'm opening it up right now. All right.
Like, look at that tower on the left, where the vertical angle is a negative 15 arc seconds.
Okay.
That means it's basically from the instrument location. That's at the horizontal from the instrument location.
Got it.
In elevation, that tower is 400 feet higher than I am by elevation.
Got it. But it's 27 and a half miles away.
I sent that to Ruhif, and he figured the instrument elevation correctly, and he went to Google Earth and also figured out where I must have been sitting.
Wow. Wow.
Because he drew a 27 and a half mile ring around that tower and then figured where I must be.
Pretty cool.
Because here's what it looks like from that tower. From where I was sitting, I'm looking at that tower. With my best grade instrument. I can see that tower just fine at 27 miles away. And that instrument, or you can't use satellites at those distances. It's purpose built specifically for that.
That's looking towards the tower right there?
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the that hump in the far, it's kind of hazy in this photo, but yeah, that hump there is where those two towers are.
Yeah, I can see the hump there. Yeah.
Do you guys know that? Not to change the subject, I just thought it was an interesting fact that I read. I apologize. It says astronauts' lives are shorter than other population. They actually sign a document stating that they're signing off on that. Did you guys know that? Really sad, but in the name of science, it's a good thing.
Except they happen to live a nice long life anyway.
Yeah.
That was a potential. That was a potential that never manifested.
And they have the highest cases of cancer incidents compared to the rest of the population. Yeah. So poor
Are those
things.
all like military grade? Or just that's the color they are?
Well, that's the color they are because the military is one of their biggest clients.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
I mean, it's like what Ford said about his Model T. Any color you want, as long as it's black. But I put up, the multiple instruments. I wasn't dicking around. One is a geodetic level, in which that crosshair is passing right over the top of those radio towers. And then the other two are 1 second theodolites, measuring that tiny little 15 arc second angle to one of them and 59 arc second angle to the other one. And that's refracted. So there's an additional 100 arc seconds of refraction, which actually make it, instead of 59 arc seconds lower, it's 159 arc seconds lower. And you do the math, and I get within like a foot and a half different elevation calculated from here, from the instrument location, calculating the elevation of the tower, and I get right next to the tower only a mile away and get the elevation of the tower. And the discrepancies are, like I said, a foot and a half, 2 feet. And at 27 and a half miles away, that's 144,000 feet.
Wow.
And that's not a heroic distance. It's significant, but not heroic.
Yeah.
Because that's purpose-built equipment.
Did you use the word heroic here?
Heroic?
Yes, he used the word heroic. Now, this is another thing I've noticed about flat earthers. When colloquially speaking, they don't. It kind of gives them heartburn. When you use heroic, like a heroic distance, they start to freak out. You know, you know, like heroic. Define heroic.
So that crosshair is looking through that, right to the top of the tower there.
Yeah, I'm measuring the strobe light.
That's that little dot and that little dome on the top there, light there.
Yeah.
Got it.
It flashes white in the day and red at night. I mean, I put some effort into it, and electric is just, saying, try making a physical measurement. I go, fuck. It's like, I don't know what else to do.
Exactly. So is this like, was this a professional career for you that's now like a hobby, or you still do it, or?
Oh yeah, I've been surveying as like my only job. I've never had any other job.
Got it.
I got my state license in like 94. I worked for engineering companies and aerial mapping companies.
Cool.
And the aerial mapping, that was largely international. So yeah, I've worked in Southern Hemisphere. I've worked in Papua New Guinea. I even worked in Northern China once. Wow. Germany, Ireland, Canada, the Caribbean, Colombia, Argentina.
Did you get a direct flight there from Australia?
Say what?
Did you ever take a direct flight to Argentina from Australia?
No, not from Australia. I don't live in Australia. I think I took it from Chicago.
Oh, you're not aware of the talking point of flat earthers? Because of that AE map, you couldn't get a direct flight from Australia to
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You have to fly
Actually, I lied.
through
I think
Qatar or something.
actually, I lied. I think I went from Dulles to Buenos Aires.
Can you still fly out of Dulles, or they closed it?
Oh, Dulles? Oh
Yeah.
no, of course it's huge.
Yeah.
Never-ending expansion. And they want to close Reagan.
That's why I meant Reagan. I'm sorry. Yeah, they want to close Reagan. Which is the one where that helicopter flew into the plane? Which one is that?
Reagan.
Reagan, okay.
Yeah, I've flown out of Dulles. Going to and stuff like that. Go to the air and then yeah.
You still house sitting?
Who, me? Not this
Yeah.
weekend.
Oh, okay.
No, those are a couple of episodic things. Maybe twice a year or something.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were there when you sent this picture. So. All right, I gotta do some work here. Get some stuff done around the house. Have a great weekend, everybody.
What's up? What's up? I'm telling you, basketball games or any ball game bothers flat earthers. They cannot seriously watch those games. They are forever. They forever have a phobia to games that use ball. How is that ball working on that basketball court?
Sorry, my hot mic. How's everyone? It's just about to hit 4 a.m. for me here in Australia.
Do you need a tissue?
Yeah, sorry. I thought I hung up. Apologies, Shubil. Sorry, man.
Look at how dead this place becomes when I'm not here, dude. All these guys complain, but they pull up for it. Like, why complain when you're here for it? These guys should be thanking me. I give them what they want. But they're so ungrateful. They turn around and they bite the hand that feeds them. I am the provider. You guys got to be grateful. Hey, what's up, Gatebreaker? How crazy was that hearing Jeremy debunk the celestial theodolite? I don't even know if you're there right now. Yo.
What's up?
Oh. I'm in and out right now.
You're at In and Out?
Not like I'm like here and then I'm there and then I gotta go and then.
Oh.
So Renee, when am I going to learn how you ended up within the graces of the most powerful people in the world?
I think we're live right now. I'm really not going to talk about it. Oh.
You can't blame anybody for thinking that there's secret societies.
Yeah. I'm just mad that I couldn't watch Shanji load that last truck yesterday. I've literally been logging in. And I'm like, where is that image?
It's massively entertaining watching him.
I literally I'd have a phone call. I'd be on the phone call, and all I was thinking, I was like, I hope that truck's not back yet. That's all I was thinking on the call.
Yeah, that's funny.
Gatebreaker.
Did you hear? Did you hear Jeremy debunk the celestial theodolite last night?
No, I was having a bit of a party.
Yeah, he was talking to Diastocles and Geo, talking about the actual position of the star. Dude, it was so satisfying. That was the most satisfying debunk I've ever heard in this arena.
And that the celestial theodolite, something that people try to use or debunk essentially to say that like the Earth it doesn't have curvature or something.
It would take a minute to break it all down.
Oh, Jin's here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
Ladies
Jin
and
to
gentlemen,
CBR.
CBR One in reporting in. Ladies and gentlemen, how you all doing?
Doing
Yeah, great
well.
to see you, man. What's good?
Yeah, glad to see you guys as well. What's new? Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jumper, has passed away. Did you know?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he passed away yesterday in a what was it? The oh, what's it called now? With the kite, paragliding accident. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Red Bull guy. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was aged 56.
Died doing what he loved, falling from things.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
R.I.P. to the
Well,
guy
now,
who lied when he said he saw Curve.
yeah. It was interesting the other day, Jen. There was a conversation about culture and
Okay.
how, um, and how it can transcend, race. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It was just very interesting. I'm American, but black. You're British, black. But if we were born in different places, I'd be speaking the Kings, and you'd be over here, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's just interesting. Culture is not really a race thing. It's just kind of what society you're in.
Yeah, exactly. It's what you grow up in. How it, the influx of the whole growing up and adapting to your environment. Basically, it's what it is, isn't it?
You know how
The
bad I wanted
smells,
to.
the noise,
You know
the
how bad I
music.
wanted to. You know how bad I wanted to bring up Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai during that conversation.
Tom
What do
Cruise.
you mean?
Yeah. What scene are you talking about now? Go on.
Tom Cruise in the movie The Last Samurai is apparently based off a true
Oh
story.
yeah. That was a good film. I saw that.
Did
I
you
saw
ever
that in the
see
cinema.
Paul Moody? He was. Do you know who that is? He's an American comedian, and
Paul
I
Mooney.
he was.
don't know the guy.
Yeah, he's an American comedian, and
I
they were
probably
talking
do.
about like movies, and he was like, "How ridiculous is this? Last Samurai, starring Tom Cruise, some white guy." He goes, "I got a movie idea for you. Last Nigga on Earth, starring Tom Hanks."
Sorry, Tom Hanks. Yeah, dude, I remember that.
That's something I'd say. That is. Yeah, I like that one.
Starring Tom Hanks.
That was the Nostradamus and Dave Chappelle. That was so
No,
funny.
Negro Dominus.
Right.
Yeah, Negro Dominus. That was hilarious.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle. He proved something within comedy. I feel like people don't talk about. Well, what's that guy? He got canceled. The dude from Seinfeld because he was like trying to be funny, being racist. Dave Chappelle. He doesn't walk a thin line. He mocks races. That's not racist.
Yeah.
You're into the
Kramer?
psychology of it all. When you're doing what he does, you're into the psychology, so you get the joke because he's not being racist. He's, that's it. Yeah, it's a little niche, and he's got it perfect.
Yes.
Chappelle is good.
Yeah. You can't be racist when you're doing that. You know what I mean? Because it won't come across correct. So the way he's done that, perfect. Only a few people can pull that off.
Yeah, he never like maybe some things could seem racist, but he was always making fun of the racist if racism was happening.
Yeah.
Even with the black white supremacist skit he did,
Dude, he had a wild skit. One of the ones that nobody talks about, he had one where it was like talking animals, but it was like TV shows from the 50s, and it was like a racist horse.
The horse. Yeah.
That was so funny, but no one talks about it.
Fuck you, Mr. Ed, I'll cut you.
That show was funny.
Skipper, the N-word hating dolphin.
Yeah, dude, what the heck is all that shit?
Yeah, that was a good one. Fuck you, Mr. Ed, I'll cut you.
Yeah, man, they tried to compromise him. They tried to put him in a dress. He said no. They canceled his third season, bro. He moved to Africa. They said he was smoking crack. And then the liberals got to him. The Democratic Party turned him to a talking head for Hillary Clinton's campaign, and he compromised. And his jokes are no longer funny. It's so crazy.
Wow.
Like his story's wild.
Yeah,
so no,
it sounds like it, doesn't it? He's had a very bumpy road by the sounds of it. Just trying to
Chappelle,
live, you know.
there's a really cool story about that Chappelle. So what Comedy Central said was, here's $50 million, but you no longer have creative control over your show. And he was like, no, I won't do it. I want creative control. I'll take less money, but I want creative control. And they're like, no, we want, you know what I mean? That was like the big impasse. But he was doing an interview about it, and he was talking about, like, while he was in Africa, he talked to these bushmen, and he was talking about how they catch these gorillas. All animals like salt, and what these bushmen would do is dig a hole and put salt in it, and you have to grab the salt and make a fist, and once you make the fist, you can't pull your hand out, so you're stuck there, but you want the salt, so you're stuck, but you keep on trying to pull your hand out. And what Chappelle said is, what I did was I let go of the salt. That's kind of how he described it.
Wow.
Yeah, great analogy, that one. That's perfect. Yeah. Perfect analogy, yes. Getting your hand stuck in the jar, you can't get it out, but you want the cookie, but you don't want to let go. So you smashed the jar. But in his case, he didn't smash the jar. He just said, I let go of the cookie.
Yep.
Because, I want control. That's very good.
You remember Eddie Griffith? He said the same thing. He never wore a dress. That's why he doesn't get roles in Hollywood anymore.
Yeah, I would never do that either. I'd never do that either. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I have for a joke with my wife and my other girlfriend's been Knicker Man, put the knicker on my head like Spider-Man. I've done that as a joke, yeah, in running around the bedroom. Okay. The wife's in stitches. But, I wouldn't do it as a thing, in the public, dress up as a woman. I don't think that's a good thing. That's not what I want to do. I shouldn't have to do that to have a career. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But privately, that's a joke, isn't it? You're having a humorous moment with your loved one. That's okay, I think.
I'm from a big family and had two older sisters, so I was their baby doll, in the early 5-6 years of my life. So I've worn many dresses. They used to dress me up in everything. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. But I was Knicker Man, as a joke. Yeah, I've done that. I've actually done that a few times.
When it comes to human lives, you have to have zero tolerance, or you don't care about human lives.
Oh yeah.
Right. You understand me? That's what David Chappelle's situation is. I mean, if he's speaking about out against a certain demographic that is harmed fatally because of bigotry and hate, right? When he he speaks out against them, then there are people who are in that community that are going to have zero tolerance for that because he's threatening their lives. So give up your creative content because people could die as a result of your jokes.
Mm. Yeah. I mean that element is there, but those who are, how can I say, more cultured, if you will, more experienced, get the joke, and don't go too serious about it, because it is a serious thing. But sometimes there is a funny side to it as well, even though it is a serious thing. There is a funny side, And
I think
it's not meant to be in bad taste because it's not being delivered in bad taste.
I think one of the biggest issues that the Democrats had in the last election has been their thin-skinned sensitivity of comedy. When you look at history of comedy, from George Carlin to Richard Pryor to Eddie Murphy,
yeah,
you have all of these people, and everything that they were joking about back then was something that ended up kind of changing, because the joke got out there and it caused conversation,
That's right. That's right. Yeah, of course, exactly.
I think comedy being censored is one of the stupidest things in the world. My whole thing is, if it's not funny, don't laugh at it. You know, don't listen to the guy, and he's gonna go broke.
Look at
you
Charlie.
know?
Look at Charlie Chaplin. Look at Charlie Chaplin. Let's take Charlie Chaplin now. Now, industrialization is happening. 1920s, 1930s. It's silent movie, and then you've got the production line, yeah, and he's on the production line, and his job is to just tie up two nuts. He's got two spanners, put them on, tie up. Next one, tie up. Next one, tie up. And then he ends up with this like repetitive stress syndrome, and he couldn't stop twitching. Do you know what I mean? You know, it was just comedy. You know, serious issue, but the comedy aspect is there, isn't it?
But the thing is, that serious issue, that I mean, that what would that be, like the 1920s, 30s? And you look at that time, that's when you started being in America, the rise of the labor unions, of actually talking about the plight of the worker and shit like that. And,
That's right.
and that exact type of skit that you just said, that starts and it sparks conversation. You know,
Yeah.
Comedians are almost like prophets.
Yeah, my son is currently going through that now. He's just graduated from Honda Technical College, and part of their experience is they have to know every facet of the company. So they're in the factory, and he said all him and his colleagues, they're bored because they're doing the same thing over and over and over again. He goes, "Yeah, you want to see something funny?" And I sent him that skit, you know, that Charlie Chaplin, the whole film. And he goes, "Yeah, you said it was funny." I goes, "You see, so this is what it was like back when it began." And it's still the same today. You've got to learn that so you know what Honda does, you know how it works, you know the mechanisms and how the factory makes its money. You've got to learn all this. You've got to be a robot, exactly. And then you might appreciate AI when it comes in. So that's it.
Just take responsibility. Just apologize. That's all you have to do. I mean, all right. So you made a joke about a certain demographic of people. At the end of the joke, after people laugh, you say, "All right, guys, listen. I don't mean any harm to people. All right, it's just a joke."
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that would be a good way to finish the show. You know, or at the beginning, at the end, you can say, look, I'm about to make some jokes here. There is a funny side. It's not meant to be offensive to anyone. But if anyone takes offense, I apologize in advance, okay? Because I'm not trying to offend anybody here. But here we go. And there you go. Covers that.
You may not have seen it, but the ESPYs had Shane Gillis. And he's up there making jokes. The ESPYs are like the Oscars for sports, basically. Okay. And there's a basketball player. His name is Karl Anthony Towns, and it's alleged that he's gay. He walks like a little banty boy, you know. There's no solid evidence, but like it's a running joke, and like literally Shane Gillis goes on stage and goes, "Hey, Karl Anthony Towns here." He goes, "Hey, girl," and like legitimately, like he may get like in a lot of trouble for that, you know. And I was like, it's funny and it's laugh, you know. Karl Anthony Towns is super offended by it, but you know, there's just moments like I said, even in that comedy, there's no reason to censor Shane Gillis, and I said it. If it wasn't funny, I don't think you can't get away with it if it's not funny. First and foremost, you know.
That's right. That's right.
And then you have to ask, like, why did I laugh? You know what I mean? And that's why people get pissed at jokes like that, because it makes them actually look into themselves. Why did I laugh at that joke? You know?
Yeah, no, I see the funny side of things. And when it's funny, I laugh. I laugh my head off, so I drop on the floor. You know what I mean? That's how it is. It's funny. It's funny. If it's not, it's not. You know, as simple as that. And then sometimes
that's a little different. I mean, acknowledging that he's a girl is different from saying, "This is how you make me feel." Right? It's different.
Yes, I get that, you know, and I mean, I don't know when Chappelle walked on stage. I mean, the biggest group of people that have gone against Chappelle is the LGBTQ community, and I don't know. I've seen all of his stand-ups. I haven't seen when he's come on stage saying like, "These people make me sick," or you know, stuff like that. He basically said, you know, there's a group of women that feel offended that trans men exist because they feel like they're being mocked. And I think they're called like something, and he said, "I'm team whatever that was," you know, and that was like the big thing that like kind of got him banned. Or was it banned? Fuck it, like he's not banned. He's kind of untouchable.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good test then, yeah? How far you could go with it.
I don't. That's the thing. I don't think he was pushing. I think he was just speaking his mind. You know, like there's a really good stand-up Chappelle has kind of after the pandemic. One of the first like out like I think it was one of the first like public events or something like right after the pandemic. You know, like he goes through that whole thing about masks and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just literally the dude speak. He has an interesting way of viewing the world, and he expresses
Yeah,
his way.
exactly.
You know?
It's art in itself anyway as well. It is an art as well. To understand the psychology and then bring it out into a joke without going too far and being offensive is just brilliant. I think it's a skill. And yeah, I mean, long to may it rain, because I've seen some funny things, you know, and I've made light of it myself, you know, because it's funny.
But it's like, so do you remember when like Kanye got in trouble for like his anti-Semitic thing, and then like there was a basketball player, Kyrie Irving, that got in trouble for some anti-Semitic thing, and then but Chappelle had a Saturday Night Live did a monologue, and basically he was like, I used to live in Hollywood, and he was just like, there's a lot of Jews there. There's a lot of Jews.
Yeah, there you go. That's a great joke. That's a true.
It was
it's
true. Yeah,
and it's true as well.
Exactly. It was a joke, and that's the thing. Like literally, like right before it was like, this is how you just like Kanye. This is how you disavow anti-Semitism. But like it's it was a joke. But he said he goes. I've never heard a really good sentence that starts with the words "the" and "the Jews." It normally ends up going south after that.
There you go.
Good old comedy. Are there any flat Earth comedians?
That's interesting, isn't it? Flat Earth comedian. Oh, there's what's his name? Owen Benjamin, I think, is the closest we got. If there is, if you can call him a comedian, Owen Benjamin. Yeah.
Yeah, but by nature they cannot be. No, they cannot be.
That was the guy Alex Stein. He talks about the moon landing being fake.
Primetime Alex Stein. That guy's awesome. He did that Putin needs to die song. That was awesome. He's a flat earther?
He was what did he do? He did something. I can't remember if he like spoke with Whitsitt or Dave Weiss or something.
Oh, okay. I would say Woods is the closest thing to a flat earth comedian. Just listening to him talk, I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I picked up on that, dude. If you actually are like you put on that nefarious lens and you're looking for a laugh, Whitsitt is actually hilarious. Like you have to be tuned into that brand of comedy. Bro.
No, absolutely not.
No, I'm not.
You just don't get the joke.
I laugh at the way he answers questions. I laugh at like someone will ask him, "What's 1 + 1?" And like he ends up talking about like ordering a hamburger from Burger King 2 weeks ago. Like that's what I laugh at. Like it's not like that. That's what I see the comedy in.
Yeah, actually, talking about Eddie Murphy, he was the first film, or his film was the first film that I watched in a cinema where I actually laughed out without feeling any embarrassment or any inhibitions. You know that?
Did you?
Because usually when there's comedy going on, I never used to laugh. Even if it was funny, I never laughed out loud.
Uh-huh.
Do you know that?
Are you talking about his stand-up like Raw or Delirious or like one of
Oh,
his movies?
no. The film is called Changing Places with Dan Aykroyd. Is that one?
Oh, that's a hilarious movie. Yeah. That movie's good.
Yeah.
Have you seen his stand-up Raw and Delirious?
Yeah, I've seen him stand. Yeah, I went on to watch his stand-up live history, his career. Yeah, I didn't realize he had done stand up. You see, I didn't realize that. So
it was like imagine if Mr. T was gay.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one. Yeah, yeah. So yes, I then realised that he took the same route as like Richard Pryor. You've got to do your stand up before you actually get into movies. You see,
he was like Richard Pryor's like he loved it. Like Richard he studied Richard Pryor. You know what I
yes,
mean?
he did. He said that. Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. Yeah, because
You know,
that's how he saw the way into the industry. You see.
mhm. He also so it's funny when you look at the lineage. There's a comedian nobody knows much about. His name is Dick Gregory. This old Southern black guy.
Yeah, I remember Dick Gregory, man. He was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
he's
not
passed away,
many
hasn't
people.
he?
Yeah. Not many people know, but he was really funny.
No, he was really funny. You know, he's
Yeah.
been in a lot of films as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Dick Gregory, he was really good. You know. Yeah, that black brother. Yeah, he died. He died an old man, which was good. He got to a ripe old age. You know.
I don't think he wanted to, but
No, obviously no. He wouldn't want to die. Obviously not. I did like Dick Gregory. I did like him. Yeah, I was sad when he'd gone. I thought, we've lost another good one there. Look.
It's funny. Like for me, growing up, the ones I liked the most was George Carl and Dennis Miller.
Yeah, I like George
both
Carlin. Definitely like him.
They made you think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, Dennis Miller makes you think. I was never a fan of Seinfeld's comedy. I watched the show, but I'd see his stand up, and I never laughed during one of his stand ups. Like I never laughed. Like it was funny, but like it wasn't like ha 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 bust out laughing. You know, to me, some people loved it. You know,
growing up through like the 60s and 70s, the comedies that we used to watch, as I mentioned, Charlie Chaplin, yeah, there was Buster Keaton, that was always seemed to be doing the rounds. And then you had Laurel Hardy, which I thought they were brilliant as the comedy duo. Laurel Hardy, the way they had the way they put things together, you know, they were really good. The psychology of just moving house, traumatic in itself, yeah, and they made a right hash of it. Do you know what I mean? Being removal men, trying to get this woman's stuff into the house. Classic, you know.
every time for what is that? It's not Kids in the Hall. That's the Canadian one. It's the guys who did the Search for the Holy Grail.
Monty Python bunch.
Monty Python, yes.
Yeah.
Life of Brian, like those guys are funny.
Yeah. But you notice they went to America as well, though, didn't they? You know, so they picked up on the psychologies there as well. So you know, but yeah, Monty Python gang, they're good, definitely.
I'm not dead. What are you talking about? You'll be stone dead inside of 5 minutes. No, really, I'm feeling a bit better.
Yeah. See that they went on. Well, that went on to become like Black Adder with Rowan Atkinson. You know, the guy who played Mr. Bean. Then there was elements of that in there, and then there's another one called The New Statesman. This was another good British comedy there. The Young Ones, another good British comedy. You know, on the same theme as Monty Python. And then there was The Goodies. So where you had Monty Python, you had The Goodies as well, around about in the same time. So British comedy, there was some good stuff going on, really good stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But I still enjoyed, you know, the American comedy as well, you know, the duos. I didn't like as much the Albert and Costello, although I got it. I think Laurel Hardy locked it up perfectly, you know, because the things the troubles they used to get into, wow. Stitches for ages. Always in stitches, you know. Yes, Laurel Hardy. Yeah, I did like them. I grew up watching them. Their animation as well as the animated movies. And when I saw them would be in the 80s. Now they've aged. I thought, wow, they've got old. That's when I realised you're going to get old. That hit me, you know. I only saw them when I was young. You see, right?
Yeah.
So then seeing them when in the 80s now. Now my interests have moved on, right, since the 60s and the 70s, right? And I went back to look at them. I went, wow, they've got old. Wow, yeah, I'm going to get old, man. That's what hit me. Yeah.
I'm coming to that realization every day. Every day I run, it gets worse and worse. It feels like.
Yeah, I'm going to get old. That's what I say. Wow. But then I'm now 63. I've done 12 miles yesterday, so at least I know I'm holding down my, the fitness side of it and that, and keeping my head insane.
Okay. You got
Eating
me.
what-
You got me
Yeah.
by. I'll round up a month. You got me by 20 years. I run on average about 4 miles a day.
Right. That's not bad, is it? 4 miles a day is good.
I would never run 12 miles. I would rather die.
Yeah.
That would be my solution.
Yeah. No, I don't run 12 miles. I cover 12 miles. What I did was
Okay.
I'm doing 6 miles running, 6 miles cycling, and I cycle first. So I do a 6 mile cycle that warms up the limbs, and then I do a 6 mile run after that. So I get in, change my shoes, and then set my podcast up to listen to some music. And I do it that way.
I just wait until all the old ladies are on their porch and I run by shirtless.
Now I'm covered up head to toe, proper sweating buckets, right down to the gloves. At 63, if you go down, you're going down on the concrete. You could wreck the skin on your hands, and you use your hands a lot. Yeah. So basically, I wear the gloves. I've got lycra.
Yeah.
I've got 3 layers on top. So 3 layers that would include the lycra. 3 layers, shorts, of course, socks, running shoes, gloves, sunglasses.
I don't wear socks, Jen.
I wear socks. I wear socks as well. I wear everything. I'm old school.
If they're lucky, I got shoes on, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Now I wear socks until unless I'm on holiday and beach somewhere, then I don't wear socks. Then, I wear aqua shoes, and that's what I wear because I'm going to go into the water. I'm going to come out of the water, and the reason for the aqua shoes is so that when you go into the water now, you got the coral and things that you shouldn't step on, but there are other objects in there and stone and stuff, and you can, I've kicked the rock once, hurt my toe and stuff. I thought, okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get some aqua shoes because I'm lively. I'm not going in there slowly. Do you know what I mean? I want to move. So aqua shoes go on.
Yeah, I've thrown on a couple of those going in the water, but I don't train in socks. Like even when I played basketball, I didn't play in socks. It makes my teeth hurt. Weird.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm like that. Socks on and everything. Let's go. Boom.
No.
Yeah.
I hate socks.
I wear socks. Yeah, like I said, the only time I don't wear socks is if I'm at the beach walking up and down on the, no socks then. But I've got my aqua shoes on to protect my feet.
I have my banana hammock bikini, but I don't wear that anymore. The old ladies are getting heart attacks.
Yes, I wear I always take my own life jacket with me because I want to use the sit on top kayaks that they have on these holiday resorts. But the equipment's all threadbare, And so I tell my kids, okay, look, we're going to take our stuff with us, yeah. So we got this prop, we got a bag where everything goes in, and that's okay. Let's put our stuff on. Nice, looking good. Can we rent? Yeah, okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, no, get cheaper price because we're not using your gear. Okay, thanks. Little discount as well. Let's go. Hey. Yeah, hit the waves. Don't let the waves hit you. You hit the waves. Go, go, go.
Well, if you don't like socks, hopefully you don't have feet like LeBron, because that's a bad time.
Dude, I have pretty feet too. That's the thing.
Dude, have you seen it? Go look it up. LeBron's feet, they're mangled.
Look at the worst feet I ever saw was a guy named Daryl Armstrong. His pinky toe was basically where his second toe should have been. Every nail was black and gnarled and
wow.
Yeah,
That's
basketball players' feet are disgusting. Like they are the grossest things you'll ever see in your life.
Wow.
But not mine. I have pretty feet.
Yo, I'm a man. I don't have pretty feet. I don't want pretty feet.
Why?
No, I'm a man. Women should have pretty feet.
That's right. Exactly. I agree with
I
that.
always say this. I say this. My feet better not look better than yours, girl. That's what I say.
Oh, I can't post pictures here. That's probably safer that way.
You can't see LeBron's feet. No, I mean, if you honestly go to, I mean, football, it's not as bad. You don't really see it there, but hockey, they get some gnarled up feet. But yeah, a lot of sports players get fucked up feet.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before. This is all new to me. That certain sports fuck up your feet. Well, no, I've never had that in my life.
Oh yeah, hold on, hold on.
I'm not going to be looking at any material. Don't bother. That's not my style. Yeah, I'm a 2 meat and potato veg man. Okay, that's me. Do like some fish now and again. That's me. So everyone's enjoying their Saturday night. It's quiet in here, eh? Okay. It'll get lively in a couple of hours. I suppose they come back and be drunk out of their heads, eh?
Yeah, I exhausted a lot of people early.
Ah.
It's all about stamina, dude. People tap out quick.
Yeah. I'm the guy that does straight 8 hours non-stop, slagging new Globers off completely. Yeah, I've done that. 8 hours straight, non-stop. If you ask the guy called Denmark, will tell you, and the Flat Earth dude. And what's her name? Troubles About, and New Perspective, and Dan the Waterman. They'll tell you. I did it. Yes, I totally destroyed the globe non-stop for 8 hours.
Where was this? Where was I?
It was in the Hangouts. We were on the Hangouts one time, and there's a guy. Forgotten his name now. Okay, but he said we were talking about going to Antarctica, and I was sort of like speaking as going down there, not really alerting the authorities, because if you do that, then you can't go where you want to go. But this other guy was giving it like, well, no, you've got to let the authorities go. Well, then you're not going to be able to do what you're going to do, because they're going to know anyway, right? And then he said something that insulted me, and that started it all off. I just started laying into him. And then his pals tried to join in, and then his other pals tried, and then it just kept going on like that non-stop for 8 hours. 8 hours non-stop barrage. People had gone to the shops, had a meal, made love to their missus, had a shower, done this, and I'm still sitting there mashing these people up. All the Globers came in, they got destroyed. More Globers came in, mashed up. He goes, Jim, when are you going to stop? I'm not stopping until these people give up. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, completely. All because I was insulted. Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name's on the tip of my tongue. And I did it to him twice, an 8 hour session and a 4 hour. Just can't remember his bloody name now. He was coming into, he used to frequent Earth Awakenings, and they stopped. And we were all on the Hangouts together. Can't remember the guy's name now. Yeah.
I remember one day when I think his name is Bjorn from Brooklyn, but someone said that he sounded like Dan the Waterman, and then Dan the Waterman came on. It was awesome.
Yeah.
But it was awesome.
Like Dan the Waterman.
When Dan the Waterman came on, it was like a really good day. Like it ended up being like a 4 or 5 hour conversation.
There is somebody that sounds exactly like Dan the Waterman. This dude's name is what the fuck is his name? Harp. Haarp.
Okay, Harp. Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, they keep changing their names as well. So, yeah, I just can't remember this guy's name, man. Oh, for the life of me, man. I'm not Flat Earth would get him like that. He plays the sax, right? He plays the sax as well. So he's a good sax player.
Can you play any instruments?
Me, well, I played a little bit of the flute. I like percussion instruments myself.
I tried to do the trumpet when I was in school.
Yeah.
But
my son's currently learning on the playing the alto sax. He's into his jazz now, like his dad. You see, like me, yeah. I've always been into jazz.
like Charlie Harper type, not Charlie. My gosh, like Miles Davis.
Miles Davis. Well, Miles Davis was more of a trumpet player, but you've got like Grover Washington Jr. Grover Washington. Grover Washington. Do you know him? Grover Washington. Yeah. That kind of style. Yeah, the alto sax. Yeah, he's playing that. He's listening to that kind of jazz music.
Mm-hmm. I was just saying, like, what kind of, like, what era you like jazz?
Oh, Coltrane. I like it all. I like it all. I mean, Louis Jordan and the Symphony 5. Now we're going back to the 1950s, 40s, and 50s. I'm into that stuff. Yeah, I introduced my children to that stuff because my dad introduced me to it in the 60s. So he was into the jazz, right? Being an African, yeah, and he's into the jazz. And we were listening to like Louis Jordan and the Symphony 5. I've actually got that on my iPhone. Yeah, I downloaded it all. Yeah. Choo choo chiboogie, woo woo, woo woo chiboogie. Take me back down to the track, Jack. Yeah, I loved all that stuff. They did the boogie real slow till the blue lights way down low. They did the boogie real slow. Yeah, man. I'm into all that stuff.
Have you ever heard the song "Take 5" before?
Yeah, I love that track, "Take 5." Yeah. Yeah.
So that guy went to school. I went. Yeah. So he went to my college, and basically they said that he just sat in this room in the art area and just made music. Never went to class. Didn't do anything else.
Wow.
So they grant special scholarships like that for that the school does. And my dorm, my freshman year, I got to live next to the smart art kids that got in all the college. The dude that got that scholarship, and they just walked around, did whatever the hell they want. It was they got they created a lot of shit, but it was really cool.
That's a good track. That one. There's a guy. There was a guy called Al. I think he's passed away. Al Jarreau. He did a great rendition of "Take 5" with lyrics. Okay. Come alive. Blah blah blah. It's really good. He did a really good rendition of "Take 5" with lyrics. Because it's just a saxophone track, isn't it? "Take 5."
The best is when at the end when they're like,
yeah, that's a good track. That one. "Take 5," as if to say, take 5 minutes, take a rest. You know?
Yeah. Dave Brubeck Quartet.
Yeah, Dave Brubeck Quartet. Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They so like when you're in that little group and like you actually get something done, they have like a whole wall and like he's like the top guy on the wall.
There you go. Yeah, so my son's into the jazz. So is my two of my sons are into the jazz. My other son's more into my eldest son is into Steely Dan at the moment.
Steely Dan?
Yeah, he loves that stuff. Steely Dan and Gil Scott-Heron.
Ricky, that's not Ricky. That's not. What is Steely Dan?
Yeah,
Steely
that's
Dan.
Ricky. Yeah, Ricky, don't lose that number.
My number. Yep, that's Steely Dan.
Yeah. Are you reeling in the years? Yeah. The reason why he's into it is because when we go camping, that's what I put on the cassette. That's what we listened to on the way to camp. So as a kid, he got into it, didn't he? Yeah.
What about rap?
Yeah, we like rap. Grandmaster Flash, you know.
That's hip hop.
Well, it's still rap, isn't it? Though it's hip hop and rap mixed together, isn't it? Come on.
I'm thinking more like Tupac, Kanye, Jay-Z.
Yeah, we don't listen to too much. I don't listen to too much. I know Tupac, but really wasn't into that much. I was into Grandmaster Flash, Gil Scott-Heron. They're the creators of the rap scene, ready for me.
And you said you said you were a dancer though, so you'd love that. Like that was that whole era. Like you.
Well, I was into jazz. I was into jazz funk, funketeer. I was. You see. Not just and then robot, and then the robot doing the robot dance, which then went into body popping. Remember body popping? Yeah, that's when the hip hop started coming along. Body popping. You remember body poppers?
I've seen them. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen them.
yeah. So yeah, I was more into the jazz dancing, as it were, if you will, and jazz funk and soul. Yeah.
The first
Remember,
album, the first album I bought was Rage Against the Machines in 1982. I'm sorry, 1992.
Okay.
They were amazing.
Interesting. I bought Funkadelic. So high, you can't get over it. Remember that track? So low, you can't get under it. Yeah. The color. Yeah, I like that track. It's been a while since I've heard it, though.
What about country? Do you like country music?
Not really, no. No, I'm not into the country music at all. I do like I tell you what I did like, though. The Charles Daniel Band, I think it was called.
Charlie
The Devil Came
Daniel,
Down to Georgia.
yeah, Georgia.
Yeah,
I
like
made
that stuff.
I made an argument that was the first rap song.
What was the
Nah,
first
there
rap
were rap
song?
songs before then.
The Devil Went Down to Georgia. No, Devil Went Down to Georgia by Charlie Daniels.
Yes, looking for a soul to steal.
He's in a bind. He was
There
way
is definitely
behind.
some
Looking
rhythm
for
and
soul.
poetry in there. That's for sure.
Yeah, I love
Fire
that
on the
track.
Mountain. We in football we would use that song as our calls.
There you go. Yeah, it's a great
Fire
track.
on the Mountain was a run. So when you recognize run, we yell Fire on the Mountain. Devils in the House with the Rising Sun. Rising Sun.
Yeah, the violin in between that. The violin was good as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but the Devil in the House, Rising Sun was a drop back pass. And then Granny Will Your Dog Fight. That means the person in front of you is just a bitch.
Yeah, and then the other one was Dire Straits and get your money for your kicks for free. I want my MTV. That track,
I got lucky and went to school with a bunch of country music singers, kids, and Hank Williams Jr. actually was my scholarship donor. So I listened to a lot of Hank growing up. Really good artist.
Wait a minute. How did you know Hank? How did you know
He
him?
he was my scholarship donor. His daughter Holly went to
No
school with me.
shit. I knew Hank.
Yeah, Hank the Turd, his third son.
Hank, Junior scared the fuck out of me. I didn't like being around him much.
Bocephus?
Yeah, when he was drunk, he was scary, man.
I used to. So they had like a lake house down in Alabama. He was remember Derek Thomas, he was a linebacker for Kansas City, but Hank was Derek's scholarship donor when he was in college, and I met Derek Thomas on a boat party, basically down there. But one of the funniest things happened one time. So Hank the Third's in school, and he's talking crap to this kid named Austin Kemp, and Austin was huge. Ended up playing youth football, University of Tennessee. And Austin started beating the shit out of him. And basically, Hank has like a bag of cocaine in his pocket. And like right when like the teachers come, he walks by me and puts it in my hand. And I'm just sitting there holding it as hard as I can, trying not to make eye contact.
He had a bar in Paris, Tennessee, and I used to hang out there a little bit.
Oh, you from Tennessee, Fluffline?
Do what?
Are you from Tennessee?
Yeah, West Tennessee.
Oh, I'm from Nashville.
I'm in Nashville right now.
Yo, me too. What the fuck?
Yeah, from
I'm over by the museum. Wait, have you? Sorry, Lane. Have you ever heard of the museum where Ray Charles's drummer would rehearse Jefferson Street Sound?
Oh no! What are you talking about? Is it downtown near the Ryman or what?
It's so if you're by Charlotte Ave and 28th Street, and then you go up towards the river, not up Clarksville Pike, but if you go like towards that residential area, there's like the old part of Nashville. They got the African bookstore. There's the Jefferson Street Sound Museum.
Yeah,
they just
Yeah, they call that the Gulch now.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Gulf.
that's what they
Yeah,
say.
like right on the other side of the river is where I live. But on the opposite side of the river, like, near downtown, that studio, my cousin runs it. He like knows Lorenzo, who was like in a band with Ray Charles's drummer. So I get access to like fucking all kinds of studio. I get fucking studio time, dude.
There's a bar there called Lonnie's. It's in Printer's Alley. And I mean, now Nashville, they card everywhere, but you used to be able to go down Second Ave and they didn't card you. They just wouldn't let you stand on this side, but it didn't matter. But at Lonnie's, like, like, like country music singers, like Cash, Hank, like all of them would show up and they'd sing each other's songs to the karaoke bar, and you had to pay $5, and it was drink till you drowned.
Yo, left lane, want to debate in real life?
No, nah, I know. Yeah, that'd
Nah.
be cool though.
That'd be funny though. I think everybody would get a kick out of that one.
You're from West Tennessee, left lane.
Yeah,
it's funny. I think Blue Marble is from Knoxville area. It's just funny on the server. I've met like 3 people from Tennessee so random on the server.
You've always lived in Tennessee, left lane?
yeah.
So how much would it cost for you to debate me?
Do what?
Time is money. How much would it cost for you to debate me in real life?
I don't know. I pick up. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be expensive for me to stop. My family's always. I go by their places in East Tennessee, and they're like, "You need to stop by," and I'm like, "Yeah, I don't have time."
Do you live by Jackson?
Yeah, I'm on the river, on the Tennessee River, on both
Okay.
sides, kind of.
Have you ever been to the land between the lakes out there?
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to run drag boats up there, and I grew up on the river actually.
Okay. We got married in a fever. On a couple of springs. We been talking about
Yeah, we had
Jackson.
good old
Yeah.
times. Good old times. I used to. I was buddies with the Loretta Lynn's twins, Patsy and Peggy, and kind of lived in the same houses with Patsy when she dated a buddy of mine and stuff. And that's how I got sort of introduced to all these other country music stars. And it was a pretty interesting my younger years were pretty interesting.
One of my. Do you remember when Johnny Cash got pulled over with the DUI?
Which time I would say probably.
It was one of the last times. It was like the year was 1999 was the year, but they were sitting courtside at one of my games, and they were drunk as shit, and they were talking shit to the ref, and he kicked them out, and he just went in the car with his silo cup and drove home. That's where he got his DUI. Hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. He's lived an interesting life. I knew his doctor, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Winston. He worked in Jackson, and he talked about how he was doing amphetamines, and then he would take Valium to come down and
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that song, "All My Rowdy Friends Have Settled Down," is pretty much
Yeah, that's right. There's a rock and roll saying some of the very best music ever written was on really, were really fucked up people. They were really high.
Yeah. Yeah. I've always been a fan of all music. I have a place for old country, the newer stuff. I mean, like Jason Isbell's cool, but like the newer stuff, I'm like, this is like pop. You know what I mean? Like this isn't country.
Yeah, I don't even listen to it anymore.
Yeah.
My first,
I like
my
Jason
first,
Isbell.
I've heard the name. My first album was Steppenwolf, and my second was Aerosmith. As to kind of tells my age a little bit.
Was it Rock This Way?
I remember, no shit, I remember the first time Dream On ever played. It was a radio station out of Chicago, and I was going down the road with my parents, leaving my uncle and aunt's house that we were visiting in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember the first time it ever played on the radio. It's pretty crazy.
That song is awesome. That song is awesome. Dream it till the dream comes true. Yeah. Good old music.
I've always wanted to write a song. It's just being on the creek bank, cutting donuts in the cornfield in the Fairlane 500, naked women everywhere.
Dude, you need to write down whatever you just said. That is actually sounds like a country song.
And ZZ Top blasting on the Jensen coaxials.
Did you ever been to Tunica to gamble down there?
I've been down there. Mom used to go down there a lot. I just hate gambling. I can't stand putting my money in the machines.
Oh man, we used to go down there in high school. End up getting kicked out for counting cards and shit. Like that was fun.
Your dad would play Hold'em. He's played in a few tournaments and made a little bit of money here and there.
Tunica.
It was like well, I was gonna still say we went. My girlfriend and I, when I was working in Memphis for a little time, we just drove down there looking around, and it was empty. There wasn't anything there.
Yeah. Well, all those other casinos opened up everywhere else. You know what I mean? I mean, people were making that haul all the way. Like adults were making that haul from that. Like that's how we first got onto it. One of the parents would want an excuse to take us somewhere. And they'd end up going to Tunica. We just people drove from miles around, but now you don't really have that draw there anymore. Good old Tunica.
Yeah, it's weird to see all those big, elaborate buildings and barges or whatever, and they're just how much money was spent there, and it's just I don't even are they still open even? I don't know.
I think the hotels and stuff have like lobbies with gambling stuff, but like most of the casinos are down from what I haven't been down there in like 20 years almost. So I think most of the casinos are down. Did you ever go to Panama City for spring break?
Oh yeah, I sort of grew up in my summers in Florida and Daytona Beach primarily, but some Panama City.
Did you ever go to Club La Vila?
No, I didn't. I don't remember it if I did. I'm talking about late 70s to really early 80s. Everything changed. You couldn't drink on the beach anymore. I would be out there with the hippies, and we'd have like a 5-gallon igloo water cooler full of what we call monkey juice, and smoking dope and partying on the beach. You can't do that anymore.
You ever been to the Floribama bar?
No, I've heard of it, but I had never been in it.
Fun little area.
Sure, it's still a lot of fun for youngins, but it ain't what it used to be.
No, I'd say I did kind of like that was like mid '90s when we would go down there for Panama City and that whole area. There was a club there called Club La Vila. I've always wanted to talk to someone else who's actually been there because I don't even know if it's real. It was just a blur in life, basically.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think we should have like a special tag for this server for people from Tennessee because we're all the smartest ones on here for sure.
I'm pulling up on Nashville here on 24.
It's south.
It does it. Well, out of the east. Yeah. And it doesn't look like Nashville anymore.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, no! It looks like Hollywood with a tan, as somebody would say. No, it doesn't at all. So you're just by Murfreesboro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where my dad was born. He went to Riverdale, Murfreesboro.
You
I'm
said
related
that
to like
you said that
one
somebody saw your game, so you're in sports.
used to, yeah.
Tell me stuff.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Why is your life mysterious? Mysterious.
It's not mysterious. You just do things.
Well, what sport you play?
Played basketball, football.
You're a
but I played
professional basketball player.
I'm not a professional
Did
basketball
Kyrie
player.
Irving bring you into this?
No, I am not a professional basketball player. I used to be a professional basketball player. It's a huge difference.
You were in the NBA.
Yes, I was.
Bro, what the fuck? We got an actual fucking NBA player in here.
I'm like literally like the black sheep, so don't. I don't think they'd even claim me anymore. But they have.
What'd you think of Kyrie Irving going public with the flat Earth stuff?
He's an interesting guy. He thinks for himself. I was playing in China when he got drafted in the NBA. I don't really even know him that well. He's younger, so it's a different group. Yeah.
You're gonna make me feel weird. Now I want to know who the fuck you are.
Literally, click on my badge, copy and paste the @ thing, place it in there, and push NBA, and you'll see a picture of me.
Copy your name, like your name in here.
Yeah, not Randy Zanzini. If you like click on me, you'll see like @ and then you'll see like the other name.
Oh, motherfucker! All right, I'm not gonna dox you, but yeah, apparently you're not even trying to hide shit. All right then.
I didn't. I thought that's how you set it up. I mean, I didn't.
Nah, dude, I did not know your actual name was in your profile. Hell no. I don't check people's profiles.
Oh well, you didn't have to tell everyone my actual name's in the profile. That's fine. I'll just change it now.
Sorry.
What are they?
You know
what
you're
are they
able to
building? I'm sorry. What are they building here at the stadium? Big, massive
downtown?
construction. Yeah.
Oh man. I heard it's supposed to be basically an extension to the stadium. And they want how the IRL the IndyCar race down there. They're gonna like I think it's supposed to be like a paddock for that race because it goes the one of the start finish straights is that bridge right there.
Oh shit! What Indy race?
Yeah, the Indy races and IndyCar races in Nashville. They have a Nashville race now.
I
Well,
didn't know
again,
that.
yeah,
That's why the TA that went away. I bet that's going to be part of that. Damn, I'll have to check that out.
yeah. That's my favorite sports racing. I it's something I can never do. I can't fit the damn car. But we used to buy our cars from Michael Waltrip, and when I was playing, they had a race up in the city I was playing in, and he's 6'7", and he was like, "If you fit in my truck car, you can take it around the track." And I tried as hard as I fucking could, and there's no way. So electric, does that answer any of your questions?
Yeah, it does.
All righty.
Not mysterious.
Yeah, dude, that area that you're talking about, the Gulch, like back in the day, that place was horrible.
Yeah, Borchetta Bourbon Music City Grand Prix. I didn't know anything. I've never even heard anything about that. That'll be interesting.
It's I think it's like their second or third year there, but with the extension, I think it's going to be like a staple on the calendar now.
So let me ask you: is there talks of the flat Earth in the locker rooms? Like, how big is flat Earth considered amongst the people like Michael Jordan? Like,
Here's there's a lot of like you can in sports you really don't have to go to class. You know what I mean? You don't have to learn anything if you're good. But one of my teammates, we were flying to Chicago, and at the time there was a time change, so it looked like we took off at it's like from Indy, a flight to Chicago is like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and there's a time change, so it looks like you take off at 6 and you land at 5:30. You know what I mean? One guy refused to get on the plane because he's not getting on a fucking time machine, and I had to sit there and explain to him what was going on. It was very interesting.
That sounds so insane.
Yeah, he literally was sitting there and he just wouldn't get on the plane. And he was just out there screaming, "I ain't getting on no fucking time machine." It's like, what the fuck is going on? And I was a rookie, so I had to help with the bag. So I was down there and I was like, "What's going on?" He told me, and I was like, "No, dude, no, this is what it's like." And he was like, "For real, young, you call me young, like for real?" I was like, "Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry about it."
Dude, if I thought there was a time machine, yeah, I'm trying to jump in that shit. Let's see what's going on.
He was not. He was not. Most people talk about in the locker room in the NBA is who they fucked last night or what they're going to buy next. Is pretty much 80% of the conversation. Um, um,
So currently, left lane is dodging me. We could be doing a real life debate. It would go viral. It would be hilarious. It would be good content. But left lane doesn't want to do it.
But no, what I would need, just to be honest about it, I would need about a 6-pack, and I don't drink anymore.
Oh, I understand that.
You can go to
Yeah,
my
it doesn't
dad's
have to be a
church,
debate.
Jesse, if you want.
It could just be a conversation at a bar. We don't need a six. You don't drink anymore, dude. I don't drink either.
Do you go to church, Jesse?
I try to get to church every once in a while. I go with my cousin and his kids.
If you want to, my dad has. We have. He's a church down there.
I go to the Zeal Church. It's non-denominational. It's awesome. I love this church.
It's a cool one. It's by TSU. It's called Greater St. John's Missionary Baptist Church. I am not allowed to think because they fear it will burn down if I step foot in, but other people are.
You know, people talk about how many flat earthers there are around. I don't think there's like that many, but I do know 3 personally from my little 5,000 population hometown that are. So I know, I mean, there are probably more than people think.
Yeah. When Electra was talking about, there's a lot, people I know that they wouldn't be like they just don't know. You know what I mean? More than anything, about the shape, and it was just, if you say it's a globe, they'll be like, yeah, so what, basically, but yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of people that have that belief.
Yeah, a couple of them are like, I guess Q-tards. They're anti-government, anti-everything, anti-authority, and just buy into anything against mainstream. And then there's one that I graduated with, and he's a dear friend of mine, and he's ultra religious, lives in the woods. He's got a big beard down to his belly, and he's pure religious, and he believes that the Bible is a flat Earth book. So, you got, I think, different types of flat earthers, but it's
Yeah.
pretty interesting talking to them, and we never fight or argue. We all get along good, but Rennie gets a little mad at me sometimes.
I don't know if you were on yesterday, but there was like a bunch of ex-flat earthers talking. It's really cool, kind of hearing, what got them,
Oh
what
yeah.
changed their mind. Yeah, yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. I remember. That was really cool.
Who was in here?
Sean G, Eggs, had like I forgot their names, but it was like two guys. One's doing like an interview with Eggs on his channel. And there was another one. There was like 3 or 4. And then Andy came. It was, and just hearing them talk, I was like, it's funny. It's like I thoroughly enjoy kind of just hearing like the way their mind works, But no, it was really interesting hearing their opinions and like why, why they quote unquote left flat Earth.
Well, yeah, the guys that tell you they left flat Earth because of the 24-hour sun. It's kind of weird to me because, dude, celestial navigation should have made you leave flat Earth. And that's been being talked about forever.
But most of them were like, it wasn't one thing. It was like a culmination of stuff. Fresh grown flowers.
Someone want to unmute Jen? Sorry, NASA Show.
That's NASA show. If we don't use NASA, we got on this Daymok and just let them talk. And I'll put it on mute and
Yeah, I
do a
know. I'm
workout.
constantly seeking the blah blah blahs. Yo, Fresh, what's good? Yo, what's going on?
Are you all right, bud?
Sounds like he's choking.
His chicken.
Yo, Fresh, mute up. Yo, left lane, help Fresh out before he makes a loud groan.
Yep.
Oh, come on, left lane. What are
He's
you
just,
doing?
he left.
Okay, okay, no, we're good now.
He was hot micing.
Left lane, come on, man. This is supposed to be what you do.
No, leave
You
him.
gotta help these guys out.
I'm driving.
Dude, yeah. Let's let him hot mic, Aaron. Maybe we'll learn something. I hot mic'd yesterday. I didn't realize it, but the last 4 days, this asshole just lets his dog shit right in my front of my lawn. And 2 days I stepped in it, and then I'm going out for a run and I see him and the dog, and I'm telling him, dude, like clean up the fucking thing. I'm like screaming, and then like I guess I was still being heard on this. And like Lion was talking, and I ended up apologizing. Like, dude, I wasn't yelling. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm telling it like if he was lying, dude, it's not mine. I'm like, what? It just pissed me off.
Yeah, who was the person that you said was trying to interview Eggshells? You talking about Osco?
I don't remember. Eggshells and Eggshell and he and Eggshells. He and Eggshells are going to do an interview. On why whoever the guy's name is, I forgot. I wasn't really looking at like the screen.
Oh yeah, and you shouldn't trust that dude. Andy holding my beer, dude. He's never defended flat Earth. He's never had any spark behind the argument. He's always
like
just been
Andy.
like a wishy-washy. So when he says like, "Yeah, I went from flat to globe," I don't believe that bullshit. Same with Osco. These guys don't make arguments.
I like Andy's. I like Andy. I like his when he chimes in. He defends what he cares about. He'll talk. I don't. I like when he talks. You know. I didn't know. I didn't know the guy. Prior to that, but I don't. I have no reason to think he's lying. saying you're not in flat Earth anymore doesn't get you more friends on that. You know what I mean? It's not beneficial to him in any way other than he's just expressing what he really believes.
I mean, I've known Andy for, I first was introduced to him in Cosmology Tartaria in 2021, and he never has made an argument for flat Earth. He's never done it.
Do you have to make an argument for flat Earth to be a flat Earther?
In my opinion, yeah. He falls into the Lisbeth category for me. Just people that claim flat Earth, but then they flop, and you just never even knew why they called themselves a flat Earther in the first place.
A lot of people, like, from what I see, it's like, people, I think Leftlane was talking about, like, he has a friend who's like completely conspiracy minded, and anything that, kind of goes down that rabbit hole, they like to follow it. I think a lot of people kind of end up just taking that position because of the like the conspiratorial nature of the subject.
Yeah, I get it.
So the only person he's always on the Earth Awakening sometimes, but it's a QP or something.
Yeah.
Has the most annoying sounding voice in the world, and he has like he doesn't believe in germ theory and all this other stuff. He's hard. he's hard. I think his name is QP. I don't know. I think he might be on.
QOP.
QOP is his name.
QOP, Quap. Yeah.
He sounds like a person who's been beat up a lot in his life, and now he's just angry about it.
Did you guys have some kind of heated exchange at one point about anything?
I think so. I don't remember really. I think you were in the room. We were talking about like financial stuff. We were doing like they were asking
Don't
about.
put me and QOP together. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do some of that.
Yeah, I think you're in there.
We got this funny Harlem Globetrotter thing we like to do sometimes.
You know who would be good to bring in? That would be Sean G. He's good. He has a very. I'm so angry. I can't watch him load that truck right now. Should go on YouTube. YouTube loading a dump truck.
So, you know of any people that ever Renee, I'm curious.
What's up?
How valid is the pop in the tape thing? Compromising
the tape?
people. Yeah, people turning into like influencers that get compromised, and then they start speaking for some liberal party's agenda. How real
Well,
is this?
you look at Russell Brand. You know who that is?
Absolutely.
So if you would remember, if you would say who was Russell Brand 10 years ago, you'd call him a libtard.
Okay.
And now he's super, on the other side of that these days. So I you see it happen, you see it happen all the time. They're just looking for the dollar. That's all they care
So
about.
it's correct to presume that there's some kind of like tastemaker society that approaches influencers and tries to get them to say what they want them to say.
No, it's dude. Hey, I'm it's they all get sponsored by stuff, they have Patreon channels. You know what I mean? If you went up to these influencers and you said, "Here's a $10 million check. I want you to go on your show and say A B C D E F G," they'll go on their show and say A B C D E F G. That's why, like all those crypto scams. Here's some crypto. Tweet it, and all your stupid followers will buy it. They're whores. Basically, the best way to describe them.
Yeah, that's. I looked into, like, there's a couple of doctors have given up their license to be YouTube personalities, and if you look at their numbers, they're making way more money as a YouTuber than they would as a doctor. So that's why they did it.
Yeah.
Yo, Tank.
What up?
We were just talking shit about QOP.
Fuck yeah. I was just talking shit to QOP.
Awesome.
Kidding, actually.
Are you an anti-QOP as well? We're forming a faction.
Yeah. Yeah. At this point, it's kind of just like the Danny Jones thing from calling Jesus a pedophile. She's getting belligerent. Him coming into chats and just hijacking it with that topic is crazy.
He said Jesus was a pedophile.
Oh yeah, dude. He totally believes that. He's like fighting to try to, wake people up.
He was. I've seen him quote some Greek text, some ancient Greek text, where back in that day, men and young boy relationships apparently was a thing, but he was like bringing some text out of ancient Greece, and I think he just plugged Jesus into it. I don't think that Jesus was even part of it, but he just plugged it in. That's what it looks like.
That's what I think too. He's the word lestes. He's trying to show that it's got a different meaning to it, and it's not, none of it connects. It's just like, so it'd be something you could infer if you had a bias, right? If you were just trying to forcefully connect it. It literally makes no sense. I tried to understand it. I really did.
There's something really important that his argument hinges on that Amon Hillman brings up. I don't hear other people mention this. I will admit, Amon Hillman is the first person I heard say this. But it's the idea that, if Greek came from Hebrew, then it should be less complex, it should be a less descriptive language. Greek is the more complex language. It's more likely that the Hebrew came from the Greek.
I don't think. Are they related languages? I mean, I know. I don't think they're even that. Hold on.
It's the idea that Hebrew is it's simplistic compared to the Greek. So like, it's like entropy. The more you translate, like the game of telephone, the message gets lost. Well, the Greek version of the Bible, the Septuagint. It has so much more so much more descriptive text. Like the language is just so much more dense than the Hebrew. You actually get more meaning from it. So who's to say that you're translating Hebrew and then you literally have like more to say about the word is saying afterwards? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's
Is it real,
that's
though,
Amon
right?
Hillman's argument, is that the Septuagint is the actual original and not the Hebrew. In the Septuagint, it says that, well, this is the part that I don't 100% agree with because I didn't read it myself. Amon Hillman, he's a sensationalist. He'll just scandalize everything just for views. But he says that, there was like the word laystes pertains to not just a thief. Yo, Left Lane, can you unmute NASA's show right now when you get a chance, please? So
There you
yeah, the
go.
word late. Thank you. The word laystes is it means human trafficker. Like a part of it in Greek means there's like a multiple definitions, right? According to the Hebrew. One instance they call people are referred to as a laystes when they're a thief, and then in another instance it's like referring to a child trafficker. Jesus shouts out in the Garden of Gethsemane. I don't remember the name. It's like in Matthew 14. He says, "Thank you." He says, "I am not a laystes." Right. So the idea is that in the Greek, it's translated like, "Yo, he's being accused of being a child trafficker." That's Amon Hillman's argument. I don't know where else this is coming from. I couldn't tell you. But if you read all of Matthew, that is like one of the zestiest verses in the Bible. Like before that Garden of whatever, it's like talking about how like Jesus and his followers are like oiling each other's feet and taking each other's clothes off. Matthew is a wild verse.
Yeah, Jesus wash your foot. That is part of the.
Yeah, that's the argument. I'm not saying
It's a
it's my
valid verse
argument.
if you're thinking about it through the film of the modern world and our secular gutter brains. But it's a normal thing for people to oil each other's feet and to serve each other, especially with the teachings that Jesus was giving. And this was a gathering, a large gathering. So when Judas shows up to betray Jesus, this is the beginning of the scene. And by the end of the scene, everyone is panicking, right? Oh shit, scatter! They can't take us all. And this is where we escalate to the framing in the garden where a young boy is losing his tunic in panic, escaping while being grabbed by the guard. So the guard is tearing his tunic off, and this is the implication that he's pulling up on Danny Jones saying that why are these people escaping? Why is a young boy escaping naked? Right? It's the implication, and it's not evidence. It's what their mind wants to think and imagine to discredit.
Yeah, there is bias. Amon Hillman is biased. He's definitely trying to, substantiate his. But the word that's used, like the cloth or the linen that falls off the young boy and he's naked, the word is actually band. It translates to bandage. It's not clothing.
Yeah, that's a good catch.
It's like a linen. It's like a linen cloth for like medical application, pretty much like a Band-Aid, right? So if that's true, the little kid wasn't wearing clothes.
Yeah, he would have been wearing a bandage, or a bandage was the only thing that was there to come off.
And then the idea is that they were doing all kinds of like different ways to apply or anoint with oil. Maybe you put the oil on a cloth and you lay it on. Maybe you're oiling his feet. They were just doing all kinds of. I hate to say it, but it just sounds zesty to me.
Yeah.
I won't take it any further than that. I'm not going to jump out the window and say Jesus was a pedophile.
No, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but like if you think about like just the act, like I think it was like if you were like the master of the house and you had guests, I thought it was like a sign of like hospitality and whatever if they actually washed the feet of the guests instead of having the servant wash the feet of the guests. And I thought that Jesus's act of washing the feet of his disciples was, the master serving the servant, which was like a role reversal type thing. But I don't see much zestiness there. You can point to other parts of the Bible and you could have that conversation maybe, but I don't really see it there.
Yeah, these would be questions like an 18 to 20-year-old would ask. coming out of Chapel College or something, they may find some things like this, and there's answers, right? And it's by looking at the context of the Bible and really understanding it instead of assuming or jumping to conclusions based on that. And there's so many practices like the servant, like you just explained, being a servant and washing each other's feet. That's depicted throughout the Bible. So to feel that it's zesty only, and I'm not attacking you there, Electric, but that's like a highlight for it. Some people may think that does imply, some hidden sexual underlying tone, but if you've read the whole Bible, not at all. Like that's like it's explained in context over and over.
Would also help if you read ancient Greek and weren't relying on the translations of some people that have, this word I want, that have intentions that aren't pure.
Yeah. I mean, the Greek had done a number on the Aramaic origin of the gospel, in my belief. And I'm a believer in the Aramaic Euro gospel, which there's an actual original gospel, word of mouth gospel that text has been translated from. So most people only.
That's Q. Yeah. That's the Q hypothesis. They haven't found Q.
Nice, Jen. Yeah, dude. Good catch. Nobody knows about it. I swear to God, Jen, you're the first person that has been able to tell me about Q hypothesis without me having to bring it up and then be like, what?
Is Q like one of the authors that they like assign to, or is it like
No.
okay?
Q is a supposedly Q was a word or a book that was written in perhaps Aramaic, and it's the basis of the Gospels, especially the one. But it's thundering here. My dog's going nuts. Sorry. So what happens is Mark wrote the Bible first, supposedly. Mark wrote his Gospel first, and then the others used Mark and this source called Q. Q is just German for quell, which means source. That's all. It's German.
Yeah, it's like a variable. I stumbled upon it when I was going full Q-tard mode many years ago. I was like, no way. This Q, what?
It's
you know what I mean?
Than Q. It just means
oh,
quell.
Yeah, exactly.
It's because the German Lutherans were the first who found this hypothesis. It's just they're Germans and they got to name it. So they named it quell, which in their language means source.
Yep, I didn't even know what the can of worms I was getting into. For me, it was, I think the Holy Spirit led me into this, coincidentally. John S. Kloppenborg Furban, he's the author of the book called Excavating Q. I found this book many years ago, and it's been pretty wild because he's a secular researcher. He's not just like a strong fundamental Christian. So he's looking at it in a very, what would you say?
Objective.
Yeah, peer-reviewed way, and it's very, very enlightening.
Well, the Bible as literature is interesting. I mean, they a lot of these people say the Bible, teach the Bible as literature, but they're still very good, very sincere Christians. So it's tough just to teach it like, literature.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, dude! I feel like an asshole right now. Yo, Left Lane, can you unmute Demok as well? I didn't scroll up and see if he was still muted. If you don't mind.
Demok, why?
Because I asked for you to get unmuted, and I think it would be fair to unmute Demok as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's extremely disrespectful.
Shut up. You're worse than him.
I'm not worse than Demok.
No, Electric. Nobody's worse than you and Demok. Nobody.
No, you are worse than both of us.
You are worse than all of them.
You and NASA Shill are competing for global.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, but then we've got Electric here who says he's not a flat earther.
Do you mind unmuting Demok?
No, it's okay.
You've
got disrespectful, man. You guys call us globe cards and effing this and bitch this and.
Stop trying to silence people that disagree with you, Rob.
Look who's talking. Oh my God.
I'm talking about the disrespect, Electric.
The guy who overtalks people more than anybody else.
NASA, your entire MO is funding you.
Incorrect.
What are you talking about?
I will only overtalk people that are impolite and assholes like you.
Well, you know what? Left Lane doesn't agree to unmute him, so you guys, your safe space is safe for now.
I can talk to a person who might be a little bit disruptive if they're keeping it clean. But you guys are terrible.
Left Lane understands why I would want.
You guys are effing the F this and F that and Emma F this and It's disgusting. So please, man, no, he cannot be unmuted until he.
I've become so excited about the realization that oral tradition is real and people don't give it a single bit of credit because they don't trust each other anymore. They don't trust word of mouth knowledge. And that's understandable from maybe an order of operations scientific perspective. But for me, it's an obvious lack of wisdom and judgment to throw
Well,
out witness testimony.
It depends on the society. There are some societies, generally societies that don't have written records, have very good oral records. And societies that basically write them down have lost this.
If you don't have a book to appeal to, you dismiss it. You need whatever narrative you're defending to be within academia, or else you just choose to dismiss stuff.
Yeah, that's the effect, right? And they kill everyone that stored anything by word of mouth.
And the original reason people were scribing it was to indoctrinate them into a lie.
I don't know about that. That sounds a little.
Well, we don't have to grant what each other believes in this, right? This is just a foundational, impact over time that I think humans have dealt with. We all have our different ultimatums on certain topics and information, but I think there is this fundamental obfuscation effect happening. Sadly.
My biggest issue is the fact that all these arguments about that book lead to people getting killed. But that's why I take the stance I do.
Yeah, and if we relied more on witness testimony and could trust each other, that's a whole different reality than we have right now. That could take hundreds of years to really see what reality would become in that environment. Because most of us are the result of trauma from being manipulated and controlled.
Well, the problem with it, when you don't have an oral tradition or your oral tradition has died out, it's difficult to get it back, especially in an era, again, of written and, even beyond written records. Oral traditions kind of get dismissed.
Yeah. And it must have been easy starting off,
Well, there's less information too. It was at one time it was possible to know everything, right? As publishing was first starting to come out, it was possible for one man to know everything. Now it's not.
Dude, that would be some sort of point you could measure, I bet, if you really could do the research, find where now it's actually impossible for any one man to know all the things that are important.
Well,
wonder where that happened.
Right after printing, and when printing started to get big, the really rich landowners, the really rich people of that era could know, the scientists of that could know everything. No, you just can't. There's too much knowledge, too much specialized knowledge.
Exactly, too much specialized knowledge.
Probably just post Dark Age. I think it's happened before. That's an interesting thought.
Have you heard of the Bronze Age collapse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was mostly because of the tribes. They think that's because of
the sea people.
A drought. Was it sea people?
Oh, there's a lot of things.
The drought
There's a
in
lot
Asia.
of things.
The drought in Asia that drove Genghis Khan east.
No, I'm talking. So this is the Bronze Age.
The Bronze Age. Okay.
Yeah, so that was, you had a bunch of volcanoes going off. There's a lot of earthquakes, a lot of drought, and what ended up happening is over about 200, 300-year period, these groups of nomads just went around and just conquered like the Levant, that whole region, basically the whole Mediterranean little cliff right there. But that was a long time ago.
Mitoan, Icaran Sea, all that stuff.
Yeah. Minotian, that's a really cool era, because when you look at it, you had tin getting imported to that region to make bronze from as far away as Britain. You had some very advanced technology that didn't show back up for 1,000 years.
Man, was that the Phoenicians, you think?
the Phoenicians formed from these peoples. They came after. They pretty much came after they rose up after the fact of the fall from the sea people.
I'm gonna have to go read about this. This is cool, actually. You ever look up how to build a boat, like how they used to do it?
No, I know how they used to do it in like the Middle East, and like the sea bearing ones that would be able to go across the ocean, but I don't really know much about it.
Hard work, but I was mind blown. It's pretty simple. It's just wax and oil ropes like hammered into the crevices of wood planking, and they do a lot of tar and oil sealing.
And it's a continual process. You have to repitch and caulk just constantly, or else your boat starts taking on water.
Oh wow!
If you look at something like the USS Constitution, which is the oldest commissioned warship still afloat, every week she has a team of, I believe it's 5 guys, who that's their entire job, is to go through and pitch and caulk and repair the boat.
Man, that maintenance.
Yeah, that's what. There's a boat that was called the Wyoming, big wood boat.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder about Noah's Ark, doesn't it? Well, it's because the Wyoming was smaller than the size and it sank.
Ooh.
Here's a person, a culture that never built boats. The Jews were not boat builders. They didn't even like the ocean. The ocean is where all the bad things came from. Here they build a huge boat. And a lot of people don't realize that Noah was on that boat for like a freaking year.
If water didn't curve it,
imagine the first people building seafaring boats. They were just probably straight psychopaths.
So most of the oldest boats we have are rafts. The term boat, it actually means that it has a rudder attached at the stern.
Keel. Yeah.
No, keel comes later. To be a boat, you have to have a rudder attached. That's it. And that goes back fucking it forever. So when you say the first ocean going boat, we don't know when that was. It is too long ago in the past.
Aren't the earliest ones Vikings? Or they have
Oh no, we have much
The
earlier than that.
Polynesians were before the Vikings, weren't they?
Well, we have the ancient Egyptian boats that are. I mean, they're
those were like river rafts, so those couldn't go across the Med, could they?
no. They couldn't do blue water, but at least the ones we have couldn't. The stories said that they got stuff from somewhere, and the stuff came from across the Med that we found there. So how did it get there? We don't know.
Could have gone around the Med, I suppose.
Could have, or it could have gone across. We just don't know.
Yeah, the Jews were not a nautical people. Which is why it took them 40 years.
You guys started talking about boat building, and I absolutely love it. I'm hoping to build another one this winter when the snow comes and I can't sail anymore.
You build boats, like for shits and giggles, or like for just for shits and giggles.
How big a boat are you gonna build?
21 and a half is the dimensions of the one that I'm currently working on. It is about the smallest footprint you can have and still have a multi-week overnight, and actually I could do the Pacific in it or something.
Are you one of these guys that builds the boat and then has to like dismantle your house to get it out?
No. No, luckily I've got access to a big old pole barn shipbuilding facility, so
I read not too long ago, it was in the news, this guy took like 10 years, 20 years to build his boat in his garage, and when it was finally time to get it out, he had to like demolish half his house. The boat like
I'm-
filled the basement.
That would suck.
Have you guys ever heard of the gentleman named Sven Yinderman? He is the inventor of the Briss sextant.
I've heard him. I've heard of the Briss sextant. Yeah, I don't know the man very well.
So he's this 80-plus-year-old gentleman. I search Briss sextant on YouTube. The old guy who comes up, that's Sven. He is making these boats and putting them on YouTube. The dude is absolutely amazing. He has one of the islands off Antarctica named after him. Super cool explorer guy, still alive, still putting out content. Needs more credit.
How you spell his name? You say Briss or Chris?
So the sextant he invented is called Briss, Briss. It is Swedish for breeze.
Oh, it's
What
Sven.
Right,
Okay.
because it's a triangle-like thing.
Yeah. What's cool about this is it's a sextant that uses the principle of double reflection to remove the need for any moving parts. The way I use mine is I've got little clips on it, and I just clip it on my glasses, and I can look at the sun and get the angles using the double reflection on it. It's not as accurate, but it's also small enough that it, fits inside a film canister.
What's a film canister? What's film?
For real, though.
I'm gonna build my next boat. I'm gonna use epoxy and just the foam board from Lowe's.
It'll work.
I think it
What are you
will.
hoping? What are you looking to do with it?
I'm gonna make like a little mini skiff. Just
Okay.
like a nice, broad, flat. There's a in the text chat. I just posted a YouTube video. This is a guy that kind of inspired me. Like his result is just to me insanely high quality. And what you could do with this is, you could put your own wood planking. You could actually really upgrade this into full-fledged legit boat. So I'm probably just gonna put some time into it, see what I end up with.
I'm sorry, Tank. Where did you post it? Which text chat?
The side chat. In here.
Omnipresent text chat? Or?
Yeah, omnibenevolent, whatever, just be kind, side chat.
Okay.
Open chat.
I know what you're talking about. Yep.
So I don't know what to call that yet.
I call it the in-room chat.
Oh wait, they gave me a recommendation. People struggle to find the channel. We recommend you go to omnipresent text chat. All right.
Yeah, I found it though. So
This
that one's more like the surfboard or a stand-up paddleboard.
No.
And you just
That's like he's got his build is pretty full-fledged.
okay. I didn't click I just looked at the thumbnail.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a stand on top paddle, but it's a little bit wider. He's taking it on the ocean, and I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, I mean, as long as you're in green water,
probably good.
You're gonna find as much shit on the some lakes and whatnot. Really, when you get in blue waters, when you have to worry about that stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm excited about it, because I'm gonna be going on freshwater rivers and creeks. It's be beautiful for that.
I've seen some pictures of the North Atlantic, and I don't think I even want to be there in a big boat, on a little boat.
Right?
What does blue water mean? Like deep water?
Yeah. Once you get off the continental shelf,
coast?
the water, the ground drops out, and the water turns a dark blue. Like it's an actual visual change in the water.
One of the scariest things, me and my brother used to go to that second sandbar off the coast of Destin. If anybody's ever been out there, we would just dive, and get sand dollars. It's like 20 feet. So I mean, we had to actually stretch our lungs and get to a point where we could. But I remember looking on the edge of that sandbar out into the blue. Dude, it is the scariest. I used to have this fear, like something coming out, like chasing me.
I was diving in Hawaii, and it gets deep. Like it's literally like you look off the ledge and it's the bottom of the like it is insanely deep.
Yeah, and it's not like you can't see very deep either. You know what I mean? It's clear enough to where you're like, oh my God, I'm seeing very deep and there's no bottom.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just going to fall forever if I fall through there.
Have y'all ever dove the Blue Hole in Morocco?
No.
So it's this coral, like, it's absolutely beautiful, and you just dive down, and when you get down there, the nitrogen starts building up in your brain, and you forget which way up is.
It doesn't sound fun at all.
It is so beautiful. It's such a great dive.
It does not sound fun at all.
Honestly, all right, best dive I've ever
How
done.
deep are you?
The bottom of that is 300 something feet.
300 feet? You're diving that out with air?
Yeah, you die. People die.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my favorite dive,
much below 100 feet.
Sea of Cortez, with
you
all
go
the
much below-
bioluminescence. And what you do is you smoke about a half ounce of marijuana, and then you dive down and sit on the bottom at 20 feet and watch all the fish swim around with the bioluminescent tracers behind them. Best dive ever.
Best dive I ever had is I went to where did I go to? Grand Cayman. And there's the wall there that's similar to that. It just falls and goes into the blue. And you got to be really careful because the difference between 80 feet and 200 feet is tough to tell if you don't are watching your dive meter really carefully.
It's so weird how up loses direction. Up and down just kind of don't mean things.
Well, if you're breathing air, it's
You
always
find
easy
out
to
where
tell,
up
though.
is. Yeah. But one of the coolest dives I did was Hawaii. It was a night dive. We're about 85 feet down, and they put a flashlight and they turned it on, and you just sit around it, and out of the darkness, you just see these stingrays come out and like swoop in and eat up the plankton. It was fucking insane. I got a video.
That's the best thing about having dive gear is being able to be quiet and watch nature do its thing.
Seen the guys that go out in Florida and spear lionfish?
Yeah, you get paid for that. It's like
They're,
invasive species.
They think they all date from 6 fish that were released from during Andrew when it swamped over a fish store in Miami.
They're supposed to be like good to eat.
I saw some here in North Carolina. I saw some on ice, and I just couldn't buy them because it's like it would be like seeing poodles, on ice. You just couldn't do it. Cats there, a bunch of cats just lined up. Good meat, but they're pets. There was this when I lived in New Jersey. There was this place on Staten Island I go to, and it was an aquarium store. And I parked and I go into the fish store, and all the stuff's on ice. And I'm going like, oh wait a minute, did I go to the wrong mall? So I back out, and 2 doors down was the aquarium store. So I told the guy about what happened. He said it's funnier when it happens the other way. The guys walk in, look around, and go, I thought they were all supposed to be dead.
I don't have a video, I just have pictures. I don't think I have permissions. We'll see. Nope. Yeah, I can do this though. Message. Send it that way.
So this naked guy in Mark, I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as Electric says it is.
Oh, it's wrong one. Damn it. Oh, that's easier. And that's I sent you the picture of the stingray dive.
Yeah, let me look. Oh, that's cool.
It was crazy.
The only thing I've done like that is again in Grand Cayman. They have this area where they'll go and they'll gun the engines, and the stingrays will come to you and you feed them. Those aren't stingrays. Those are filter feeders. Stingrays aren't filter feeders. Those are eagle rays, aren't they?
That's a manta. Those are like
Yeah, it's a manta rays. Yeah, those
yeah.
are filter feeders. Because stingrays aren't filter feeders. Anyway, the story goes that the fishermen used to clean their hooks in this area, and they trained the stingrays to come. So it's the best dive. They say it's the world's best 6 foot dive because you're 6 feet in the water feeding the stingrays as they come up, and basically you hold it in your hand. And it was really weird
Oh,
about these things is the top of them is really rough, but the bottom feels like really soft. Yeah, that's cool. Those are manta rays. That's in Hawaii,
it
you said?
was yeah. And the crazy thing is that what ended up happening is a bunch of dolphins came in, and I thought they were sharks, and I was just like, we're just gonna sit here and die. But yeah, that was
Never dove in Hawaii.
crazy.
Every time I've been to Hawaii, I had to fly out again. And if you go diving, you like
You
ground
can't
for
fly.
24
Yeah.
hours.
No, it's great. There's so much to do there. There's another dive we went on. It was kind of by the coast, but it had like a lava channel and like
Yeah, lava tubes. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
and
yeah, that's scary to be underwater in the lava tube.
well, they suck in, right? And you have to like go with the ebb, and we had to go past it. And the guy that's like guiding us, like like sit there and go wait. And then the guy that went in front of me, he didn't go, and he just got fucking sucked in the tube. And then like 2 seconds later, he gets shot back out. And I was just like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I did a lot of diving in Okinawa, which was its own thing. The weirdest thing in Okinawa was had a camera. I was speaking to, so I took some pictures and I found this thing that I thought was an egg sac. So I took a picture of it. And then I go back 6 months later and on the same dive, and the same egg sac is there. And I'm going, okay, what really is this thing? Turns out it's a bubble coral. It was really weird.
My worst experience, I was almost walking on water like Jesus did, apparently. We were diving in a school of herring in the wintertime, and suddenly there was a lot of movement. We saw these dark shadows. It was fucking killer whales. Tell you what, it didn't take long before we were on land again.
There's one picture of this guy with a boat, and you know how the boat's got that lower deck that you step onto to get in and out of the water, and he's on that barking at the killer whales as the killer whales like surfaces. He's barking at it. And I said, "Oh look, he's talking to the killer whales." And yeah, the killer whales are thinking, "Come on, you furry, so you'll fall off there, and I'll fucking have you."
This is what made me jump out of the water. Had a
white tip.
yeah, yep. That made me jump out of the water. Scared the living shit out of me.
Yeah, white tips are supposed to be.
It literally just like it just came and it nudged me.
Lucky
and then
nudged you.
yeah, and then the guy who was next to me, like he was like the photographer, and I like when you said walk on water, like I got I didn't even decompress. Like I got the fuck out of there.
They had this one barracuda that they trained to take the fish out of the model's mouth. So he saw my camera and he comes over to me. In the meantime, my wife is like 20 feet away, swimming away, pointing. And I mean, and this barracuda looks at me like, "Hey, where's my fish?" And he's like 3 feet away from me. "Hey, where's my fish?" So I got a great picture of him. I didn't give him fish. And my wife is going, "How come?" It's like right next to her. I said, "Hey, if a barracuda wants to attack you, that's not how it goes. You know, you don't see it. It's like 50 feet away. It like goes in there, takes a chunk, and he's out again."
Yeah.
But this guy was actually looking at me like, "Hey, where's my fish?"
I'm supposed to go diving end of September, but I may not end up going. Trip.
You should come here in Easter time. I mean, the water is so clear you can see
Where's
for
here?
fucking Norway, west coast of Norway.
Oh fuck, that's gotta be cold as
Around
shit.
Easter time, the water is so clear it's like glass.
Okay.
But it's cold as shit though.
Yes, it's cold.
I don't mind diving in the cold. I actually prefer it. You know, we were doing something in like it was the Fiji, and the water was like bath water. I didn't even wear a wetsuit. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, you wear it's like Hawaii. It's the same thing. You just wear a little nylon.
So
baseball
Hawaii
swimsuit.
gets cold because of how deep you get. You know,
We weren't that deep.
you know, like with Fiji, because it involves the coral reefs. Like the deepest we went down there is about 35 feet. Saw a bunch of reefs and stuff. But that water, like, we didn't wear. I just wore like swim trunks basically.
So, because of my disability, I can't wear wetsuits with any sleeves on them. If I won't be able to move my arms, and that really limits how cold the water is. And I'm always cold anyway, so 85 degrees, that's perfect diving weather.
I don't know. I like it.
Don't dive off
I
of
always
California. The water off of
wanted-
California is fucking cold.
when I was a kid, I wanted to be a welder, like an underwater welder. Like,
Oh geez, those guys are nuts.
yeah. My uncle was one.
They get paid
That's
well, but damn, a lot of them croak.
yeah. That's when I was really really young. That's what I wanted to do, and that's why I got certified, and that's why I learned how to dive.
A lot of those welders, they're welding in crap visibility too.
Yep.
The welding where it's like you can barely see your hand in front of your face. They said they get bumped by shit. That must scare the fuck out of you.
I sent Stefan. I sent you a picture of the dive from Hawaii with the manta ray.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, filter feeders are pretty cool. I was going to do that dive down in Mexico where the whale sharks come.
Yeah, apparently you can like grab them and they'll like pull you and stuff. I had a buddy do it. I haven't done that one. That's actually that's the one. That's the one we're supposed to do. That's like their migration time.
Yeah, they're just big filter feeders. They're just harmless, but they're huge.
My goal is to see every animal that's bigger than me.
Well, probably my most special dive was, in fact, I dived into a river where a Leopard A1 was stuck. Me and two other guys were dragging the wires, and we had to tell them to shut off the engines because the noise in the water from the engines, fuck me.
And noise underwater carries quite a bit.
You know, when we were in Hawaii, there was a sperm whale, and when you look down, it looked like a guppy, and they got us all out of the water, and I was like, why? And they're like, well, one, you're the size of a dolphin, and two, if he shoots off one of the echo bursts, it could kill you. And I was like, what? And they're explaining it.
Sperm whales.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit's
Yeah,
crazy.
he mistakes you. He mistakes you for something about. Oh, sorry. That's why they think that sharks, bite
They nibble.
surfers. It's like, oh, they go, they hit them. They go, oh, that's really awful tasting seal. They swim away. And then, but in the meantime, they leave you with this big, hole in you.
Yeah. Well, that's what the guy said. He was like, "You're roughly the size of a dolphin, and if he lets off an echo burst, we'll die."
They show some pictures. I've seen some pictures of looking from underneath at people on surfboards, And you do sort of look like a otter,
Yeah, when you have your arms out and your legs
Yeah, you
off,
have your
and
arms
you're just
out and legs out. Look like
yeah.
a big otter. So you come out and go, oh, that's really some bad tasting sea otter. Ugh. See, that's bad tasting seal. And meanwhile, like I said, you're missing a leg or.
Oh, like I said, when that white fin bumped me. It just bumped me. It came from behind. I froze because my instructor guy was in front of me to the right. And then I turned and I looked at it, and those things move like snakes in the water, man. And every time I got scared, it would look at me like it could hear my heartbeat. Right?
And they're supposed to
And
be
then I
slow
went
moving.
to shore, and I bought a diving knife.
Well, yeah, diving knife is going to help you much against a shark.
That was one of something.
The best thing to do with that would be to stab yourself with it.
My goal is to try to hit him in the nose. They say if you hit him in the nose, that whole area is super sensitive. But yeah, we're it's diving knife. It is, I guess. It's time for a diving knife.
You guys got me thinking about the sperm whale.
Oh, that thing was. It looked like a little tiny guppy.
Must have been really deep then.
Really deep. Oh yeah. You can just see it down there, just moving really, really slow. We missed it, but they sleep in pods, and to get there, you gotta not use an engine boat because you wake them up. And we missed the rowboat out basically to go see them, but apparently they just sit there, and their heads are up and their tails are down, and they just sleep in a pod, and they'll just dive, and it's weird. They're conscious but unconscious type thing. They'll go up for air and just float back. It's really weird. But we missed it though.
Imagine diving 10:30 in the evening, and it's still light. I just posted an image. I'm out walking my dog, and it's
So,
10:30 in the evening.
Oceanic white-tip sharks are one of the most dangerous sharks to humans.
Yes, they've eaten more humans than anybody. I know. After the fact, when the guy told me about that, I was like, I am the luckiest person alive. Oh, that would be amazing. You said it's 10 there?
Do not swim or snorkel in areas with possible oceanic white-tip sightings.
I'm a dangerous man, NASA show. I'm a dangerous man.
Me and my brother had a rule when we were diving. Whoever got attacked by the shark, the other person had to go over there and stab the shark and save him. We had big knives we got,
It's like the old joke when the two people are hiking and a bear comes and the guy takes off his shoes and puts on tennis shoes. He goes, you're never gonna outrun the bear. He goes, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
Yeah. What was that movie? That was a movie. What was that movie?
It's an old joke.
But yeah, well, there's a movie about that. No, oh my gosh, it has the little red. Oh my gosh, it was kind of new. Had the Dax guy in it, but they were trying to find DB Cooper's treasure. But basically, a bear showed up, and the guy took his shoes off. And he's like, "Why are you taking your shoes off?" He was like, "I run faster with no shoes on." He's like, "You're never gonna outrun a bear." And he's like, "I just have to outrun you."
It's funny till you actually get in that situation. You know what I mean? And I only imagine this because it's even if you're friends, I'm shit.
There's an old Far Side one where the guy had sights on the bear, and the bear's pointing at his friend with a smile. Hey, not me, him.
Me and my brother have been followed by a mountain lion before, similar to those videos you see online. It's really not that scary when you're with two people. Because we knew we could kill that thing. We literally knew. We were just like, oh, hope this thing doesn't fucking attack us because we're killing it.
Yeah, mountain lions. Two of you mountain lion, you probably have a good chance. Now a bear, that's another issue.
Yeah, so true, dude. Fuck, that would be scry.
Did you ever see the movie Grizzly Man?
Yeah, that grizzly idiot. The only problem is he got his girlfriend killed along with him.
Were you the guy from the movie? That's exactly what that guy said in the movie.
Really? Oh, I
Like
haven't
the only
seen the movie.
true tragedy here was
Yeah, he got a girlfriend killed.
girlfriend killed. Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
He deserved it. I mean, he's like, it's sort of like, do you remember the crocodile hunter guy? He gets killed by a stingray, and you're going like, this is like the cow of the ocean. If he had been killed by a crocodile or something, or something dangerous, you go, yeah, dance with the devil long enough, you get your due.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, he was an idiot. He deserved
Timothy
to get killed.
Treadwell. That's what I remember. Timothy Treadwell was there.
Him, and then there's the other guy, was it Out in the Wild?
Not Bear Grylls.
No, it's another guy. In the Wild, Into the guy who went and wanted to walk across Alaska and ended up in a bus. Timothy McCandles, I think his name was. Into the Wild. Anyway, he basically, and then a whole bunch of people tried to find the bus because so they finally ended up picking the bus up and taking it into Fairbanks or something. The thing about it is, at the time there was a line across when he walked in, there was a river that was small because it was fall. When he tried to get out in the spring, it was huge and he couldn't do it. But like 2 miles down, there was a wire going across. But he didn't have a map because, hey, I don't need a map. I'm trying to explore.
I don't think I'd want to do that type of exploring.
Yeah, it was dumb. And people who took him there told him it was dumb, and he still did it. He's become some. But anyway, yeah, that grizzly moron. And the other guy remember the guy that got trapped between a rock and a hard place for like 3 days, and then ended up breaking his arm and cutting his arm off.
Had to cut his arm off. Yeah. I forgot his name, but yeah.
Yeah, no, but okay. So getting out of that was brilliant. I mean, I don't know if I could do it, but he should have never been in that situation because he should have told someone where he was going. And when he didn't show up, they'd look for him. He didn't tell anybody he was going there, so he's hanging there. Nobody's looking for him.
Yeah. Well, you have a diving buddy.
I've been diving in quite a while. Living in Colorado for a while.
So I went to school.
Yeah, which one? UCCU?
Boulder, yeah.
You realize that Boulder's got one of the highest
Tuitions?
per capita, one of the highest certified scuba divers in the nation.
So I went. Yep.
My friend told the story. Because his son, I told him this, and then he told the story of his son was in Cancun, and on his final day, he stepped on an urchin, but he had to make his flight home, and then the urchin started getting infecting, so he's there at Boulder General being treated for an urchin wound. And they're going like, excuse me, we have to go look this one up. We don't get this one very often.
We get mountain lion attacks. We get all these things. We're not.
We don't get many sea urchin wounds.
Yeah, when I was in school there was an increased sighting of the Bigfoot for 3 years. Really weird.
Bigfoot. What was the lunchroom? It was named after the guy, the cannibal guy.
The lunchroom in Boulder?
Yeah.
I mean, you have different halls. There's Farron.
This was the one in the student union.
I was at Dow Ward where the athletes were. I didn't hang out with those losers. Oh, I don't know. Lunch hall student union. Probably it's called.
The Alfred Packer Dining Grill.
Yes.
Serving our fellow man since 1851.
Yeah. The coolest thing there was the library. Ward.
Something I realized a couple months ago, like recently. I was thinking about, or you know that guy Brian Shaw. Have you guys ever seen him?
The basketball player?
No, I think he's the strongman.
Oh.
Anyway, he's just fucking huge, right? And I was looking up like the average weight of people. Like Brian Shaw is like 300 or 400 pounds. You know, he's a big dude, very big, very heavy. And I looked in history and saw that there's just so many like humans that were 1,000 pounds, and yeah, they were obese, right? They weren't muscular. But I start to process this in a way of like, okay, the average like, you know, grizzly bear is like 600 pounds. Like that's the average. So take the average of humans, 200 pounds. You know, that's a, you know, our society's not in a great place, whatever that means. So maybe it's like 170 or 180 if it's healthy. But you know, bears in the wild, if their average is 600, that tells me anonymously there could be a 3,000 pound bear out there somewhere.
Have you seen those Kodiak bears?
So scary.
Polar bears
Things-
are. No,
those are
the problem with that
polar
is
bears are crazy.
in the wild, a big fat bear would not make it. You know, a big fat cow would get eaten.
A big fat bear would probably be one from captivity. Like like you can probably get one that big in captivity, like one of those Kodiak bears. Those things are fucking huge.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of trying to reference the healthy average weight. You know what I mean? Because if a bear's healthy average weight is already 600, you know, and the obese is thousands of or is 1,000 pounds for humans, yeah, it's not going to be an obese bear because it lives in the wild, but it's going to be, there's a chance for it to be exponentially bigger than, you know, this average they portray, which is so scary.
So the Alfred E. Packer Grill is serving our fellow man since 1875. The joke
Say that
is
again?
the Alfred E. Packer Grill in Colorado, University of Colorado, is serving our fellow man since 1875. The joke is he was a cannibal.
Oh. Got him.
You were an athlete? What, football?
Basketball.
Basketball.
Soccer.
I moved here to North Carolina from Texas, and we go from a crazy football state to a crazy basketball state.
Oh, North Carolina, 100%.
I
That's-
knew when I was growing up in Michigan and Ohio, I knew that UNC and Duke were close, but I thought they were like, you know, hour away.
They're next door neighbors. Oh no.
They're like 5 miles away, 10 miles away at the closest part. They're like really, really
Yep.
close.
We had our McDonald's All-American game at Cameron Indoor, and I was getting recruited by New UNC at the time, and I didn't realize how close they were.
Yeah, they're really, really close. When you were there, were they still having the 420 thing?
Oh yeah, Farrenfield. So the
Yeah,
athletic department would always say, if we see any of you that have cameras, you know, you're going to get in trouble. So one of the dorms there, Farron, there's like an underground parking garage, and we'd go in down there, and we'd literally belly crawl in the middle of the field, like sit there.
When they wanted to break that up because they didn't like the notoriety they were getting in the world, in the nation. So wanted to break it up. They basically put out the word that, hey, this is not going to be tolerated. They made everybody show their IDs. And then here's the cool part. They sprayed Farron Field the day before with fish-based fertilizer. So it smelled like shit.
Yeah.
And they finally broke it up. It's not a big deal anymore.
So when I was there 2 years in a row, we were the #1 party school in the nation.
Yep.
They really hated that.
Nope. They broke that one up too.
Yep.
Now it's like ASU or something, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the problem was like at that time, I think they got 2 Nobel Prizes. Boulder did, you know, like 2 of the scientists there. And like
Oh,
basically, yeah, and like basically all you see, like the news wise, is something crazy happening with the football team or something crazy. You know, it wasn't. They completely try to rebrand it. They did a pretty good job.
I thought the touch of spraying the field with fish-based fertilizer apparently smelled to high hell.
The problem was it's like because where Farron is, it's in the middle of it's like a
Yep,
quad for
middle
like
of
3 or
campus,
4. Yeah, so like it stunk up the whole place. They
Yeah,
said.
stuck up the whole place, but you know they had to do something, I guess.
You just let them be, you know.
No, they wanted to break it up though. Same, you know.
They kind of moved it. I don't know if you know where the creek is, the Boulder Creek, and this giant like it's not giant, it's a little amphitheater down there.
Right.
They kind of moved it down there. That's a public park area.
Yeah, as long as it's off campus.
Yeah, that's what they were going for.
And actually, they didn't want that, so they put out notice for like a year ahead of time saying, hey, this isn't going to be tolerated, because that's what they're afraid is everyone would show up, then they'd move somewhere in the city. So the city cops were there too, trying to enforce it. It took
City
them a
police
couple
in
of
Boulder are the worst. Like the worst crime they ever had to deal with is Jonathan A. Ramsey.
Yeah, that's basically it. I actually knew a guy who was in charge of campus police, and he was an interesting guy. He was one of these guys that if you got mad at him, he would lower his voice and talk softer. It was very much weird, but he would de-escalate everything. You yell at him, he gets calmer and quieter. And it was really weird because it's just opposite of what what your body tells you to do.
The most powerful force there is the environmental police. They have more power than the freaking Boulder PD. I mean, they go around and look at like too much it's ridiculous. They have more power than the Boulder PD. They'd show up. They like noise complaints. They said it's environmental. They show up there, and I mean it's insane. Have a party, bunch of cans on the lawn, you get a fine.
Boulder High School there was the one that did hair as a school play. Now the problem is that you can't do all of hair as a high school play, so you had to cut out all the nudity. But then they start cutting out all they weren't left with much. They cut out Uncle Tom, they cut out a whole bunch of stuff, and then they were left with all the environmental stuff. I guess that's okay for Boulder.
Oh yeah, Boulder's. I forgot what the name of the school, but their law school produces like every major environmental lawyer that like ever does shit.
There's a lot of lawyers in Colorado making a nice living off of adjudicating water law.
Oh yeah.
People don't realize. I think they changed the law since you were there. You can have, I think, 2 55-gallon drums of water, from rainwater, but that's it. Before that, you couldn't even collect it. And people from other states would go, "What? You can't collect water from your own rooftop?" Go, well, you can aim it at your petunias, but no, you can't keep it. It has to. Yeah, water law in Colorado. That's weird.
That, and then you had all this technical private ownership of like mountains that the state had to dissolve. It was weird.
Yeah, one of the 14ers, the top of one of the 14ers is privately owned.
Yep. They're trying to get all of it dissolved. The people that are selling it, like, I'll sell it for mineral value rights. It's just like billions, you know what I mean? But the big one was where Pikes Peak was. Apparently, there is enough ownership to pretty much block it off to make it private use. And, I think like 4 or 5 years, they seized eminent domain and made sure that wouldn't happen. Go Buffs.
Yeah, the football coaches.
Dion?
The team still sucked, but then he made the team. At least it made the news.
Yeah, Dion. Well, so when I was in school there, we were still winning Big 12 North. And then there was the scandal that happened and the scholarships taken away. And it's been about 20 years essentially since that team was good. So when he showed up, it was, they literally rallied everyone. My dad played with them in Atlanta, and I got my jersey retired during the game. He was there, and they're like magically scripted that game to be the jersey retirement game. And it was just hey, just here's the community basically wanted to show him. But he's definitely done a lot for that school in his last 3 years. The football team was garbage. And you have Mr. Tad running this basketball program. He's been doing good.
So I've been seeing a new thing, and I don't even know where it comes from. It's so stupid. But do you guys know the sun is cold?
What? The sun is cold?
Have you heard this or?
No, it's a new one. I've heard the moon is cold.
Yeah, a couple people have said it now, and the dumbest of the dumb have said it, and I'm just so confused by it. But if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'll shut up.
No, that's a new one on me. I've heard that the moon is cold, which is second law of thermodynamics violation, as they always say.
They claim
a
they
re-
can measure the moonlight, and that it's colder in the moonlight than it is
Yeah,
in the
except that
shade of night.
that's a second law of thermodynamics, right there, and it's a real second law of thermodynamics problem, not the makeup shit that they do.
It's also just evaporational cooling.
Yeah, yeah, radiational cooling basically. When you're not in, when you're in the shadow of the moon, you're basically covered, so that you don't radiation cool as badly.
Yep.
So when this first came out, Toon had a challenge to anybody who could do it. I tried really, really hard to force it with dry ice set inside the table. I couldn't get the video to look good enough though. I tried really hard.
I would pick a night where it's like a full moon, and you knew that during the day it was a really strong sun, really bright sun, and then just put some, like, get the water hose and get the ground wet, and then record yourself videoing the shadow, and then recording the wet ground in the moonlight, and you'll have evaporational cooling from the sun hitting, or reflecting off the moon.
But he had a challenge where, and there was a ton of stipulations. They had to be like plastic cups sitting on a table with a movable shade you could, advance throughout the night. And I tried it. Obviously it's not real, but I tried to force it by cutting open the plastic table and packing it full of dry ice. But you could see on the video every once in a while the dry ice would puff, and there'd be like this white steam that would come out from the corners.
You're just trying to bullshit it with dry ice.
It was worth 10 grand.
Oh, I see. That's kind of worth it, actually. Well, if you were just trying to recreate the temperature, and he wasn't saying, like, if he wasn't debunking it, I mean, yeah, you could have taken advantage of that probably. I've seen some of the experiments done. Somebody showed me the video of them recording it. But in the video I saw, they were recording grass. Like, you know what I mean? They were recording the temperature of the surface of grass in the shadow and off. And grass has, is earlier in the morning and the night. It was like before the sun was rising instead of at night after the sun went down. So I think there was a lot of, dew in the grass that was causing the evaporational cooling. And he even talked, like, the guy I was watching was even talking about it. He was like, yeah, it wouldn't really work that well. Like, right after the sun went down, I think there may have been too much sun heat everywhere or something. But he just didn't realize he was taking advantage of the evaporational cooling in the morning. If you've ever been, like, deer hunting or anything like that, or you've stayed up all night and it was a cold night, it gets a little bit colder right in the early morning before the sun comes up because of that evaporational cooling. It's like, please, sun, come up, I'm freezing my ass off. And then, like, you freeze a little bit more before the sun comes up. It sucks.
The old saying, it's always darkest before the dawn.
Yeah. So accurate. We just need to do, like, a flat Earth adventure where everybody goes and gets on the big fucking rocket here in a couple years, we all go to Paris or something in 30 minutes, and we get to like actually visually see space. I think that's what's going to take. Because right now it's just easy to say, like, I only know what I've seen and I haven't seen that. Do you have evidence for what you've seen versus what I've seen?
I think the excuse would be the windows, right? You can't trust it because you're seeing it out of curved window.
Oh yeah, my eyes are spherical, man. Do you have any flat eyes I can use?
I don't know. Shoebill's a flat earther. He could tell us.
I mean, it's definitely rigged. You know, we very well could be in a reality totally different from what the mainstream has told us, but there's no brand to stick to. There's no like pivotal evidence that one ultimatum is the truth, right? That it's flat or that it's not a globe or that it is a globe. Like the more contention is with the mainstream science model, their addiction with monetizing most technology, suppressing any open development. That's really the big part, I think. Like most high level generals, people with classified research credentials, they believe that it's. I mean, they defend the narrative that we have to suppress and hide certain technologies to protect people because of how easy they are to weaponize, blah blah blah. But why wouldn't they just protect and classify that technology, but still use it to provide power, to provide increased quality of life for people? Well, that's where that money comes in, right? They're getting paid significant, substantial sums to not make quality of life too good. Like imagine if everybody owned a car and a house by the time they were 25 and they didn't have to keep working to own it.
Okay. But then you come up with the population problem. Like, let's just magic grant everything you're saying, right? Magic, they get a house and when they're 25 and they no longer need to work. They're going to continue to reproduce at the same reproduction rates that we currently see, and we will physically run out of land to put houses on within a few generations.
Well, not only that, but think about the workload put on those 18 to 25-year-olds. They have to run the whole fucking place.
Well, this is the reality right now. They're working toward and building other people's dreams. That's ultimately just massaging money for a very small percentage of people that have most of the wealth. So in order to distribute that effectively to some way, right? There's a middle ground though. It's not go all the way back to Amish, right? It's bring back land ownership, get rid of the planned obsolescence inside of food production, get rid of this processed food, get back to where some percentage. Not everybody's going to be able to, be a farmer and replace their whole, meal plan. But I think even 10, 20% of everyone having access to their own land, being able to create some of their own resources, it'd be such a huge impact. Like it would completely change the reality. It doesn't have to be a full flip, but even like a 5, 10% lean towards this land ownership and getting rid of the amount of land they have to put or to create this corn processed food. I mean, it would probably be a beautiful thing to see. But it's only now where we got to start worrying about population. You know what I mean? It's like they purposely suppressed when there was, enough land for everybody. They purposely suppressed it, and now they get to use this population thing to, almost it's like a beaten stick. Because logically, I think we would just grow that way. You still have people renting, but
so even in our hypothetical here, we're working. Everybody has land, and now that land is big enough that they can have a small farm on it. So after 25, you're no longer working in the workforce, but you still actually have to do quite a bit of manual labor on your own property growing all your own food, and heaven forbid you want to get a radish that doesn't grow near you. You have no How would that work?
Well, I mean, you're going to have a great collective effect of there being much more open trade, way more farmers markets, more people farming way more than they need. While at the same time, there'll be people who have the opportunity to have a farm and they just don't, right? They're not putting in the work. They don't want to. They kept a job.
Right.
They decided to keep working. I think there'll be a mix. Not everyone that's 25 that has a house and that freedom is going to stop working. I think they'll go build a business, or I think they'll have the freedom to do things in the world. And I think that's kind of the catch. But that's so true, right? I mean, the risk of that is saying, oh, well, everyone's just going to sit at home and reproduce and we're fucked. You know what I mean? But, I kind of got a little bit of hope. I think generationally you'd have an impact of, people wanting to work harder to build what they own.
Owning wouldn't mean anything. I couldn't go down and get the supplies I need in order to build a boat because who would be the supplying? Who would be making the fiberglass? Who would be making the resin?
Well, all that stuff still exists. Just certain
Okay.
aspects of it, like look into the construction meta right now, just since we're on that. Like,
Sure.
yeah, drywall, timber framing, all that stuff. Why aren't people using the resources on their land to build houses? Well, there's code restrictions, right? And people will go out there and build a dangerous shack. So I think it takes like a middle ground there of education. The whole reality has to change, but it doesn't mean throwing the baby out with the
Well,
bathwater.
if the individual citizen has to grow its own food, but if you're a fisherman, you'd have to build your own boat. Then you'd have to build your own boat motor or use your 10-year-olds to paddle the boat. Yeah, there you go.
Well, no, I mean the open market and capitalism still exists. You're just getting rid of this planned obsolescence. You're getting rid of these systems that have been put in place that disarm the average citizen from being able to be an owner of their life. The slavery comes in with people having this submission to quality of life, right? I rent because I want quality of life, right? I'm not going to go sit Indian style in the woods and save up. Oh wait, actually, I have to have an apartment to take a shower to get to my job, and a place to park my car. So now I got to have a car. I got to get insurance. It all adds up to this reality.
Yeah,
And
but
once
what's wrong with that?
so, well, not everything's wrong with it. There's a lot of great things about it. I think you guys are pointing those out, right? You know what I mean? Like, why would we make it 1,000 times harder just for the basis of saying I want to own land? Well, we'd have to shift the reality with an incentive for people to own their land and do it in a
So
way where they're not a lifetime slave. 30-year mortgages that's not reality, guys. This is a fake economic system designed
Maybe
to take our money.
I don't
well,
think so. I don't know what that means.
we were
Well,
talking
percentage of
about
the chart even makes enough to do that. It's very small.
we were talking about building things. I currently am staying on a homestead and there's wood and I'm chopping things out. I do not have the lumber in order to build a small shed that I'm going to put a hot tub in without encroaching onto either the big trees I want to keep on the property or stealing them from somebody else.
Yeah, I don't see
Well,
the
you'd want to
problem
trade.
with having money and using money to buy the things that you need.
Yeah, there's no problem with that.
Well, kind of sounds like you want to eliminate money.
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand.
I'm probably not communicating super clear.
What would change?
I see this a system in place right now that's making it very difficult for people to build businesses and own land. I'm not sure what it would look like to get to a better place around that, but I think the market is in a great place for good people to show up and create more reliable construction materials, more reliable machines, engines, all these things. And it seems like it's been kind of taken over by people who are really focused on making money, and they do the bare minimum.
You make
to
money? Shouldn't you
Yeah,
make money? I think you should make money, right?
right. But they do the bare minimum to get certification and the credibility to do this stuff, and they monopolize.
No, I
So
don't
this
think that's
processed
true.
food, farming industry, planned
Yeah,
obsolescence
there's
inside
competition though.
ownership.
There's competition, right? There's
Houses are.
competition.
Well, go look up like housing inspectors right now. It's like a known problem. 80% of the houses are all incorrectly built. You go to an HOA, you're getting an incorrectly built house.
It's just corruption though.
Well, that's what I was pointing out. And maybe you missed that part, but that's what I'm kind of pointing out. Like the corruption really needs to be pointed out, and we need a
Yeah.
way to have an incentive for people to own where they live because that's the freedom, right? I'm not going
That
to
means you
submit
need that means
to
you
the
need a
corruption if I
stronger
have
government.
freedom.
That means you need a stronger government that's willing to enforce regulations, right?
Possibly.
Yeah. If contractors are not building to code, right, they need to be fined. And if they're not getting fined, and if there's corruption, then that's the problem. You fix that by eliminating the corruption, right? You want
Yep.
them to build a code.
It would be nice. It just looks like it's designed right now to allow these HOAs to get away with whatever, and it's only you and I that they're going to come and check the code and, you know, kick us off our land if we don't follow it. Because these HOAs are getting away with it left and right.
Sounds like you've had problems with an HOA and you're salty.
I've just done a lot of research. I've had family and friends affected by it, and you know
So
they
you've
submit to
never
it.
been. You haven't been.
No, I haven't ever.
That's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world right now.
Yeah, I don't think HOAs are the biggest problem, but you know, if HOAs are getting out of control, you can regulate that with passing laws. Maybe you could eliminate HOAs. Maybe that would be a good thing to do. I don't know.
Well, some of them are pretty good. Some of them are like the opposite of what you'd expect, right? They actually defend you from what people are scared of with HOAs. You know, they keep you able to represent yourself and defend yourself if somebody steps over your ownership rights, and that's the majority rule kind of effect. But that majority rule of effect has kind of been hijacked in so many of these systems. Like a small percentage of the highest income earners decide the housing market right now, and the people suffering the most are the people that are unable to own a home based on this meta. And it's gotten just so out of hand at this point. Like you know, a couple decades ago, probably 3 or 4 decades ago, I guess, you know, a home was very affordable. By the time you were 25, it's very easy to own a home. And those homes now are worth 20, 30 times. It's insane. They were in 60 to 80K, and now they have a $500,000 home, or maybe even $1 million home. And a lot of people have just kind of, the previous generation has ridden that wave, and this whole new generation it's such a different reality, and that's projected on us. Like, oh, you must not be working hard enough, but some parents are aware of it. They know how difficult it is. But it's, you know.
Well, that's just because the media. You're going to live. The middle class hasn't gained wealth that much over the years. They've actually lost net wealth.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Due to tax policies, right?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, so you elect people that put in better tax policies, the ones that you want, instead of, you know, people that don't.
I agree with that on just like on the face. There's just certain variables that come into my brain like, okay, well now we know that they've lost the ability to be educated enough to keep up with how taxes actually work, how the economy is interacting. So there is a delegation now into leadership. People have to be educated enough to make good decisions. And then that extends into, oh crap, now we're all like kind of in a misinformation world. You know, how are we to actually find who we can trust that's going to come in and lead and make those good decisions, make good tax changes? And it's like majority of the people have just lost fucking hope. I haven't necessarily. I feel like I'm kind of base, realistic. I think there are some good guys out there doing good things. But like that, the original thing I was pointing out earlier, the amount of farmland, the amount of land in our country that's been monopolized by companies creating processed food, energy resources, things like this. If there was even like a slight effort of the individual to create any of this on our own, and a cutting of the red tape and an education for people to pursue that healthily, and it's just like we're not going that direction at all. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we throw the baby out.
Yeah, but I don't want to grow
Baptize them
chickens.
out.
I don't want to
Right,
grow
and you won't
chickens.
have to. Like that's the catch there. Like it's not saying everybody needs to start like a farm, and there needs to be less red tape for the people that want to do it to do it.
I can kind of get behind what you're saying. We're trying to do some things on this property, and jumping through the hoops, especially because the historic nature of it is a pain in the ass. But I also agree with Brenda. I don't want to grow chickens.
Yeah, I do too, to an extent. It's like, okay, do I really want to go out there and go be the guy that changes my entire lifestyle? And it's like some people, they're so ingrained in a certain lifestyle and they're effective in the world, right? Like so, there's a lot of jobs and positions where it's like, I know I need to rent because I travel and I've got to be on this state for 8 months. And, the reality of the way the economy works supports all of these systems that work. I see that, right? It's like, there's so many things that aren't corrupt just because they're part of this corrupt system, if that makes sense. So I think that's
I
kind of
think
the
that
catch.
I would be up if I had 20 acres. I think I'd be up for raising chickens, growing lots of vegetables and foodstuffs. It wouldn't. It would be nice. I wouldn't mind that. Um, I don't think I could grow enough on my own to support myself. I'm not really sure if I could, but I don't mind that lifestyle. That would be fine with me. It's just that not everybody's going to want to, and I'm not going to be able to for the rest of my life. There's going to come a time when I can't, right? So, I don't know. I like that sort of farmstead lifestyle. That would be nice. I just don't think everybody wants to do that or should have to.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's like a slippery slope. You start calling out like, oh, the whole system's corrupt. We need to change it. Everybody needs to go on their land and work. I see how that's like it just sounds like a total
Well,
erasure.
I did kind of come in here, and that is kind of what I thought you were arguing, but I'm not sure anymore. It did kind of seem like you're saying, well, the whole system is corrupt. Everybody needs to grow their own food and stuff like that. That sounded like what you were saying,
Yeah, that's fair enough. Because that was kind of
but that's not what you're saying.
yeah, I was attempting to try to be a little bit more nuanced, like, oh crap, like, because I catch how there's a radicalization that's happening and assuming a lot of I think false information around uh, capitalism. I think there's a lot of good things about the world right now, and it's just there's a gradient of conscious and unconscious people involved in it all. You know what I mean? Like people that don't really know the impact they have on from the decisions you're making versus people who really do, and they're being manipulative.
Yeah, but I think that the advantage is that, say, somebody's a theoretical physicist. They don't want to have to bother. They don't want to have to live on a hobby farm. They want to sit in their laboratory and do theoretical physics and not worry about their home or their food, right? Because they want to focus on that thing, like say physics, or a doctor or a lawyer. So that's the advantage of having this system, is that you get people that specialize, right? And that's better for society to have doctors and physicists and lawyers, right? Who don't have to worry about things like um, homesteads and food, right?
Yeah, that's well said.
Yeah,
Because that points out the risk of what we're losing to try to pursue a change
Are
without
we
really.
losing that? How are
Well,
we
no.
losing that?
Well, no. You hear what I said from what I said earlier, right? I see why you reacted the way you did. I'm just aligning. Like that's the risk.
Oh,
You're
okay.
pointing. Yeah, yeah. Because all these systems are why we are to the point we are even. like you just pointed out. The freedom for people to not have to, or to be able to delegate their time, to specialize.
And there are people that sit home all day and get high.
Hi.
But hopefully they or sit home all day and talk on Discord. Maybe you should get out there and get some work.
I feel like you're calling me out, Brenda. What the fuck?
Yeah, you need to get out there. Hoe them vegetables, dude. Pull them weeds. Get some eggs. You know, choke the chicken.
Yep.
Well, I don't mean to be, ego about it, but I am practicing what I preach.
Do you know how much of a pain it is to fucking dress a chicken? Oh my God.
Not too bad.
No, you hand it off. You hand it off to somebody else that does that. You get a crate. You put 50 of them in a crate, and then he comes back and he brings you chickens. That's what you do.
Yeah, I guess it's fair enough.
That's what we did.
Chicken's not that bad. Rabbit is awful. You ever dressed a rabbit?
Yeah.
Once a long time ago, I didn't. My dad did. But we had. I grew up on a sort of a hobby farm, and we had chickens. And Dad tried to slaughter chickens, and that was like a sort of a low grade horror show. I mean, he strung them up on a clothesline by their feet and chopped their necks off. That was like fucking insane. There was blood everywhere. It was crazy. And then getting their feathers off, that is not easy. It is not easy to take all the feathers off of a chicken. Oh my God, that was hard.
Yeah.
It
I
is
grew up
not
skinning
fun.
deer and pulling the feathers off chickens, all sorts of shit.
No, you find a guy. They have those chicken pluckers. You've seen those machines, right?
Oh yeah, it's got the little.
Holy shit, that'll tear
Yeah.
your arm off, boy.
Yeah, dude.
They
that
have these great big rubber arms that stick out. Ooh, my
Rubber
God!
spines.
If you make a mistake, holy shit, you're done for.
Have you seen? Oh,
All
dude,
right,
that made me
so
think of that movie.
looking for a middle ground here. I can get behind. Everybody needs to have an herb garden. Just some cooking herbs, some dill, some mint, a few
Hey,
things
that's
they can grow
cool.
with.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
And maybe American cooking will become better. Just
I don't have a lot of space in my apartment, and my windows. I don't have any windows that face south. They face north and west. So it kind of sucks for trying to grow plants.
you don't have a balcony or anything.
No, I have windowsills.
They make some pots that like clamp onto the windowsills, but I don't. If you're in a high rise or something, I wouldn't trust that.
I don't know what the fuck would do. No, I'm on the first floor, and I don't know what the fuck people around here would do. They probably put needles in my pots. That's what they would do around here.
Fair.
Fuckers.
Yeah, this is not the best place. Yeah.
I was looking at a
Do you live in
company that.
Detroit or something?
No, I live in Minneapolis.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much in a low income part, and I am kind of exaggerating it, but yeah, I wouldn't surprise me if somebody put a needle in a flower pot. But it's gotten better recently, but there was a time when it would have been like that, I think. And my bedroom has a lovely view. I get to see the dumpster right outside my bedroom window. It's not an ideal place.
Can you see this on my stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a 5-volt USB grow light. You can buy them on Amazon for pretty cheap. They're kind of my go-to for doing indoor stuff. because they're so cheap and they're reliable. I've had this light for like 5 years plus. Like it just won't die, and it's just it really like plants are growing real bright and green from it.
Are they
So-
LED lights?
Yeah, it's like a
Those will last forever.
yeah, it's like a broad spectrum. It's pretty wild. Might be a good way to grow inside, but I grew
Yeah,
like
you're right. You're right. Just haven't gotten around to it.
yeah, it's so legit. I've done so much research, and it's so hard to actually like say, all right, let me plan it, do a project. And sometimes when you start a project, it gets messy and it's not how you want it. You know what I mean? And I feel like plants are definitely in that menu where it gets messy quick if you don't plan well.
I'm gonna have to go. It's humidity. It's hot here. I'm getting hot and humid. I'm gonna need to do something. But it's nice talking to you.
You too, man. Yeah, we're in a heat advisory all over the southern United States today.
So, just so you don't think I'm that big of an asshole, this property that I'm living on, we're transforming it into a kind of a commune thing with a bunch of different families and a bunch of different houses. So, I actually completely agree with you a lot more than what I've been letting on.
Oh shit!
It. I
You wanna
think
see my master plan?
we're looking at having 4.
Use these. You're looking at having 4?
So, we're in Minnesota, not Texas, but I've got the same website pulled up.
Oh shit!
And we're putting in like it's all family, but like my nephew has a brain issue, so he needs to be able to live on his own, but not really. You know, so he's gonna get his own spot,
Hell
and then
yeah,
his
dude.
mom is getting a spot nearby.
I'm thinking I can build 4, maybe even 8 of these on an acre.
Yeah, you're not gonna have much green space there, but
Yeah, I'm looking at like doing some spacing designs because I kind of want to do it kind of like one of these trailer parks. These trailer parks make bank, but if you did it with like a higher income bracket, right? You focus on some really nice interior in these arch cabins, get them like well set up to replicate the experience of a nice house interior. Like I think there's nothing like this on the market. It's like a bachelor's pad.
tiny home estates. There's a bunch in California. Ours is different because we're eventually going to build a big central building that's like the kitchen and the utility room and the hot springs and or the hot tub and all that no one family needs, but everybody has access to.
That'll be sick. Like 1,000. If you were to rent them 1,000 a month, you could do like owner finance land, pay 0 down, be paying a couple hundred a month to own it. Build these, rent them out, use your passive income from your rental to get a project manager to go manage that, delegate it off, and go rinse and repeat. And you could have your own home base with one of these up, meaning your own house, in fucking 3 or 4 months. Like the build time of these are insane. It's like getting rid
Yep.
of rent.
The hardest part is getting the utilities. It has taken us a month and a half to get a new well permit, and we just got the permit, so we'll get hopefully the new well in the next week or two. But like the well guys won't even take your phone call until you have a permit.
That's legit. I bought a book on wells and septics. I have read it. I feel good about it. I've mapped out a lot of the tank vendors, all the labor, like which part you have to have like a permit to do. So I'm thinking I can basically call in a contractor to do the seals, right? I can have 90% of the labor done, and he's going to come in and inspect and do the seals. So for me, I'm trying to use that analogy along the way. So like, same for my foundation. I'm gonna do pier and beam with the concrete footings. I'm gonna have someone to inspect it to make sure it's to code, instead of having to, have a contractor like pay him to do it. So I'm gonna try to chop labor by taking that on myself. Because these small square footage buildings, especially if you're just doing one for yourself, right, to live in, these are half a week project. Like getting the arch cabin up will take a day and a half, or maybe even a day if you just get a couple buddies and help you.
Do those come in the shipping crate?
They come in stacks.
Oh,
like
okay.
it'll be a stack of material, yeah, on your flatbed or whatever. But it's like a puzzle. Like it's the ribbed. You get the ribbed I-beams. You lift two of them up and pivot them on each other and bolt them to your foundation, and then you just you can tilt all the other ones up. Use a ladder to bolt them as you go. But if you have two man, or if you are able to afford renting a crane for the day, you could pop it up and just light speed with ease. But I saw a method on how to do it by hand.
There's the company that makes them around here. I hesitate to call them a company. It's an Amish group, an Amish company, whatever. So they come deliver it and put it up for you.
Oh, sick.
And they're like $1,300, $1,400, for the small ones. Not too bad.
Oh shit, dude! I might have to check that out.
Yeah. See if you have any Amish around you.
I will. Holy shit, dude! That's genius.
And you also know the quality is really good because. Is that racist?
No, I'm gonna have to go infiltrate the Amish because they have the best. They have all the knowledge on how to build shit. Literally, there's no reason not to tap into that. At least go check it out. They're not far from me.
If nothing else, you get some good milk and butter.
Dude, legit. That's actual wisdom. I feel like some people would hear that as funny, but that's actual wisdom. There's a lot of communities and cultures that have so much knowledge because that's what they do. I ran into a couple of videos when I was looking up tutorials on how to find no concrete foundations. This is how you build bedrock into the ground. And there's a Amish community that had one of the best videos on it. It blew my mind how well made it was. The shit could probably take a bomb.
Yep. When you drive by those old farms and you see that 1800s barn that's still standing in daily use, there's a reason for it.
I'm big into looking up stonemasonry right now, trying to learn the old original techniques. You can dig a 6 by 1 foot slot in the ground in the shape of your foundation, and you can dump mid to large size boulders in the bottom of that slot you dig out, And this, you can basically build bedrock by dumping tons of rocks into here, filling it all the way up to the ground, and then filling in sand and water, because it'll, all the sand and water will settle into the cracks. And you do it as you go, as you build the rock layers, and you get this nice like bedrock footing in the shape of a square of your foundation, and you mason on top of that. You start chiseling rocks, get the flat faces all pointing outward. You mason yourself a wall, and that becomes your foundation footing. And it's insane how strong these are. I'm on the path of trying to look at code. Like, how does the state treat one of these no concrete foundations as far as code? Because like, this makes it possible for like a guy to go buy land, and you literally could just have a pickaxe, a shovel, and a wheelbarrow and a water source, and you could go out on your land and just build a house straight up, digging, dumping rocks, and masoning.
So it's kind of fallen out of fashion, but have you ever heard of an Earth ship?
Fuck yeah.
They used to be super popular, especially when you get the full recycle builds, and some are gorgeous, but
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of information from those airships, the geothermal cooling, the greenhouse effects, using earth as a layer to insulate structures. There's so many cool things they figured out. Like, I want to bury vinyl tubes in the water table and then use like a solar powered air pump just to pump the cool air from the water table up, and that'll keep the inside of your structure the same temp as the water table year round. So that's cooling in the summer and heating in the winter, just automatically.
it gets too fucking cold here in the winter. Hope I can leave again.
Up there in permafrost.
I wonder where Frontier Man is going to get vinyl tubing.
Who, me? It's basically just a PVC drain pipe. You can get it in pretty fat diameter. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, in your utopia, you got a wheelbarrow and a pickaxe, and you're going to install geothermal cooling and heating in your house.
No, that was when I was talking about building the no concrete foundation. That's basically all the tools you need to do the no concrete foundation.
Maybe we should all just become Amish.
Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? Who the heck is Dog Tour? Who are you? Y'all left Democ muted all day. You guys are so scaredy cats. Wait, Democ has an opinion. Wait.
You're gonna talk to Democ?
Well, he's been muted for a long time. I mean,
Yeah, I just unmuted him. You can talk to him.
oh fuck yeah, dude. See, this is why I fuck with Omnivore. Super heavy. Super heavy.
Hello, kids.
Yo, man, my bad for not asking Left Lane to unmute you earlier. I actually didn't scroll up to see you at the top of the list. It was like I didn't even see that you were in the call at the moment I was asking. So
It likes to play little
So when the TFE
games.
documentary comes out, the Candace Owens, the movie magic around Antarctica. Oh, you guys are gonna get completely smashed. I'm going into full effect. It's gonna get so dirty. I'm gonna live stream on Twitch, watching the documentary, breaking down why it's bullshit, referencing all of my sources as to why they're lying and making shit up. It's gonna get so dirty. You're gonna have to address what I say. You're gonna get Ruhif and your Jesse Gordons. They're all gonna come out the woodworks to talk about what I say. Just like how they're doing this Celestial Theater. Or they're gonna run their protocol where they don't actually acknowledge me at all, like how they do to Concave. But yeah, I'm gonna totally debunk TFE when the documentary comes out.
Why do it when the documentary comes out?
Yeah, and that's a whole different.
Because that's when the spark is. It's gonna get
That's a whole different point of
reinvigorated.
view, isn't it?
It's gonna be prevalent when it comes out. It'll be reinvigorated, and that's when y'all ran your QOP PSYOP. You had the fake anti-truther. Disenfranchising the position with his poop eating and his poor arguments. But then you got the real anti-truthers that know that is fake and they have better arguments, like me. So coming soon.
I don't know. I feel like if you could debunk it beforehand, it would be.
I did.
It would be
Yeah, I debunked it already, in my opinion. Well, Rusted Soul helped me get my references together.
Okay.
Her
Yeah,
channel
my
is
grandma
overpowered.
debunked it before Flat Earth was a baby. My grandma
well-
debunked the FTFE non-experiment, the non-do anything FTFE thing.
Right. Will Duffy debunked himself when he came into the community promoting himself as a liar.
He said it's good to lie. All Globers should lie. Just like all the smart guys, like the alchemists who try
straight
to
face.
steal all the king's money. Well, listen, all the alchemists, right? Einstein and Newton and all those dudes, right? They tried to make philosopher's stones, turn gold into lead. They were thieving and conning everybody. They were going to turn lead into gold and rip everybody off. These are the dudes that Omnivore likes. Scam artists, fucking meth heads. They smoke mercury and they'll rip you off every chance they get. This is what the Globers like. They love it. They pay them. They pay them for all their stories. Keep paying them, boys. Keep paying them.
Okay. I don't feel like I have a special, a special particular liking for those guys, for people being ripped off, but maybe I do and don't know it.
Omnivore, you better gear up to become an alternative cosmologist after my extremely sound, flawless objective argument.
Okay.
but like I said, dude, it's not prevalent. It's not going to hit right now. I got to do it when Candace Owens comes around and tries to disenfranchise anybody speculating TFE. That's when it's time to bring your counter, when somebody's actually trying to disenfranchise. So nobody's doing shit right now. They like that it's quiet. And once you drop your fucking movie magic, oh yeah, it's going to get very noisy.
Okay.
You got something to look forward to.
I look forward to it.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. You look forward to it. Yes, yes, yes. Popcorn. But besides that, what else is going on? Yeah, Omnivore, I apologize. I mean, these guys, I feel like they get what they give. So, don't be surprised when things seem like that. That's what you're gonna get with these guys.
Okay. Well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you're such a sensible, reasonable, like understanding dude. I know you're not surprised at all. I think you know that that's what your server's for. Your server is like the dirtiest of the dirties, which is actually good. It's what people have been waiting for. This cosmology Tartaria kind of that same energy of just free for alls, no moderation. The community needs that. But then these guys will like virtue signal. Oh, he's hurting my feelings. It's like, dude, did you forget like where you are?
I mean, in terms of it being the worst case scenario, I think 24/7's got to be up there.
Omnivore, why did you destroy these flat earthers in this way, man?
Why did I destroy the flat earthers in this way?
Yeah, why? Why did you do this?
I mean, I don't know. It just happened, man.
It just happened naturally.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. Good job, man. Good job. Flat earthers are freaking out. Their rooms are dying. Their recruits, even the most unscientific recruits, are coming into their rooms and saying, "You guys are nuts."
Well, they are. I mean, so 24/7. Somebody, one of their supporters, described them as a bunch of angry empiricists, saying that they were so angry about being disenfranchised or I don't know what it was, not being taken seriously, that now they were just trying to make everybody else's lives memorable. And this is the guy who agreed with them. I wouldn't call those guys empiricists at all, although I think I agree with the angry part.
Right.
But it's like, if you think that this is doing a worse job than 24/7, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that seems like fucking weird.
Well, you're always going to have both. You're going to have the worst of the globe and the worst of the flat. So, you're competing with Gem Pandas right now. Like those guys, nobody even goes in there anymore. The only flat earthers that go in there is like Johnny B, Job, Kakushi, me, Concaver, Pete Shea, Jin. There's like nobody. You got a whole bunch of flat earthers that don't even go near that place.
Okay, that's probably true. Yeah.
But it's inevitable, man. The reason flat Earth is entertaining for Globers is because they think that they're making fun of people. They think that they're stupid. They think that they could like laugh at you, laugh at your expense. Yeah, so you got to expect that.
Yeah, I mean, and the flat earthers are generally trying to do the reverse, right?
Well, you know what it is, dude? Flat earthers are genuinely interested in the topic. They join the community with like, they have good intentions, like in their heart.
You
They
think
don't
so?
expect they don't expect to come across status Glovers. No, you guys bring that out of them.
So I don't think I can agree with that. It seems to me, my interactions with them have been that they are not interested in good interactions or in truth.
After a couple months of engaging with specific Glovers that inflammate and make it unpleasant, like make their stay feeling like it's not worth it, yeah, then they get bent into this fuck Glovers mentality. But when they first arrive, dude, they're innocent. They're just curious.
No, sir.
People don't jump into flat Earth servers trying to demonize Glovers. Where have you been?
What? Big man. Every flat earther. There's only a very
No, Rob, you
few.
just got here. Honestly, no, you're learning right now.
There's a very few flat earthers that I can consider nice. Every other one of them are just.
Yeah, I mean, what about Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser? I mean,
These are long-term LARPers.
Dude, okay,
but
I'm talking about genuine newcomers. They have no intention of cursing out Glovers. That's not what it's about for them. They see how flat earthers get treated, and then they enter that. And not everybody even does that.
Oh, flat earthers
Glovers, they're in the community to laugh at you, to ridicule you, to make you feel small and stupid and reject flat earth eventually. And they do it by means of like humiliation and abuse. So, innocent newcomers coming through and they see that, yeah, that's going to make them start thinking differently about Glovers. If Glovers didn't do that, no, you would never see something like what you see in 24/7.
Wrong. Because.
No, you're wrong, Rob. I'm not even curious in your opinion about this.
When I first went into flat earth community, modern flat earth, I was very curious as to what they were thinking and trying to help them. And I received nothing but vitriol, called me all kind of terrible names. And that's when I get loud, but I don't call them any terrible names of horror and stuff. Nasty things that comes out of you guys' mouth. I don't do that.
I know. I actually think I've never heard you say anything foul. That's true.
Just when I was in Earth Awakens, when my last account was blocked, I simply just said I would contribute to the conversation. Simply just said ecologists, the scientists, like ecologists, are working on an issue. And out of their mouth, they've called me you're an idiot talking about scientists. We don't want to hear that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, guys, come. I'm just telling you. It's coming nasty things after that. And then I got booted. Just because I said ecologists and scientists. You guys, it's like you guys are just against people who work hard.
It's not your fault. It's the people it's the Glovers that came before.
Authority on the information. You guys hate people who are smart.
It's not your fault that they did that to you. It's the Glovers that came before you, dude. Imagine being posted in 24/7 since 2015. These guys have seen a pattern in newcomer Glovers. They all do the same thing. Well, I think it's dumb. You guys are idiots. Then, when they can't actually substantiate their position and they realize that the flat earth is actually substantiating an argument, whether or not you believe it's true, and you can't rebut it because you haven't learned the conversation, you haven't learned how to navigate their talking points, yeah, then you get butthurt and you say, fuck this flat earth is stupid. And when you do that, you're attacking an entire room of people. And they're like, and then there's that one newcomer flat earther that sees you fucking taking out all your energy. You're lashing out on everyone in the room. And they're like, damn, look at this asshole Glober. Who's this guy? So it's just the domino effect. You know, Globers have no intention of actually understanding the argument. We proved yesterday. NASA Shill still can't steel man flat Earth, and he's been hanging out listening for years, dude. You guys don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
But you can't steal man something that doesn't make sense. I can't.
I can steel man something that doesn't make sense. I don't think the argument for compression angles and the diminishing of the angle because you're closer to the floor. I can substantiate the position. It doesn't mean I think it makes sense.
If you're talking about we call it sinking refraction when something is lower on the horizon, that is ours. When you guys use something like that, so we're gonna steel man that, but we can't steel man weird stuff. It's impossible. How like the guy was in Earth Awakening talking about dielectric field. There's no such thing. How am I going to steel man dielectric field? It's dielectric materials. Like, these kind of things. You want us to somehow try to twist our minds when they don't make sense. You can't turn negative into positive. Like, it's just. Yeah, I'm just saying we substantiate. You don't accept it because you're not open. You're not honestly debating, right? The sun does not change size during the days, for example. It doesn't. It doesn't. What does he want to tell you? Well, it could be a lens.
See, this is why there's such thing as this is why there's such thing as you just said the sun does not change angular size throughout the day. Dude, in your model, it would have to. The Earth is rotating, therefore the sun is getting further away as you rotate away from the sun. Okay, you are literally changing your distance to the sun, and the sun doesn't change angular size. You say it's because it's too far, it's just negligible. Technically, it does change angular size. Get your argument straight. You got to stop saying fallacious things. Just say the truth. Just say the actual argument instead of trying to skate past with a fallacious one.
Dude, we're saying it doesn't go from 100% to 0. That's what we're saying. It doesn't reduce.
Well, once you actually start bringing that specificity, that's when people are going to start listening to you. Because these technicalities matter in this conversation, dude. You just want to say the sun doesn't change angular size. These guys are going to make fun of you for that, dude. That's not the truth. Okay, not in your model, not in the flat model, not in reality, not in nothing, dude. It changes the angular size as it approaches the horizon. There's refraction. It actually appears larger, not smaller. There's all kinds of things that goes on to the angular size of the sun. For you to just skate past and say it doesn't change angular size because you think that supports the globe model, that makes you look dishonest and that you don't even know how to properly argue your points.
But whenever we're answering that question, we are saying to you, when an object is moving across the sky and it becomes night, that means you should see it visibly reducing in size. That's what we're saying, visibly.
But
we're talking about
it doesn't even, what I say to you doesn't
we're not talking about microscopic. We're not talking about microscopic changes because yes, you're turning away. We're talking about
you just don't even care what I say.
Going from 100.
This is why people don't show you the respect you deserve because you don't show them.
From 75 to 30, from 30 to 10, and from 10 to 0. That is what we are. That's what you guys are putting forward. That's what we're saying. We do not see that angular size reduction in that way. We're not talking about minuscule micro changes that your eyes can't pick up. Of course it does that.
You got to get literal. In this conversation, these facts matter.
Well, yeah, okay. So, whenever these facts matter, what now? What now? Okay.
Just say the truth. Just say the truth. In your model, the sun would have to change angular size because you're moving away from it. It might not be measurable, but it is happening.
No, but okay. But you're going to say the Earth is flat from that.
That's complete lily padding. Dude, lily padding is the ultimate crime of the globe right now, dude. You guys cannot stay focused.
No, brother. How can the Earth, how can it become night by reducing angular size by 0.0005%? How can it become night from that?
In the globe model, because the sun is moving away from you, it would have to be changing angular size, no matter how minuscule that angular size change is. Just because you say you can't measure it doesn't mean it's not happening.
No, we're discussing. You see, we are the context people. You guys are not the context people. We are speaking in context of
what?
Day versus night.
Context of
No,
what?
that's gaslighting. I am bringing the context. You are
No, that's
stating
not
past tense.
brother. Okay,
What's
why?
the sun made
Let me ask
of?
you the question. Let me ask you the question. Electric.
What's the
Why
sun made
are
of?
we discussing angular size of sun?
So
Why?
a gas ball doesn't change angular size, is what you're saying. A ball of gas, helium or hydrogen. That you're saying a ball of gas doesn't
Why
change
are
size.
we discussing angular
A
size
ball of
of the
gas,
sun?
a ball of gas called the sun.
It's not a
Last time
ball of
I
gas.
checked,
It has heavier metals towards.
it's a ball of hydrogen, buddy. You
No,
want to
it's
go
not.
over what it's
You
made
don't know.
from?
You don't
You
know
want
my
to read
model.
what it's made from
You
right
don't
now?
know our model. The sun
Do you
has
want to
heavy
read what it
metals.
is made from
It has
live?
iron in there as well.
Read what
It
it's
has
made of.
iron.
No, there's no iron in hydrogen.
Yes, there's
Starts out
iron
as
in the sun.
hydrogen, only hydrogen.
Why did you say iron in hydrogen? I said
And
there's
then
iron in
helium,
the sun.
and then helium,
Iron in the sun.
and then helium. Stop
There
making
is
stuff up.
gold in the sun.
It's two gases, Robert.
There's a lot
Not
of
my
heavy
fault.
metals in the sun.
Stop making stuff up, Robert. Go get some iron and
Okay.
make a sun then.
Do you want
Go
me
get
to?
some iron
Do
and
you
make
want
us
me to
a sun.
Google it for you and read it to you?
No, I need you to make me a sun with iron.
Right? There is heavy metals in the sun.
Stop making stuff up. Produce a sun with it.
Remember
Go
what
get
you
the heavy
said
metal and make
earlier? You
a
said
sun. That's
hydrogen.
your claim.
You said ball of
Your
hydrogen.
claim,
And
buddy.
I just
No, you
debunked
said it's
that
metal.
and said
You
it
said
has
it's metal.
it has
I'm going
metals
with
in it.
what you said, Robert. Stick with the topic, buddy. Stay
No,
on
you
topic.
stick with the topic. You made a claim that is just a ball of hydrogen, and I'm saying it is not. Okay? So you're debunked. You have lost the argument. Let's move forward now. Reason why we're discussing angular size of the sun, electric, is we are discussing about day and night. That is the context. You understand? We're not talking about. We're
Look,
not talking about.
I could steel man your argument better than you right now on a flat Earth because you
Okay.
have the distances between like North America, South America, the distance between North America and Africa, distance between Africa and Australia. We measured it all, right? You got 10,000 miles here, 10,000 miles there. If I'm looking up and I see the elevation angle of the sun to be like 45 degrees, and in Africa it's like 20 degrees, and it's not changing angular size for either of us, then the sun would have to be bigger than the earth, because if it was local and we're looking at a small local sun over a flat earth, it would have to change angular size for both. There would be a different angular size for both of us. When the elevation angle changed, the angular size would change.
Exactly.
It's said to be a ball of gas. If he believes a ball of gas, no
Yeah,
matter what
and
he
see,
calls it,
like,
doesn't
I know
change
the
size,
argument.
then that's pretty
Exactly.
weird.
But you
That's a
don't have to
weird
say that.
claim.
But you don't even have to say all
We
of that.
don't care about your
You don't have to
rainbow
say all of that.
gases, brother.
But Rob, you have to understand, like, everybody that you talk to in these servers, they know that.
No,
that
they
doesn't
don't.
change.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No,
they
they
do.
don't.
Yes, they
think,
do.
no,
They
brother.
think
They think.
that water
Listen to this
being
guy,
used as a
man.
horizontal plane is more substantial, more extraordinary evidence than looking at the sky. That's just how they feel.
Yeah, but
Sky
why?
has nothing to do with shit.
Yeah, but why do water look like that?
Look like water? Because water's water.
Yeah,
Why would
why
water not look like water, Robert?
why the
You tell
surface
us, God.
Why is the surface of the water
We don't know,
flat like
God, Robert. You tell us how you made it.
that? It's gravity that
How
made
did
it
you
look
make
flat.
it? How did you make gravity?
Gravity is why water looks
What
flat.
did you make gravity from?
Right?
Robert God.
Ask
You
God.
got your
Ask
own
God.
religion. You're starting it now. You're the God of it.
No,
How
no,
did
no.
you make
Ask
it?
God about that. We just detected what God made.
How do you make a sun? Show us in a lab. What's your reference for a sun gas?
Just ask God about gravity. We just detected. We observed.
You can't.
Yeah, just ask God about the gravity. Okay. What we're talking about is that we are measuring it, and we have a lot of understanding about it, just like electromagnetism. We same thing. Okay? Ask God about electromagnetism too. What is the force of electromagnetic? What is that electromagnetic field? What is it?
All
I
you have
can't.
is electricity. That's all you
Is
have
it
is electricity. You don't have
is
nothing else.
is electromagnetism? Does it have little
All you
fingers?
have is electricity, Robert. Stop
What does
talking over me so
electromagnetism
you
look
can
like?
hear what I'm saying, slow guy. I want to
What's
make sure
electromagnetism look
you
like?
write this down.
What does it look like?
Electricity, energy, whatever you want to call it,
What does it look like?
word salad is all you have.
What
Go
does it look
ahead.
like? What does it look like?
It looks like electricity or energy.
What does electricity look like?
A shock.
That's a feeling. What
Turn
is
the lights
electricity?
out and look at your blanket, Robert. Pull your blanket up and down from another blanket. You'll see all that electricity at night.
No,
It's
you don't.
beautiful.
Charged particles can look
It's
like
so
anything.
beautiful,
They could
Robert.
look
It looks like lightning
plasma.
bolts.
It could look like a lightning. Exactly.
Lightning bolts right on your blanket. Go get a fuzzy blanket, Robert. 2 of them.
Okay. I'm
Turn your
asking you.
camera on, turn the light off, and we'll take a look at what you can't see sparking everywhere. How you can't see sparks for some reason.
I'm asking
Well,
you
hold on.
about electromagnetism.
If you don't have sparks, does that mean you don't have electricity? Dimok?
He's the one that said he can't see electricity. Now what are you asking? Other question that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, guy.
That
What we're
has
looking
something
for
to
is
do with
gravity,
it.
I
Hold
thought.
on.
I thought
That's
we were
not fair,
looking for
Demok.
gravity,
That's
not
not
energy.
Demok. That's not fair. It
We're not
absolutely has
looking for
something to do with
energy.
it.
We're looking for gravity. Why
It absolutely has something to do with it. It's not fair for you to say it has nothing to do with it. Okay, if you're saying you can see electricity because you can see sparks, like
Who muted
yes, you
Demok?
can see
I want to know
sparks.
who muted
That is a
Demok.
way of seeing electricity. Does that mean that if you can't see sparks, electricity is not a relevant thing that's happening? That's
Who
my question.
muted Demok?
It's a very good. It's a very.
Why are the mods cowards? Who cannot? Why can you not answer my question?
No, no.
I'll answer your question.
Who muted Demok?
Yo,
Me did. I did.
Right.
Me did.
Top is right.
I did.
Top
So
is
you're
right.
moderating your own conversation. You're a pussy.
Oh Lord, is he? He
Well,
will.
I mean, I guess so.
If you can't have a conversation with someone that disagrees with you, back out, dude. Go enjoy your globe retardation somewhere else.
What was your question?
Yeah, try to engage with Demok and stop being a coward about it.
I was engaging with Demok.
Well, we have energy, but what Robert started the conversation with is gravity, brother. He said, no, we're going to talk gravity. And then he started talking about electricity and magnetism, which isn't gravity at all. Gravity still is an unknown. Now, if we're going to talk gravity, what's the first step and what do we grab to talk about gravity? What's going to cause it or start it? How do we know what gravity is or comes from or where it goes to? How do we know how much it weighs? How do we know the temperature? How do we know how gravity feels? Because surely if there's something that's acting like a force, you're going to feel it.
No.
No? Something that
No.
smashes stuff to a sphere, you're not going to feel?
You're going to feel the smashing of the to the sphere, but you're not going to feel the gravity.
Right now and show me you don't feel it. I'll smash you real slow. Real
Okay,
slow into a ball of ice. I have 2 circle pieces of metal. I want you to stand inside of them and tell me you don't understand you're getting crushed into a ball. Idiot.
Yeah, that's not gravity that I'm feeling.
So gravity doesn't make balls.
That's not what I said.
So does gravity make balls or not, dude? Big fucking huge ones out of billions of tons of shit that you can't feel. You can't feel millions of stuff. The thing that makes millions of tons of stuff move all over, you stand there and don't even know what's happening. Isn't that weird? Oh, look, trillions of tons of pressure right where I'm at. I don't feel the heat. That's weird. Where's gravity?
Trillions of tons of pressure. Where do you
Yeah,
live
how
that
much
you're
gravity does
experiencing
it take
trillions of tons of
How
pressure?
much gravity does hold a ball of gas, water, and dirt together? You tell me what it takes to hold a fucking Earth together in space.
It takes an attractive force that is more powerful than the energy that would be required to escape that attractive force.
More powerful than God. You've created your own God and your own universe. Thanks, guys. Unfalsifiability everywhere. All you have is a God that's called globe, your globe God, Gravity is its God or Jesus, right? And then you have no fucking answers. You can't feel gravity? That's stupid. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Then why would you think it's real? The scale doesn't read it.
No, the
Raindrops
scale
aren't
reads
sticking
weight.
together, they fall apart. Raindrops repel from the water source. Gravity didn't do its job there either. Hail are little balls separated from each other. They're not, what do you mean, what? They're not cabinishing together and coming down as one clump, are they?
I mean, they in the absence of other forces, they
you
are.
got one raindrop for gravity, right? Big mass, they're going to stay big mass. Why would big mass fall apart?
I'm
What
very
gravity
confused.
do?
When you
Not
say
help
big
it?
mass, what's
Well,
the
now
big mass? Is the
falls
one
apart.
raindrop a big mass?
All the water in the sky, trillions of tons of water, is going to fall apart now into little drops.
Yeah. So most of that
gravity's not
water is
gonna
really
hold it
far
together and
away,
bring
and
it
that's
to the
also
source.
not that big a mass because
the mass
gravity is
isn't-
really weak.
All the water and air on Earth and dirt's not big. That's weird.
All of the water and
The
air
that
and
nobody can
dirt
find
on
into.
Earth
The air that goes out past
becomes
the sun.
substantial, but it has to be
Your air that goes past the
concentrated in.
sun. You got atmosphere past the sun, weirdo. How much does that weigh?
Yeah, I would not
93
say that
million miles
we
of
have
air?
Earth atmosphere
That's
past
what you
the sun.
say. It's never
I
a real
don't say
vacuum,
that.
is it?
I don't say that. Also, the reason I was moderating my own conversation is because I'm pretty sure I'm the only mod here that is not deafened. And I'm a beta cuck bitch, I believe is the term.
The church.
But man, I've never spoken to you before, but I got a serious problem with people that mute people that they're talking to. Like you jump into a conversation to talk to someone, you start talking to them, and then 30 seconds later you mute them. That's not good practice, in my opinion.
That is a fair criticism.
But actually, Tapioca Weasel, I've heard very good things about you. So I actually take back what I said about the retardation comment. You know, I don't mean stupid shit like that. It's whatever. But like, yeah, I like if you catch me doing something like that, and then you call me names like that, it's to be expected.
Where can we demonstrate?
I mean, fair enough. But I
need to
wasn't muting
demonstrate
you. I was
gravity.
muting DMOC, and DMOC is DMOC. So it's not like I'm just
I'm a
doing
really
it just
smart
because
guy.
he's
You
disagreeing
need to
with
pay
me.
attention.
I'm doing it based on the totality of my lived experience interacting with DMOC. So
That didn't make any sense. A guy who doesn't know how hot air balloons fly around a real 3D ball and doesn't have any reference for flight of a ball or globe, which they're all 360. Can you show us how a hot air balloon flies around a ball with your gravity magic? Show us how gravity makes it work. Just
it's
show
with
us
density and buoyancy, bro.
Show us. What's that look like? It's imaginary, isn't it? Imaginary
Density
flight
and
of the
buoyancy?
ball. So can't demonstrate it, right? You got 10 seconds. Demonstrate how a ball has flight with stuff around it. How it could ever be possible to not tilt, not dip, and fly horizontal and stay perfectly fucking vertical the whole time, right? On your globe. Demonstrate that with a hot air balloon or a helicopter, please. And land.
I feel like my
where you're
10
supposed to
seconds has
land.
run out, so I guess you
Like,
win.
go up from the ball, fly out, and go land somewhere on the other side. Show us how that works. When you drop down vertically, like an elevator, not a curve, not a ball at all. Just up off flat Earth and back down to flat Earth. Isn't that weird? So the only thing they can do is demonstrate flat Earth flight, you guys. No glober can go get a ball, which is 360. They're all versions of themselves. Don't let them kid you guys. They didn't go to math school or ball school or geometry class.
I did go to math school and geometry class.
So you know that all 360s are scaled up or down versions of themselves, correct?
That I don't even know what that sentence meant.
You don't know what a 360 means? A sphere that
not in the context that you just gave it.
And then a bigger sphere that's 360. What do you mean? They're all 360. The sun's 360, the Earth's 360, and the moon's 360. Are they not different sizes but scaled up or down from each other? Liar.
Are you talking about
I
circles?
just learned you something. Now you learned off a flat earther that all balls are 360. Correct? All hula hoops, all circles are 360.
Circles and balls are not the same thing, generally
So
speaking.
what's the radius of a ball? How many degrees in the ball?
4 pi.
360, bitch.
No, that's 2 pi. 4 pi is for
It's
a 2D.
360.
A three-dimensional ball with a two-dimensional
Show me
surface is
where
going
the
to have
ball,
4
where the
pi
moon is 4
steradians.
pi. Show me the 4 pi part of the moon right now.
Okay, it's the surface part. I mean, I guess you can only
No,
see
that's
half of it.
360. That's a 360 circle, guy. Sorry.
No,
you
the
lose.
projection of
You
it
lost.
on
No, what we
would
see
be
is
a
what we
disc,
see. I don't know
technically.
what you're making up. I didn't make
All
anything
right.
up. I don't need to make anything up or lie like you. The sun, when you look at
You know,
the sun,
Tapioca, stick around for when Omnivore undeafens himself, please.
Oh, I mean, I
it's
can
called a sun disk.
ping Omni and see if he's around.
So did you know that a
Yeah, send
horizontal
Omnivore a
line?
message. Get him back here.
Did you know that a horizontal line increases inch by inch by inch the same way a vertical does? So the same way you know you're an inch off the ground upward from the bottom of the ruler, you take that ruler and turn it out that way to space, pointing towards that star or Polaris that way or whatever star you think is fucking going underneath you out to the horizon. Now your thing should be increasing from that point an inch to space. How do you prove that with the elevation tool? How do you prove that a horizontal line increases into space, thus proving gravity and proving your globe at the same time? And I will be a glober.
How does a horizontal line increase into space?
Yeah,
Do you
proven
mean
fact.
the
I know
distance?
how balls and horizontals work. Go get a ball in a
Horizontal plane is
horizontal.
tangential to
There
the
ain't no
curve of the
questions
Earth, so
here.
it extends into
These
space.
are facts. No questions asked here, buddy. Horizontal ruler on top of a ball. It's increasing
Electric.
left and right.
I'm pretty sure it was electric. I
It's
wasn't
gonna
looking
touch
at
the wall,
the side
going away
thing.
from the ball.
Was trying to do a clarification. What
Yeah,
were you
a
trying to
horizontal
clarify?
line on a ball. Go get
All
one.
right. That is why I mute him, Electric, for the record, is because it's very difficult to actually finish a coherent thought.
A
And
horizontal
like reach
plane is tangential to the curve of the Earth. Please unmute him.
You take the horizontal ruler and you put it on the ball. Turn your camera on and we'll take a look at where I'm wrong. Show me every microscopic dot, and I want you to zoom in on the center of that fucking ruler where it touches the ball, where there's no horizontal lines there, that little circle dot where they touch. Now show me where that doesn't increase left and right off that ball, and then you'll be right. You want to bet your money?
Why would that make me right? That would be contrary to my predictions.
Oh, so you're not right. So you know for a fact that the horizontal line increases in elevation from a real ball live, correct? So if you think you're on a real ball, this is the only thing that can happen, son. Facts.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I'll agree with you there. Yeah.
Okay, well, outside we have an elevation tool, and every horizontal line you draw on your wall. So just every little dot should increase towards space that way. It should be like
Which it
1 inch, 2 inch, 3
does.
foot elevation, 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 elevation increase, and then your PSI should end up following the same vertical PSI rate. The PSI rate that way should follow, shouldn't it? If it's a spherical gradient.
So let me see if I understand what you're
PSI,
proposing.
brother. Spherical PSI gradient 14. Go ahead, keep going.
So what you're saying is that if you have a horizontal line on a ball, then as you extend that horizontal line, and we're defining horizontal as being the tangent line to the ball at our particular starting point, and if you extend that horizontal line, that the distance between the point on that line and the point directly under it, as measured by the intersection of the normal to the underlying ball to that line, will increase. Yes, that will increase until you get to a distance of 90 degrees, in which
Prove
case At that point, it will formally diverge, and there will no
Prove it.
longer be a well-defined distance.
Please prove it.
Yeah, we need to prove this.
Empirically or geometrically?
Empirically. Everything needs to be empirically. And we need a side view.
Oh
We
yeah,
always need a side view of any Earth curve.
I personally do not have the data to present to you to prove that at
You
this
have
time.
listen, it's called an altimeter. An elevation.
Yeah, well, I don't have an
You
altimeter.
rub it across any horizontal. At the longer you make the horizontal, hold on, brother. All you need is a 1 foot horizontal to prove me wrong. But you can go for 50 foot. You can go for 100 foot. You can go for 1,000.
In the absence of uncertainty, you're correct. However, that's not how the world works. So you're not correct. If you have an altimeter and you just hold it in your hand and you look at it for a long time and it has infinite degrees of precision, it's not going to give you the same number every time. Like if you breathe on it, it'll give you a different number.
So how do you guys know how tall you are or what sea level means then?
Well, we know what sea level is, I'm pretty sure, by looking at where the sea is.
No, you don't make sure by looking, buddy. Looking at stuff doesn't do shit. You could be looking at a mirage. It's not going to help you. So 14 psi, what's it stand for if not elevation?
14 psi stands for 14 pounds per square inch, and it's roughly the pressure of one atmosphere. More precisely, I'm pretty sure it's 14.7, but yeah.
Your pressure gradient is due to the equilibrium of the gases finding they come to a state of being at rest because there's a balance of forces. This creates a horizontal plane. In all instances, we practically treat it as horizontal. So yeah. So you're saying that your pressure gradient is curved. Evidence.
Yes. The evidence is the same evidence as anything on the Earth being curved. Like if you have large enough distances and you interrogate the pressure at a 90-degree angle from so if you define a vertical line, you define a vertical line based on where you're standing. And the way you define that vertical line is by looking at the direction that things drop if you have an evacuated chamber that has no external forces on it. So you have no external electric or magnetic fields or anything as far as we can tell. Maybe there's something that science has not yet discovered. Always possible. But all of those
things. This is my favorite argument, dude. This is where I excel. I don't mean to cut you off. But
no, that's
when you talk about things reaching a state of equilibrium and then the balance of forces, this is how you get your pressure gradient on Earth. You're saying along the Earth's surface, you have PSI, 14.7 PSI above water, all across the surface of the Earth. This is due to the things having a balance of forces. It creates a state of equilibrium. When this happens, you consider that a horizontal plane. Okay, so you need evidence that your horizontal plane is curving. Your pressure gradient, how you measure it, how you consider it to be in reality,
curving,
you always treat it.
Or that the ground underneath it is curving. Because I don't consider the ground underneath it to be a horizontal plane.
Well, everything is relative to a horizontal plane if you're trying to measure anything.
I don't know exactly what that means.
If you wanna find any change in elevation, you're referencing a horizontal plane. That's what
if I want to find a change in elevation, I'm going to have to define what the elevation is referenced to. And if we're talking about the center of the spherical Earth, then that's only going to be a well-defined concept in the model of a roughly spherical Earth, which I don't think you agree with. So I think we should find a different, more neutral definition.
This is all about when something reaches equilibrium,
And the balance of forces, the resistance of the ground versus the acceleration towards it, this creates a state of equilibrium. This creates a horizontal plane. This is how we measure elevation change.
That is not true.
That's not. Yeah, no. What that creates is a vertical gradient, not a horizontal equilibrium.
How do you explain reciprocal zenith angles? So it's just like the basics of like that these verticals diverge from one another all over the sphere.
Yeah, no, you're not observing any divergence of a plumb line. You're observing the displacement, the vertical angle displacement. Okay, you're
What
not
the fuck
observing
does that
tilt.
even mean?
It
Define
means
that.
that the elevation angle to your target is displaced vertically. This is not tilt. It doesn't mean
from
that
where?
doesn't
What
mean you
the fuck
cited.
does that
It
even
doesn't
mean?
mean you. Okay, you're going to be an idiot.
Let him finish.
You're not.
Let him
Yes,
finish,
for
Al.
sure. For sure. For sure. Try to not act like an idiot for a second. So you guys are saying that when you point your theodolite at another theodolite, that because, let's say you have two theodolites stationed at the same elevation relative to mean sea level, you're both at 1,000 feet up.
Okay.
When you look across your corridor of air 10 miles away, you say, oh, my theodolite looks lower than where I'm at, but we're both at the same elevation. You comport that, you say this is correlating to a sphere because it appears lower. That's due to drop over distance. Therefore, it must be tilted. But you're not measuring tilt. You're measuring the angle of displacement.
I think that is kind of how it works, Al.
It's a little bit how it works, but there's a lot more that like it's verified. By
Okay,
here comes the globe that wants non-interference. He's not going to let me make my argument.
Al, let me nitpick on Al for a moment. When you say that's not how it works, what I gather from that is that one of the statements that he said leading up to that was wrong, and I don't think any of the statements that he said leading up to that actually was wrong. His tone, you, Al, I assume, and myself both believe that the Earth is round, and he doesn't, and so he's saying something to lead down an argument that that's not true. But I think everything he said about theodolites was, as far as I could tell, technically, quantitatively, precisely correct.
Except the assumption part is where he goes totally wrong. It is true that if you're at two equal elevations above mean sea level, and you have two stations, and you look from one to the other, one will be lower than the other because of the curvature of the Earth.
They both will.
Does not mean your plumb bob is tilted. You're observing a vertical angle displacement, not tilting of a plumb bob.
Wait, okay. So that's, and I think that's where Al's question is. What do you when we say vertical angle displacement, to us that means a tilt, and to you it means something other than a tilt. What does it
appear? Yeah,
mean?
it appears.
Could I see a diagram?
Yeah, so in your model, you're looking through a corridor of air, and you say that, well, if I am on a globe and my angle to this theodolite is displaced vertically, well, if it doesn't match the globe, that must mean that there is refraction happening. Refraction is going to displace it this much away from where the globe predicts it to be. Al, do you even care to comprehend, or are you just here to be really rude?
I don't know. We'll try. Okay, lay it
honestly
on me.
With Al, it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B.
Al, I will treat you with as much respect as you treat me, okay, dog?
All right, don't call me dog.
Anyone with respect.
All right,
hey, I could call you dog, Al. Come on.
I call everybody dog, dude. It's not an insult.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry if you don't want to be called dog. All right.
No problem, bud.
Okay, so yeah, you guys are saying that you use the word divergence, right? This is specifically talking about the divergence of your plumb bob. What you're actually looking at is the displacement of the vertical angle to the theodolite. If it were equal elevation and it appears lower, oh my God, it appears lower. This could be because we're on a globe and there's drop over distance, right? Well, in the flat Earth model, the corridor of air you're looking through is displacing the position. It's not curvature. Yeah.
How? Walk us through it.
Well, you guys invoke a certain amount of refraction. You say there's a standard rate of refraction. Sorry, you say there's a standard rate of refraction depending on the distance. It's something like 4 arc seconds per mile, no matter the conditions of the atmosphere.
That's an oversimplification. It's calculated
Your
using
observations
real
never
world
match
observation,
the globe
temperature,
prediction. Not for
temperature
stars,
gradient,
not for terrestrial
real temperature
observations.
gradient that day, in person, not like some arbitrary picked out number.
And this is the least favorite thing that people like to hear about their model. The globe, you never observe the geometric globe position. You never observe it. You got a target of equal elevation. Okay, if it were dropping due to Earth curve, it would be in a certain position, right? It never appears in that position. Literally, all observations don't match the globe prediction. You have to invoke refraction in every instance. Go ask a
Because
survey.
we live in an atmosphere. Why is that a problem? Explain
Right,
why
so you
that.
live in an atmosphere, so you invoke a certain amount of refraction, right? You say
When you
because we're
breathe
on a
on
globe
flat Earth,
and it's displaced from the globe prediction, I'm going to invoke this much refraction, and then just say there. Now we fix the globe. On a
No, you're
flat Earth,
pretending. You're
it's less
pretending that
refraction.
we're not backwards working it out. We're working out what really happens and then checking that it comports with the reality we observe. You're
Do
pretending.
you comprehend? I just want to know if you understand what I'm
Yes,
saying.
I comprehend.
Okay, cool. I would give you a round of
Comprehend
applause for
what you
comprehending.
don't
immediately.
understand.
What don't I understand?
You don't understand how surveying actually works. You don't
Oh, that's
understand
bullshit. That's
what's
baloney.
taken. Yeah, no, it's not bullshit. If it wasn't bullshit, you would not be saying things.
That's not a rebuttal against my
being
argument
true.
at all, dude.
What is your argument then? Make
Go
your
ahead and
argument
form
again
an actual
coherent.
argument. Try to form an actual argument and not just try to disenfranchise me.
Just tell me how it works. How does flat Earth surveying done? Just explain it.
You're measuring elevation angles. You consider that there's refraction happening in the air, and you think that there's a globe. So you say that it must be dropping over distance. You look into the distance. Do you see your target? It doesn't match the globe prediction. Therefore, you invoke.
Let him finish, Al.
Refraction.
Okay.
Let him finish, Al.
Al, I'm sorry. You think I'm trying to fight with you, dog? I'm sorry.
No. Look, I don't actually give a shit. I just want coherence. I want to understand how flat Earth surveying works. I know how globe Earth surveying works. I've been working with them for years. Tell me how flat Earth surveying is done.
You guys say that the medium that you're looking through, the corridor of air between the observer and the target, you guys say that because you're on a globe, that refraction is lifting the target. On a flat Earth, refraction is lowering the target.
No, none of that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. You just have to think about it and not try to reject it.
I'm not trying to reject it. That's not how we do it. So how is
I
flat
know,
Earth
because
surveying
you have to
done?
reaffirm the globe in all cases, dude.
Oh my God, you have no idea how surveying is done, Electric. You
Here
have
comes
no
the
idea how
fundy meter.
anything is done.
The fundy meter is not going to allow this great point to be made.
Oh,
so
stop it. You
Oh, please,
stop telling lies.
I want to hear about how flat Earth surveying is done because I've never heard it, and Electric knows
Actually,
how to
maybe
do
Al
it.
Trucker is here to muddy as well. Maybe Tapioca understands. I don't know.
He's never done. How does he know? He's not a surveyor. He doesn't know
Everybody
shit about
pay
Shinola.
Tapioca Weasel. Pay attention to how they try to disenfranchise my argument by trying to ridicule me and not actually responding to what I'm saying.
You haven't done. What do you know? Do you know anything about surveying? Anything? You ever done
And
it?
here comes Rob Silverman. He wants to jump
Have you
in.
ever done it?
You want a piece of this? You want a piece of this, Rob?
Have you ever done any surveying?
Yes, I think either Rob
All right, yeah,
or
four Globers at
Jin
once. Four on
GTFO,
one.
one
Let's
of
do
the
it. Since
two,
you guys don't know how to keep it
does want to fight with you. So
Come on.
I don't care that you guys all want to fight with
Electric.
me at the
Simple
same time.
question.
I was trying
Simple
to make a
question.
point to
Electric.
Tapioca
Come on. Why don't you
Weasel
answer a simple
and every-
question?
NASA Shill. I was trying to make a point to Tapioca Weasel, and you're all fucking
You're
acting
trying to
like
make a
peanut
point.
gallery right now.
Have you ever
You need to calm
done
down.
any
Let's have a
surveying?
normal conversation. NASA Shill. I know you like to muddy stuff and funny
Have you
mute, but we
ever
were having a
done any
conversation.
surveying? It's a very simple question.
Funny mute. Yeah, you suck at this, dude. You know what? I'm gonna go back
Have you
to
ever done
Rob.
any surveying? Oh, he leaves after asking if he's ever done any surveying.
He's never done surveying in his life. He doesn't know the first thing about it.
I want to understand flat Earth surveying for once. Just
yeah,
one time.
that's
Explain it to me.
that. It's not going to happen, Al.
Why not?
Because it's impossible, and you know that, and we all know that. Okay.
Because
Come here and draw it on his wall 8 inches of flat.
Electric has been convinced by the Flurf daddies that surveying works. Therefore, and so it starts off with the Earth is flat, surveying works. Therefore, surveying must work on the flat Earth. That's their logic.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. And what do you do with that? Because the problem is that that's like just fundamentally wrong.
Then why are the buildings not built in the right place?
Because you don't use flat Earth surveying, Al. That's why.
Fuck.
You gotta. If you used flat Earth surveying and you ever built anything that was spread over like a large enough area, the stuff at the outside of that area would be tilted inward.
Well, let's talk about flat floors, and floors are graded anyway for water drainage. So
some are.
You know how I tell if my floor is
in
flat?
a shower?
Well, most
How do you tell?
like warehouse floors are tilted for in case they get
Of course,
water.
they have drains. There's floor drains all over the place.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, but well, how do you guys tell if your floor is flat? The way I tell is I put like a ball bearing or something, and if it rolls, it's flat. Oh, I mean, it's not flat. Sorry.
The closest I've seen is when a leveler is used, and many years ago, I was involved in a project where it was a television studio, and they needed a surface on which to roll the camera that was perfectly smooth and fairly level. Smooth was more important than level, but level was important so that the images on the television camera picked up didn't have tilts to what was going on and what they were filming. And so they put in a floor leveler. A floor leveler makes the floor an even height everywhere.
Is it like a Zamboni?
Flat. What's that?
Hey,
Is it like a Zamboni?
No, it gets put in. It's a cementitious gypsum product that is used
Oh, hey,
for
look!
fireproofing.
Look who showed up.
Is it Shoebill?
No, it's Omni.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
guys.
Hey, Omni.
Hey.
I'm stirring up shit into your channel.
Well, I feel like I started stirring up shit more than most of the people who are now in the room, because the people I was stirring up shit with. So when I arrived in the room, the main person I was arguing with was DMOC. DMOC left by the time you showed up, Al. But Electric was mad at me for muting DMOC and being like, "Yo, you're a mod. You shouldn't mute people that are in the discussion that you're having," which is a totally fair criticism
for everyone but DMOC.
Yeah, right, Omni, for everyone but DMOC. That's
Yeah, I don't think I don't
No, I can't be a mod here because I'm too fucking globy for everybody. But
if you were a mod here, you and I would have to have a long chat about like you toning it down against the flurfs and
I know
whatnot.
It can't be done.
But I go that way too much, and then NASA Shield gets mad at me because he thinks I'm way too nice to the flat earthers, which is a fair criticism. NASA.
That's
I'm
because
way
you
too
keep
nice.
collecting money from NASA and taking it away from NASA Shield, and he knows all about it. If you don't watch out, what's her name's going to come in here? Rubik's is going to come in here and wonder where all her NASA money's going.
Somebody should invite Blessed Be He.
Oh man, dude. Okay, so if I had BBH's like contact info, I would absolutely do that. One, I don't think she would respond to me. And two, like I don't want to like milk the whole BBH is my roommate thing, which is not true for the record.
I thought it was roommate in air quotes.
It is, but my camera isn't on, so that's why I had to explicitly say afterward.
My camera isn't on.
I assume this is being streamed to YouTube by Earth is Life.
It's always being streamed to YouTube.
Yeah,
I think so.
So I'm aware that
you want to see me lose my mind on YouTube. It's always on Omnis. And it's
Anyway,
usually against EMOC.
If you want chaos, we should invite high up level.
Invite who?
Level. That fucker's gonna have another crash out. Remember when you called I have bloodline?
Is Buddy really low volume, or is that me?
You are a little low.
I'm a bit ill, so my voice is a bit down.
Oh, okay. I just everyone else I hear at like level 5, and you're at like level 1. So I just wanted to see if I had an
remember
audio.
high up level. Remember high up level, the guy who called someone's family a fuck.
I don't think I know high up level.
I don't know that one.
I mean, he blocked me, so he's an interesting fellow. Like once he invited me to VC, he told me to give me my best globe proof. I started talking.
He is, yeah. Well,
and then he started crushing out about why I didn't start with gravity. Then he started asking, "Do you know what Big G is?" And obviously it's out of context, so I don't know what he's talking about. Then he said, "Oh, you don't know anything shit about flat Earth or globe Earth," and he kicks me from his VC, which is really funny.
Well,
I feel like I should get into an argument with this person, but from an initial position where they just assume I'm some random guy on the internet.
You are some random guy on the internet. What do you?
I'm really good at appearing uneducated and ignorant, while guiding the conversation towards things that I am not uneducated or ignorant about.
Well, look what happened in the last one. You brought a physicist to a fucking blue collar fight.
He's in MD. He's in was it Modern Day Debate right now? He last spoke about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, well, there's one person or one place you won't find me hanging out.
Oh, you know what? I should go see is Daryl over there.
Oh, does Daryl still hang out over there?
I assume so. I haven't seen Daryl in a hot second, but let me go to the science channel. Just scroll down.
You're very mean to Daryl.
I'm not mean to Daryl. I love Daryl.
I know, but you disagree with him vociferously about the CMB.
Yes, but I talk with him about it.
That's true.
Daryl, I'm pretty sure would reflect our mutual,
respect.
I was gonna say man crush, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
that is the weirdest flavor.
Dr. Hopper, who is now Dr. Hopper. Last year they were Hopper. Also loves fighting with Daryl, but I've scrolled back a little bit of distance here, and I haven't seen Daryl. So
I haven't seen Daryl.
Is Daryl a member of this channel?
I don't know who Daryl is. So.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can get Daryl Frost.
Yeah, Daryl Frost.
There are more than one Daryl. The Daryl I'm thinking about, he has an icon, like his avatar is a dog in the middle of a jump, so it looks like a dog doing the Superman pose over some green grass. And this is a guy with some very, in my opinion, silly ideas on especially the cosmic microwave background. But
that he believes
I enjoy him. I'm friends with him. He's a member of the chess chat that Omni, Al, and myself are a part of.
I'm friendly. I'm friendly there. Everybody loves me there because I suck at chess. So if you want to win chess, you just play against me.
I don't think it's been posted in for a few months now, but
I think
he's in Modern Day Debate Science channel.
Yeah, but
is he?
I can't
Okay.
abide by that channel or the people that run it. So I can't support it.
Why is my Blender file 15 gigabytes?
Because it's a Blender file.
That's probably a fair answer.
I've never worked in Blender before, but
you need to download more RAM, bro.
You know what? Blender is as data heavy as I am loquacious.
It will expand to fill all available space. I know, but I've just got one object in it.
Wait,
you can't have Blender pressure without a container.
Omni, do you know Hopper?
I don't think so.
Blender never measures flat.
Omni, I don't know about you and me back in the MDD days. We used to talk a lot when Papa Fluff was around.
Mm-hmm.
Taking back Eden. You, me, Hopper, and I think one other guy. Just take those two on like a lot.
Yeah,
And
I
just
haven't
in
spent
the
too much time in modern day debate. I don't. I mean, I've been over there. I know, but I don't know people over there, and you know, I think
mean,
the
you might have talked to them.
I may have, but generally, I haven't
just-
gotten in any conversations over there. The one guy that I heard talking that I stopped and listened to was an Islamic furry.
Well,
Oh,
about, yeah, I know. I was like,
that's one of the weirdest combinations you could find.
I was like,
I don't know if it is
have to
though.
be, this it can't be real, and apparently it was. I mean, I didn't listen to a lot of it, but enough to.
There's nothing about Islam that precludes furriness.
You would right, exactly, but it's still a pretty weird pairing.
Well, only because we think of their culture as being antithetical to that kind of free expression.
Yes, which it is.
But if their prophet, peace be upon them, did fly a fucking alicorn or a fucking Pegasus or something to the moon, cleft it in two, didn't even bother bringing back any rocks or anything, and I guess crazy glued it back together because it's still there.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then he raped a
that's
9-year-old.
That's not whimsy. I don't know what is.
I don't disagree with you on
the
the
original
on the
brony.
merits.
The original brony was them. And I stand by that statement, despite the fact that
I mean, it's
may
a
have
good point.
it out on me. Peace be upon them.
Yeah.
I guess. But
although I think that's in the hadiths more than in the.
Anyway, why does this channel always go to religion? I want to talk about flat Earth furries, not fucking.
I
Islam
literally
furries.
never bring up religion. So
Oh, let's talk about flat Earths and furries. I
How
think that's
furry is the flat Earth?
Well, so hold on, guys. I feel like when Electric was last making something that could be called a point, they were saying that a deviation in zenith angle is not the same thing as tilt. Whereas I would frankly be very fine with defining that as being a tilt. Like you could define the term tilt as being that.
Yeah, I agree. It seems a reasonable statement.
That's a fair term, but we already have zenith angle as a term that works in surveying, and they wanted to talk about flat Earth surveying, and I wanted to hear how it works because I used to do a lot of work with surveyors. I've seen them work. I know how it works.
Okay.
And I'd like to know how the tools, if it's the same tools are used, or do you need special flat theodolites to work on a flat?
Well, so the way it works, Al, is that no matter how large of a triangle you make using modern surveying equipment, the interior angles will always sum to exactly 180 degrees.
Well, that's in Euclidean space.
Right.
Exactly.
But have you seen my big white ball?
Yeah, but now you're just acting like your big white ball represents reality, when actually it represents your fever dream of reality as opposed to the true biblical reality of the flat Earth.
Well, I'll tell you something. This morning, in a fever dream, just before I woke up and started driving again, I had a dream. I did have a dream about getting out my big white ball again and a big piece of dark colored yarn, just for contrast, and showing people a straight line on a curve and a curved line that is also straight.
Curved line is also straight.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you walk a straight line between 2 points on a sphere, it follows It follows the curve, but when you look head on or look at your heading, you're walking in a straight line.
The problem is that the term curve and the term straight are actually both more ambiguous than most people give them credit for.
Yeah, I want a moderated debate. Me and Omnivore need your help so NASA doesn't funny mute. Al Trucker can't funny mute. Whoever else was trying to funny mute before, I want Omni to moderate them.
How about you stop telling lies then?
Who to interrupt my points? You really don't.
I'm just a
need to
regular
interrupt me when I'm
bro.
substantiating my point.
There's a lot of people in the room, and we have been having a conversation. So at this point, you're absolutely going to be interrupted when you try and make a point.
Like that's, you know where I was bringing that? We were going somewhere great.
Earlier, yes, but that's not where we're at now.
Muted,
so
cool.
it's just that's going to be the way it works, bro.
You run into me
and listen. If you're going to have a real conversation, and Tap wants to have one.
Yeah, me and Tap were having one. Al Trucker, you funded muted me. NASA funded muted me. Let us have the conversation.
Whoa, no. Al did not mute you. He is not able to mute you.
I'm not a mod.
That's not what I said. I said
not a mod. I'm just an angry.
When you fundy mute is when you overtalk and get angry and try to shout over somebody making a sound argument.
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
So
I did not. I hadn't
totally
heard that term.
am.
Sorry.
I am a loud ass motherfucker.
You're cool in my book, dog. I just wanted a chance to substantiate this argument, so at least he comprehends where I'm coming from, right?
Okay. I'm gonna shut up and let you do that.
What? Wait a minute. So hang on a second. Tapioca, do you want to do this? I mean, nobody has to do it. If you want to do it, I will. I will moderate.
Yeah. Do we want to do it in this room? I don't like.
We could do it on the event stage.
I never actually figured out how that worked, even though I'm like a mod, so I think I'm supposed to know how that works.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's a little bit unintuitive, but not that bad.
I'm not very smart though, Omni.
Yeah, well, so you say. Click on that. Click on.
Did you guys move somewhere?
What the fuck?
They're moving to the event stage. Right?
for great justice.
I'm so grateful. See, I love Omnivore. Fuck, it's not gay, but Omnivore is my homie for real.
Well, you know what?
He knows how to use this shit sometimes for real.
Omnivore. See, I take full credit. I'm just saying, okay? I take full credit because I'm the guy who convinced Omnivore to make this server. Taking full credit, 100%. Boom.
I was there when you did it.
It's true.
I remember that. I was hauling barriers.
And so it's you out, Trucker. I heard what you were saying as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Al just gets spicy.
I am very spicy.
You're very spicy, Al.
Meet the boss. I did grow up next to Italians, so you know what bothers me about all of this is that people don't understand what's actually being done with theodolites back in the old days, like just purely optical ones, and now with total stations and GPS equipment. We already knew what it was optically. It's already been measured by optical equipment, and angular measurements are exceedingly good at giving us all the distances we need and verify what we know about the shape, size, and dimensions of the Earth. And so I find the point kind of moot, but I'm very, very curious as to how on a flat Earth, how would you take these measurements and demonstrate that the Earth is flat with the measurements we take? Like, I want to see how that works on a flat Earth. But what I'm hearing mostly from people, and I'm trying to be semi-reasonable and follow my buddy Tap's lead, is that the problem is with the fact that refraction is a thing and it's taken into account, and that in a lot of short distance calculations in regular atmospheric conditions, they could use some pretty standard numbers because they're not distorted enough to matter in a smaller survey. But larger geodetic surveys are usually a collection of small surveys. They're not. They don't just do one measurement over like many miles. It just doesn't happen.
You need to find the distinct drop over distance. You need to be taking these long distance observations. You're not observing Earth curve fucking a mile away. Matter of fact, dude, this guy Jesse Gordon, he goes out and he gets these concave results at short distances because the Earth is so turbulent over a lake.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He doesn't know what he's doing. That's an insult.
No,
that's random.
You could not possibly be getting a genuine concave result.
Just a second.
Doesn't happen.
Just a second. So Jesse 100% knows what he's doing, and the fact that he has gotten concave results is not because he doesn't know what he's doing. It's because he's gone out and does it in all kinds of different situations where sometimes.
Oh, okay, he's like not taking into account the.
You didn't know that, so hold on, dude.
Okay, go ahead. Explain.
He's not at all. He's not at all a concave earther.
Okay.
He is the glober that I'm aware of outside of Shubil who has done the most surveying work. He's an amateur surveyor. He's not a licensed surveyor, and he, but he goes out there and he does stuff. And
no,
yes,
Jesse knows what he's doing. Jesse knows what he's doing. But the straight measurement, not taking the atmosphere into account, would be very silly. And if you think the atmosphere doesn't exist, I want to know what you breathe on a flat Earth. I'm very curious.
What's that? What is the straw man? If you think the atmosphere doesn't exist, nobody said that.
Okay, so what does the atmosphere on a flat Earth do to lights? What does a photon do in the flat Earth atmosphere? I'll even call it the atmosphere.
Were you not listening? Wow. Okay, dude.
I did.
So you want to intentionally muddy and act completely ignorant to the conversation we just had?
I am ignorant. Yes, but I listened to what was being said.
Apparently not.
Okay. How do I set up a theodolite on a flat Earth and measure the flat Earth? Is that not a fair question?
My bad. I'm playing a video game. Let me turn off push to talk.
Okay.
If you don't sniff so much glue electric, maybe you'll have a brain, dude.
I know you don't comprehend anything being said, dude. That's why you're sitting in the background getting butthurt, trying to be inflammatory without actually contributing. You're a piece of shit, dude. Go sit in the background. Fucking retard.
Well, I don't know how that moves the conversation forward.
You got some fucking dude coming out the bleachers trying to be inflammatory. He sucks at this. Yeah,
Okay,
stay
fine.
in the background.
So
Thank you.
take a couple of NSAIDs and sit down so that Electric can explain to me what should happen. Like, what are we doing wrong when we survey on the globe Earth that we should fix so that we get the flat Earth?
You already got the flat Earth result. If you go out at night, it closer matches the flat Earth prediction. You go out during the day, you say, "Oh, the air's refracting this much during the day." Cool story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's due to
Okay,
temperature
so it doesn't match the globe, and it doesn't match flat. You guys invoke refraction one way. I'm saying it's potential that there's potential you can invoke refraction the other way, because sinking refraction happens during midday when you're observing drop over distance.
Both conditions can happen. And if
During the nighttime, you don't see drop over distance. Sometimes
Yes, you do.
see an apparent
You always-
concave position.
Of course you do.
You always see it in regular conditions. It is possible in certain weather conditions
So
where
you're just up here
the
to
density
lie?
gradient is reversed. It happens. There are weather conditions where this happens.
You just lie.
And in those conditions, I'm not lying. It does happen. There are times when, due to atmospheric conditions, weather conditions, that the density gradient can flip. It usually means you're about to experience an extreme weather event. But sometimes it just passes. And yes, those things can make atypical observations happen. Those are conditions in which surveyors put the shit in the truck and go finish their paperwork and send us some emails that they need to catch up on, because it's a bad time to do surveying.
So I know Omnivore and I know Tapioca and I know majority of flat earthers comprehend what I'm saying. You choose to just stay ignorant. You didn't listen to the conversation me and Tapioca had. Now you're asking the same questions all over again, as if you weren't there. It's like a reset, but you were there. That just makes you sound dumb, dude. Honestly.
That's
I
not
accept
fair.
it all
No,
when I was on
because
the
I'm
stage
an
with
idiot.
Tapioca.
I'm
Now
just a
you're over
truck
here acting
driver.
like you got to
I'm
do a
just a
reset.
truck driver. I'm just a
Dude, you're
truck
doing
driver.
a reset. You know what a reset is? It's when you
Yes,
act like
I
you didn't know what
do.
just happened.
That's not really germane to the conversation. I'm asking for you to explain it to me. I
But dude,
understand the
you're
questions that you and
intentionally
Pat
muddying my
went through.
point. Dude, honestly,
Am I?
fuck it.
Electric, you're doing it more than he is. Okay, you're doing the reset thing in the last week and a half. You've done it more than he has.
He left.
Why did
he leave?
leave?
That is my impression of Electric. That's
God damn
what
it.
he does in a nutshell whenever I interact with him.
But how are we ever going to be able to survey on a flat Earth if this guy doesn't explain it to us?
Well, if he's not going to
that's the
answer, he's
question,
never
isn't
going
it?
to answer. He's never going to make positive claims because then they can get debunked. He just tries to muddy the water any way he can, and his latest way doing that is refraction.
But he doesn't like weather. And sometimes weather's the pain in the ass. You know, earlier this week it was raining so fucking hard, my clothes were soaked. And once I got finished loading, I had to get in my truck, strip down naked, and put on dry clothes so I could drive because it was really freaking hot and I had the air conditioner on. I didn't want to catch a cold by driving around soaking wet in the air conditioning. Weather can be a bitch, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I think it means it doesn't exist.
All right, well,
I don't
you
believe
run
it.
around
I've never
rain.
seen it rain.
Well, maybe you live in a place that has a very desert or semi-arid condition and rain's like
No, I don't think
uncommon,
rain's
and you
real.
just
Rain's
sleep
not
at the
real.
right time.
I've never seen it. It doesn't exist.
It's true.
I mean, there are
Water
people
from the
in my
sky,
country that
why
might
not
think only snow exists because it never ever gets above freezing and precipitation.
Okay. Well, anyway, that was a fairly productive conversation. So, I mean, as far as things go,
Compared to many.
compared to
Okay, I kept my cool way better than usual.
it was good. I found, I mean, Tapioca is kind of uniquely chill. It's true, but
Yeah, but he's on medication for that. And if I take that medication, they take my license away. So, give me a break.
Oh, I'm not. I don't get me wrong. I'm just I'm just saying I thought that went pretty well. And electric is totally not chill. So
I mean, it seemed like he had the potential.
Yeah. Oh, he's fine. But even Dimmock is fine unless you set him off.
Well, my mere existence sets him off.
Right. Well, that is true. But
I also have mirrored back his behavior to him, and he seems really upset by it, which I find hilarious.
Well, yes, of course. Well, I mean, who wouldn't be?
I mean, if it works on his end, it should work in reverse, right? Like you treat people like you want to be treated, right? So I'm assuming.
Well, I have some bad news for you about human beings. That is generally.
Where's my bubble today, Omni?
that
Sorry,
is generally not how they operate.
Tapioca Weasel's probably going to burst my bubble too. He's going to tell me I was way off base.
But yeah, I thought it was, I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. I thought it was.
I liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was a good discussion. So, I guess the question that the part that I wanted to look into was that what I have heard Shubil say is that the amount of refraction that is involved is generally so little that it's not it's not enough to make a difference in the flat Earth.
Typically speaking, it's not something you're going to do in most surveys, because most surveys are being done in places where the Earth curve is a matter of a couple of millimeters over the distance between the surveying instruments. There are some surveys that are done over much greater distances.
Right.
But again, like we know what to expect. All the little measurements add up to the big measurements. So, there's and it's been verified over and over again. That's the thing that's super inconvenient for flat earthers that want to deny surveying, or that they say it's baked into the computers and stuff. Those computers only came about like within my career in construction, which I've retired from already.
Well, also Tapioca really hit it, because it's like, yes, if you take a number of measurements, what you wind up with is the globe. That's it's like you don't wind up with ambiguous unknown Earth shape. It's like when you do a bunch of these, you zero in on the globe, and
that's exactly right.
It's like, well, I can understand somebody who's not familiar with how that kind of thing works, being like, well, yeah, but you don't know that it's the globe just because your measurements averaged out that way. It's like, well, yeah, but I think we kind of do.
Yeah, we absolutely do. This is. I mean, the problem is it's settled science, and the arguments with flat earthers are fun, and I get a little agitated sometimes because they mostly say the same stuff over and over again. And I'm sure they're tired of hearing the same stuff from Globers. We keep on saying what's real, and they keep on denying it. And so, I mean, it is going to be a back and forth of that nature.
I have a question for Tapioca. Have you managed to separate the atom?
I'm driving. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Well, fuck, that's usually my position. Tap and I actually had a really interesting conversation earlier about some cold atom interferometry that I was reading a paper on that he recommended. Well, he recommended I read 50 papers, and I picked one. And because Tap usually works with like a cloud of cold atoms, like whole atoms. You don't usually make them into small pieces, usually, right?
Yes and no.
Like I know electrons like spill out and stuff, but do you consider that breaking apart an atom?
Yeah, give me 30 seconds.
Okay, we'll give you 30 seconds. I love these semantic arguments with Tap because he gets very, very particular about everything.
Well,
Which is good.
I'm speaking, less formally here. And
Oh, okay. We were having slightly more formal conversation because he's trying to teach an idiot a little bit about physics.
Well, I'm I am definitely not.
You, Omni. It's not. You understand this stuff very well.
I'm just saying that I would not say that my my understanding of this is particularly on point.
Well, we all have to work towards it. See, my opinion is that I have the capability to learn about it, and until someone proves that I can't learn about it, then I'm gonna keep trying.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things that I really like about Tapioca is he's willing to put up with that from me.
He's very generous with his time and his knowledge, and I think he loves science to the point where he.
Okay, how did I do on the 30 seconds?
You were about 47.
I wasn't timing you.
It was 47 seconds for sure. I wasn't timing you either. I'm folding laundry.
You know what? I would have been able. Okay, well, I'm going to treat your timing as gospel anyway. I would have been able to do it 17 seconds earlier, but the problem is when I was at the 7-Eleven, I ran into that neighbor that gives me cake a lot, and this time he gave me grapes.
Oh, grapes!
So he gave me grapes. So I had to carry the grapes and the hard seltzer
was he at
the
7-Eleven?
pizza. He was at 7-Eleven.
Was at 7-Eleven? He bought you grapes and brought them over to you?
No, he didn't buy me grapes there. They don't sell grapes at 7-Eleven.
Okay.
He got them from. All it says is organic, so either Safeway or Whole Foods.
All right.
I mean, Whole Foods, everything's organic, I assume.
Well,
But
Safeway
Safeway, some things are.
The Sobeys company, so it's okay, I guess.
But you were asking me a question. No, so it depends on what you mean. Do I split atoms into small pieces? No, not in the way that most people would typically imagine that. So, like, an atom is made out of protons and neutrons and electrons, but if you rip off all the electrons, it's still the same element. Like, if you rip all the electrons off of an oxygen atom, it's still an oxygen nucleus.
It's just a new one.
It's just a positively charged by a factor of 8 nucleus.
What is that compared to an ion, Tap? Can you remind me how that works?
So that is an ion. The term ion is often used to describe strictly. I think it's. I could get this reversed. Hold on, I have to figure out where I am here.
The ones with like extra electrons versus like stripped off ones.
Yeah, ions can be positive or negative.
Things that have fewer electrons,
yeah.
And then the stuff with more electrons are just like called electrons, because in most that's in like plasma physics. Generally, the term ion refers to a charged like a charged particle, really.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. That's my understanding of it.
That's also my understanding, but like if you take a plasma physics course, after the first week, if they say like the ion density and the electron density, like, you know, free electrons are negative ions, but like they're not in the convention, because I don't know all the details, and I could have some of this like legitimately completely reversed, because some of it is also about the convention that is adopted by chemists when you're defining acids versus bases. Like, you're going to have, like, acids are things that have a much higher relative concentration of hydrogen plus ions, whereas bases are going to have a higher concentration of OH minus ions.
You know, chemistry isn't a real science, right? That's just, it's basically alchemy.
I'm a physicist. I understand this to my core.
It's quantum mysticism.
Yeah, I've never really believed that both sides of the chemical equation have to balance. That just seems.
I mean, they kind of do, but for a moment there, sometimes they don't. But they're always working towards it.
That's what they tell you.
Yeah, that's a nice story they tell you to keep you.
That's right.
To keep you in line, so that you you don't defy the man.
Yep.
Man, did Electric really bail like after a minute and a half of like talking when I
talking
was
to me like
gone?
You know, how much talking to me can you possibly fucking handle? 90 seconds has got to be everybody's limit.
Bro, I talk to you hours each week.
If
he
we're
did
lucky.
bail. He did.
Yeah,
bail.
yeah, if we're lucky. I mean, this
We're
week
lucky.
it was.
Sometimes
like,
you go like lasering, and I go trucking, and you know, weird shit happens in my family that I won't get into details about. But you know, life gets crazy.
Yeah. Well.
Remind me to tell you something later that just popped into my head. You know how shit pops into my head, and I can't stop it.
ADHD.
Yeah, but they won't medicate me because they haven't tested me, so nobody knows if I have it or not. Nobody's
Yeah,
found.
I mean, you got to get them to test you. The problem is that's where the real grift is, right? Because the testing.
Yeah. And how do you spell musculate?
Me?
This is something a weasel would know.
It did come up in I put a picture of a weasel up because you were weaseling.
Weasel cult?
Does anybody know what happened to the weasel easel? Does anybody know the story of the weasel easel?
I don't think they do. I don't even know if Omni knows the story of the weasel
It's an
easel.
epic day. I was there. I very nearly bought an easel and mailed it to you. And then I realized that was dumb because
no, we can crowdfund that on BSS if we're gonna do it that way, or I should just buy one.
You could just buy one. The weasel easel was like an epic piece of kit for your show, and just for you generally as a person. And
the problem that we run into is that the way I use the whiteboard is like this. I've got my camera on for people.
Well,
I turn my camera on, and this is how I do the whiteboard thing. Is I turn my chair around and I put the whiteboard on my knee, and I think this is a decent solution. But then whenever I need to like talk to the audience, I have to turn around and look all the way over there.
There are so many shows that is you in that pose. Both of those two poses where like if you're doing anything serious that isn't BSS, it's always that. It's always this is Tap in his environment when he's not shooting cold atoms. Actually, he shoots hot atoms and makes them cold.
I heat them up to 410 degrees because if I pressed the button one more time, it would be too much of a meme.
I don't.
Also, my atom source would run out if it was at 420 degrees.
I was gonna say, I
Does Omni still have a meme ban here? Isn't there a meme ban of some sort or a meme?
You're not supposed to like milk it. There's a meme chat like there was.
Oh, I have a meme where somebody's milking it.
Yeah. Go to if you post it in meme pool because.
Meme pool. That's it.
Like Omni's like way too nice. I mean, not as nice as I am, but way too nice. And so if you just ask for permissions, Omni will like probably give them to you.
Oh,
but that's like a terrible idea. So
all right,
you don't have permissions, Al? You should have permissions.
I don't have any permission. I might have permissions to post. I'm just
yeah, but what are you giving permissions for? Because explicitly, Omni, you don't want people to just by default post memes in omnipresence text chat,
I won't
right?
do that.
Well, you have image perm. So
yeah, but like you can't make me a mod because I'm just too fucking angry and aggressive.
Well, you've never asked to be a mod, and I don't think it's ever come up. So
no,
Can I
it
be a
only
mod?
came up when it came up today when someone accused me of modding, but what they were accusing me of just being loud and obnoxious, which I am.
Make me a mod. I'll put some order in this room.
yeah, you will. That's
what
true.
kind of order?
Yeah, jawohl, we will have order in this room.
He will not tolerate any pseudoscientific nonsense. And like the thing is, that's why I come to rooms like this. It's for the pseudoscientific nonsense.
All right, look at my camera now. This is for the nerds.
Why won't it let me? What the hell? Why is it not letting me?
Can we all see it? I don't know.
I see you. Yeah. Oh, Kirby.
I found my lad's Kirby pajamas. He's gone to a friend's house for the night, but I'm still folding his laundry. What the hell?
Good dad.
Yeah, I mean, do you not have object permanence?
Yeah, I do.
Also, question for everybody else: if you look up in event stage, do you guys see me? Because I still see me in the event stage.
I haven't. I just left the event stage and came here. I don't know what it fucking.
Well, now I was removed. Omni, did you just remove me from the event stage?
I didn't just remove you, no.
What the hell just happened? Was it just when I right-clicked on it?
It's an internet thing.
Probably you, because I saw nobody in event stage for a long time.
Okay,
I found
well,
Duke from when he was 4. Why is that in the laundry? Holy fuck! My son's like a couple of weeks away from.
He's a growing young man who needs his private time. Who knows what he's using?
Okay, but no, this is his toque. It has a horn. It's a monster horn thing.
Maybe
on it,
he was
like
horny for the horn.
Well, I fucking hope not, but you never know. You never know. This is not the place for that discussion.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think anywhere really is, but you know, I think it's just not a discussion. I just don't know how this got. Like, I don't know why this wasn't given away or sold to the reused children's clothing place like 9 years ago. Is the only thing I can't figure out.
Well, it probably has something to do with why you've got to use a magic wavelength lattice to detune the polarizability of strontium atoms or something, Al.
Hey, if you put the right pump in with your titanium sapphire laser, everything just goes like butter.
Well, yeah, but if you need multiple pumps, then you need multiple TISAFs.
Well, to be sure.
And we only have 3 TISAFs, and only one of them works. So we only have one TISAF.
That's because you have Scottish ones. And when they're Scottish, they're crap.
Well, yeah, but when they're not Scottish, they're non-existent. So...
Well, that's true. I don't know why you didn't, put them in your suitcase and bring them with you.
Bro, I am not cut out to commit a 6-figure heist.
I think that would be, an amazing movie.
It'd be a great movie.
A Mission Impossible where you're riding, a Triumph 1200 Scrambler with a titanium sapphire, one in a satchel and one in the side bag. And you're going over hill and dale of the Scottish countryside until you get to this weird castle in the dungeon of which there is a titanium sapphire factory.
I just came up with a monetizable franchise idea.
Okay, go for it. Nobody can steal
the idea. The idea is a series of action movies and eventually other media that hinges on the idea of a buttoned up academic, a lot like Indiana Jones, but instead of being ancient history and cultural theft things, it's about securing scientific equipment for a modern day, academic physics department or something like that. And I know what the title of the franchise would be. It would be Publish or Perish. Boom.
Yes, and the first installment would be the Titanium Sapphire Project.
Isn't it right? But that's a good franchise name. Publish or Perish is a good franchise name.
It is.
for an action franchise about an academic who like knows how to use, you know, a machine pistol or whatever.
And the fan base, all 1,600 of them would call it pop.
True.
Fuck. Did we lose Tap, or he just like loses Drake?
I didn't. I did that last night, and I think only my space bar actually got fucked. I'm pretty sure this was while we were on the phone.
Did you spill your bear claw on your keyboard again?
No. Well, okay. What by what you mean by that? Yes, but by the technical definition of the a bear claw, isn't a bear claw a type of like donut?
I thought it was like a fruity drink.
A bear claw is like a Danish of sorts.
The white talon. Oh yeah, no, you're right. A bear claw is like an apple fritter on.
There we go.
Steroids. Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, that would not be a problem. No, I poured some fruity vodka on it.
Okay, so when you finish with your potato water, you should pour isopropyl alcohol on it, and you drink it out of that, like, you know, they have those like weird like luges for like eggnog at Christmas time that's made of ice, and you put your mouth on the end of like a spigot, and they pour eggnog and rum down it.
I'm not drinking isopropyl alcohol, Al.
Oh, okay. Grain alcohol is better for you.
Yeah, grain alcohol is way better for you. If by grain alcohol you mean like ethanol.
If you put grain alcohol in wood, it's good. If you put wood alcohol in grain, it's bad.
Yeah, I think that checks out.
Well, I don't know if it's bad for the wood or bad for the grain or what, because if I put wood alcohol in grain, I'm gonna be fine unless I eat the grain. Right.
What if you put potato water in like a hemlock cask? What happens then?
Bro, I never like actually studied Shakespeare, okay? I don't fucking know.
All right.
The rest of chat, there has to have been at least one person who killed themselves with hemlock in one of Shakespeare's plays.
Hey, if I carved hemlock into a hockey stick.
Socrates is the famous person who drank hemlock.
Oh yeah, but hemlock.
Well, did he ever play about Socrates? I don't think so, but he made one about Julius Caesar, and that's
Julius
like
Caesar, yes.
Most of the distance back in time. So.
And speaking of ADHD, did you know that ensalada Cesare is a Mexican invention?
What?
Ensalada Cesare is a Mexican invention.
I don't even know what that word is, so I don't even know what you're describing.
Oh, okay. It's Caesar salad, but that's the Italian.
Oh.
The Italian for Caesar salad is ensalada Cesare, but it was a Mexican chef that invented it.
In Vegas, right?
Quite possibly. I don't remember where it happened. My ADHD doesn't like take me to cities very often. It does relate other weird things.
Nerd.
I can do 6 degrees of Douglas Adams.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Because like Tap and I had this conversation earlier that totally fits with So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. Did that just like make everybody super quiet, or did my audio die?
No, people were quiet. I was thinking about
it's just quiet. There's only 4 people that are unmuted in the room right now.
And how many of them are muted by you?
Currently 0.
Okay.
But I don't know if you heard this part, Omni, but I got yelled at because when I joined,
I don't know all of the mods for sure, but is Left Lane a mod?
Yes.
So yeah, so Left Lane was here, but Left Lane was and is muted, and is anybody else a mod here?
Eggshells. Is he here?
Not anymore. Eggshells also was not here when I showed up. I
see
think
Riggs
there was
Cole.
one other, but I can't remember who.
Purpose Life. Who is Nakor? I don't know Nakor. Do I ever
I don't know.
talking to? I usually don't pay attention to who I'm talking to because I'm usually driving, and I try to memorize voices.
But I came in, and the person that was mostly speaking was DMOC, and so like I posed a few questions to DMOC, and you know, let him do his DMOC thing for about 30 seconds before I started, you know, muting him so that my questions could be not interrupted. And that is when Electric was like, "Oh, you're modding people when you're the you know, mod here. That's like really unprofessional." I'm like, "That's totally fair. However, this is DMOC."
Yeah, well, I've told DMOC, I've been like, dude, I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you. You have to like be quiet and let somebody else talk for a minute. You know. And sometimes he's done it, but sometimes he hasn't.
I just let him figure it out himself or leave, because I'm like, DMOC's smart enough to know how that works. Like DMOC has, because sometimes DMOC is perfectly, well, okay, not perfectly. Sometimes DMOC is just barely reasonable enough for like 2 minutes in a row, and people who are trying to overtalk him, like, I'll mute because he actually, for the last, you know, 45 seconds has been on a coherent point and did wait for his turn to start, and then started making this point, and he's making, you know, a fine coherent point, and suddenly somebody else is interrupting him. So I'll mute that person. And so DMOC has been like, yo, like, thank you for letting me speak. But most of the time,
yeah.
and so Electric did that and was like, yo, that's super like fucked up. And I'm like, you know what? Fair criticism. However, I don't withdraw my behavior. Like I am willing to take the criticism and just yeah.
Well, he was, you know, he was. I mean, you know, he was. I thought remarkably fair about, you know, you getting his point, even though you didn't agree with him.
The thing about him is that when he talked to somebody like Al, who doesn't bend over backwards to like sort of see things from their perspective and give them the benefit of the doubt, which they don't deserve because their position is on its face and in actuality ridiculous. But I do anyway. That doesn't mean that their position isn't ridiculous, and that treating their position as ridiculous is unfair. So when Al comes in and treats, you know, his position as ridiculous, like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it's the nature of the Discord.
How is like the reciprocal Zenith angle? I posit that is
the
reciprocal Zenith angle can be taken from two mountaintops where the lapse rate of the index of refraction is like pretty much negligible from point to point. You can verify the distances trigonometrically with optical only equipment. There's no need for GPS equipment. You can check your zenith angles. There's nothing about refraction that tells you anything about that reciprocal zenith angle or that it would affect it in any meaningful way. And that alone precludes the possibility that we're on a non-spherical surface.
So I think a steel man of Electric's position would be that the way you describe that is simply not true. I think that he would say that the only way you make these angles line up with the globe prediction, in scare quotes, is by processing them, so you have raw data that you take through
Yes.
your theodolite, and then you process that through a few equations, and then you get something that is consistent. I think that would be what my closest attempt would be for a steel
Okay,
manifest
and
position
that's fair,
without
but
him here.
how much? And he's not here,
And
so I'm
it's
not
wrong.
talking about.
It's
I'm
also
not talking
wrong.
about him. I'm talking about the process itself. So let's say we go to something exceedingly simple. And do you want me to use Fahrenheit units, or do you want me to use real units?
Oh, please use real units.
Okay. So I set up a station, a theodolite station, at a point, and I set it up. I take my measurements both ways to a point across, like a point that a friend has made on a mountain peak across.
Wait, hold on. Al.
Yes.
You have friends?
Well, you're one of them, and Omni's a very familiar acquaintance. So
what you should have just done is you should have been like, if I don't have friends, then I guess that makes you nobody.
Okay, so Tap, you're on a mountaintop and you staple a whiteboard to the mountain, and then you take out your big fucking marker and you stab a line onto it, or an X. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, am I stabbing an X onto it, or am I stabbing a Twitter onto it?
Stab? No, like this is an Elon free measurement.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
The problem is that he has polluted my understanding of a basic like letter in my alphabet.
Kind
of.
And I'm not very smart.
And to be clear, it's one of those curvy like math X's.
Ah, okay. It's a sensual X, or as we
Exactly.
call it in the business, a sex.
Or a curvy sexual X, a late alphabet curvature. So we take this X and put it there. I set up my station. I take measurements of it through both ways to reduce collimation error, and I set it up. I got everything perfectly right, and I measure to it, and I measure the angle to it, and then I have another point on the ground. I take my station, I move it over 10 meters over, and I measure that same X from the other point, and I measure the angle to it, and I measure the angles to it from those two places that are exactly 10 meters apart. And knowing those two angles and the 10-meter distance, what part of trigonometry would not tell me exactly how far away that X is?
The law of sines.
Law of cosines.
Walk me through it. Walk me through it. Walk me through how trigonometry cannot tell me everything I need to know about the triangle.
Well, the law of sines can sometimes give you two solutions. That's why I said it.
Your sexy X and my 2 points. Why can we not determine the exact distance between us?
Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
How would a flat Earth make it impossible to get that
Earth
distance?
is round. Prove me wrong.
I can't. Because when I take the total station over to the other side and we calculate the reciprocal zenith angles, we're going to know over that distance, when we calculate all this and check our angles going up and down and across, we're going to know that the distance at one elevation and another elevation are different amounts. And by knowing that, we go down to a lower elevation, do that same fucking process, and find out that they're closer together. When we go lower down, then we know that those two verticals that are driving through to the center of the Earth because of gravity are going to be fucking tilted from one another. We can measure all of that with all the equipment we have, and we know, while we're up there, we know the exact distances because of just basic trigonometry. We don't have to do hard math, and we don't have to measure over long distances. That 10 meters is plenty to tell us that.
Okay, yeah, but what is a meter, though? That sounds like a communist unit.
The meter is hereby defined.
I have a meter on the
as,
outside
as,
of my
as
house.
something that has been derived from the speed of light in a vacuum.
The French weren't communists, but revolutionaries at least.
The metre? No, en français, c'est communiste.
Okay, yeah. See, exactly. He knows what I'm saying.
Was supposed to be 1/40,000th of the diameter of the Earth, but so it ends up being what 40,008 or something.
I think they've recalculated, but yeah, there's all sorts of ways that we got to meter.
Well, now the meter is defined in terms of a fraction of a second. I actually don't have the number memorized, but I know it's 1/2997, and then there's an 8 and a 9, and then like some other digits.
Yeah.
But
okay, the meter is defined by taking the numerical value of the speed of light in a vacuum, expressed in units meters per second with a second. So it's you're right, speed of light in a vacuum.
Yeah, which is defined as exactly 792,458. So, by the way, to bring this to a more terrestrial scale, light in 1 nanosecond, light travels very roughly, well, not even very roughly, almost exactly 1 foot, like to within like 1%.
Yeah, and that's really handy for doing quick math.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
The freedom units that everyone gives a shit about is actually defined off of the metric system.
It is.
I didn't know that.
The definition of a foot is 12 inches, and the definition of an inch, I believe, is 25.4 millimeters exactly by definition.
The yard is defined since 1959 is 0.9144 meters.
That's how they get you.
My yard is about 1.12 acres, though.
So it is a metric system.
And that's why.
Yeah, but it's the metric system with extra steps, though.
And that's why the you know what quarter pounder with cheese is called in Europe?
Omelette du fromage.
Le Royale with cheese.
Or Royale.
Le Royale with cheese.
I've heard.
Yeah, man. I saw.
So tell me about the hash bars. Did you ever see the guys with Ren and Stimpy voices doing that?
No, but that would be fucking awesome.
Oh, let me find it.
That would be awesome. You know what I really like is the there's a guy that every once in a while comes to
What's the name of that
OmniTalk.
movie? I'm sorry, I'm clanking on the name of the
like
Pulp Fiction.
The Brain. The guy that the guy that sounds like the Brain from Pinky and the Brain, which is a totally different cartoon, has nothing to do with Ren and Stimpy.
I'm familiar with it.
I'm just trying to get diagnosed with ADHD somehow.
Have you considered getting tested?
Yes. I live in Canada where I can get tested. It's just an 18 to 36 month waiting list that I've been on for about 17 months now. Just long enough to get my hopes up and have them dashed.
Well, that's what you get for having your socialist medicine. If you're here in the United States, you could have just paid for it and got it within a couple of days. So
I'm a trucker. I can't pay for fuck all.
I'm just making
I'm
shit
not
up,
that.
sorry.
I'm not that kind of person. But you know what? In my next life, I'm coming back as Top. What did you say I should be? An heir or a trust fund kid, right?
Oh yeah, no. So I highly recommend being a trust fund kid.
I should have done was becoming a trust fund kid. Yes, I zigged when I should have zagged.
It was my greatest move.
Yeah. I think the biggest mistake you made was not having a big enough trust fund. Because if you had a big enough one, you'd be driving a Beamer, and you'd be starring in my Beamer video.
I would absolutely not be driving a Beamer. I have friends who would prevent that from happening.
Well, I'm one of them.
You're all of them.
Wait a minute. I assumed you were driving a Beamer. What gives?
I'm not. I drive a Honda Civic. It's a nice Honda Civic, though.
Based on my recommendation, too, I must say.
Yeah. I love my new car. I got a 2025 Honda Civic. So like it is brand new, so you know that's nice. But you know, Honda Civic is not a fancy car. But dude, it's 2025. All cars are fancy cars.
Yeah.
You know what? It literally is.
Yeah,
a
you're
way
right.
better looking car than half the Beamers out there.
Dude, it is. It's a nice looking car. I'm gonna take a picture of it that does not show its license plate.
That's a good idea.
Make
sure you include like the dealer you bought it from and like some metadata in the photograph so we can track you down.
God damn it, Al.
I'm just joking. I have your address. So I know where you live.
Here it is. Here it is. I just posted. It's Pinky in the Brain doing the opening dialogue from Pulp Fiction.
Oh, Pinky in the Brain did it too, and Ren and Stimpy.
Voices.
Holy fuck!
No,
really?
Sorry, wrong guys. Pinky in the Brain.
This is Pinky in the Brain. So you were saying Ren and Stimpy and meaning Pinky in the Brain, and that made me think of Pinky in the Brain. That's hilarious.
It's the wrong. I wonder why I couldn't find it.
Okay, I'm about to get the gold treasure chest in Last Word, so just everybody wait a second. Oh. No, I didn't get one. Fuck. It's the next one. Oh. Now I gotta trade another one. My goodness. Oh, I wish the bad news would stop being sent to my phone. Is there a way to turn that off?
What's being sent to your phone?
Oh, just like YouTube is like sending me like localish and national like news, like bad shit that's happening in the world, like you know, like kids being kidnapped a couple of provinces over and shit like that. You know, the usual.
Yeah.
Like it's just like I get it. I don't get enough of that at home. It's just like there's enough bad news in the world like without having it like constantly like show up on your phone. And when I got my new phone, I seem to not be able to turn off the news reports that I used to have.
What the fuck? I think I have gremlins in my house.
I do not know the fuck. I do not know the fuck.
I posted like a weird tilted image of my car because I'm dumb and I tilted it.
I need people to buy my T-shirts when I start selling the fuck T-shirts. So
I'll buy a T-shirt.
Okay, good.
Yeah, depending on how much they cost. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna make them very affordable. For like 28 Canadian dollars, which is about 19 cents American. I don't even know if that's true anymore. I heard some of the American dollar has sunk actually. So I don't know. Maybe it's a good time to buy some, or maybe it's a good time to sell.
Well, it would
some.
only
I don't know.
sink according to the globe model because you have made up refraction indices.
Oh, that is true. That is true. And from here, the USA is curved downwards from me.
You know, I gotta say though, when I was talking to Electric, when we got down to the sort of brass tacks of it all, and the fact that there are specific mathematical ways of calculating refraction based on pressure, temperature, and humidity, he did eventually just say like, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. And I appreciate that honesty.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Did I ever talk you into having the fuck emojis in the thing?
If
You know what I mean? With the seals.
Yeah.
So the word fuck, PHOQUE, that means seal in French, but it's pronounced fuck.
Fuck. Yeah, it's fuck.
Same thing.
Did that work, or did I post this, or did I not post it?
So Al's like whole sort of channel identity, if Al like shifts into, you know, making a whole bunch of content and stuff,
Yeah.
And Al does have content. Al has a bunch of music videos and stuff that he's done with.
I've been
Al
sharing
is really
some of
good
them
at
in the
writing
chat.
yeah, at writing lyrics. But
yeah, it's like my superpower.
I would not say he's a great singer, but I have no discernible musical ability. So.
That's why I've had AI sing my lyrics, but like I can't afford the $20 a month for it. So like I'm gonna have to like I'm either gonna have to get an OnlyFans to raise the cash or sing myself, and I don't know which one of them's gonna be the most.
Man, I should start an OnlyFans and sell feet pictures because I've got some like funky toes.
Is this why you're always talking about like how feet are banned on the internet? It's like 'cause you're trying to like start a foot thing. And
yes.
You just like this is the first time I'm hearing about like what your motives are.
Yeah, it's the first time anybody's ever put it together, Al. So maybe keep quiet so that I can get the grift on.
Sorry. There's only like 4 people here, and none of them are listening.
Yeah, but Earth is Life is one of them, and he's streaming it live to YouTube, where it will be forever.
Oh fuck! Oh
See?
fuck yeah! I forgot about
Everything's
that,
ruined. See, now when we're famous, and people go back and want to ruin our reputations, they're going to cite this conversation, which is going to be super meta, because that means that what I'm saying right now is going to be blasted all over TMZ. So I gotta say, if that's where you're reading it, do better. Just do better.
I don't think you got to worry about your TMZ there, bud.
He's Canadian. Don't worry about him.
You don't even have that TMZ up here, eh?
All right.
We got the CBC.
We also.
It's like the BBC with beavers.
No, we have CBS. We don't have CBC. Sorry.
I don't know what CBS is. That's the one that sold out to Trump, right?
It's the something broadcast station, probably Central or Canadian or
CBS. The Corporation for Bloviating Sycophants.
Yeah, I don't know.
That sounds Canadian.
Yeah, it totally sounds Canadian. Oh yeah, some bloviating sycophants. Yeah, they're super fucking Canadian, eh? They're fucking hosers, eh? Yeah, bud.
Sorry.
I heard buddies going around being a fucking bloviating sycophant. Too fucking right, eh?
Why?
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I slipped into my regular voice and cadence there. Sorry, bud.
Really, what's it all about?
We don't even say about, eh? And those floppy fucking head, that's fucking racist, eh?
It's not true. Literally 80% of the time he says about, he actually says about, and then he just lies about it. Okay? And he lies about it. Hold on. He's getting indignant right now. Now, Al is getting indignant, and it can't understand the truth that I'm trying to communicate here. Okay.
Oh, you listen here, bud. Hey, that ain't the way we fucking talk. Eh? We never talk about it like that. You know it.
Exactly, and I gotta say,
you don't know what you're talking about. We never say that. You fucking know it. Eh?
God, I love you, Al.
Sorry, I'm only gonna bring out two of the Canadian dialects because like that's enough. That's enough for one night, eh?
Bro, I mean, I am bad with. You have to like ham them up a lot for an accent to be noticeable to me.
Like for me, like my accent.
No, the accent that you normally talk to me in, I would have no idea where
voice.
you are. I'd be like, you probably don't come from rural Alabama because I would expect a fairly strong Southern accent, and you don't have. Even if I kind of look,
I'm just glad I don't have an accent.
Who's got an accent?
I said I'm just glad I don't have an accent.
I'm glad you don't either. That'd be terrible to have an accent, eh?
It would be.
You'll be fucking making fun of you all the time, mocking the way you talk and eh?
People act like that because the way you talk, you're dumb and everything else. I'm just glad I don't.
That's absolutely true.
That's right, eh? Like they think we're dumb just because it snows here all the time and we're always catching fish and cutting down trees that we're dumb, eh? But we're not, eh? We know how to haul the fucking wood down. We dig the fucking metals out of the ground. We bring you the wood. We bring you the fish. What more do you fucking want, by?
A bachelor's degree in physics.
Well, I don't have that, but I can drive a truck like a motherfucker.
Well, yeah, but I don't need a person who can drive a truck like a motherfucker on my payroll, right?
Well, you might though, eh?
No, they're going to be on my payroll in indirect ways, which, because I have a very limited point of view of how like societies work, I'm going to entirely ignore and therefore undervalue your position. But because you are not a physicist with a very particular and specified amount of experience in the field, yeah, you're not gonna be qualified for the position. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fucked. Is my point. Sorry.
Well, Tapioca only barely qualifies as a dishwasher.
Yeah, but he can aim a fucking titanium sapphire like nobody's business, and that's a really important skill.
I sent him
he spent like 26 years in school learning how to fucking twist his fucking neck in there and do that.
I guess I was going to yell at you and say 30 years, but I got my PhD at the age of 30, and I didn't really start school until the age of 4, and 30 minus 4 is 26, so you are technically correct.
What's the PhD?
Which is the best kind of correct?
I sent him the dishwasher qualifications.
Oh my god, you did! I wanted to find them. I tried to.
Was that what
I
we
showed you? Yeah, I showed you. It was a whole. I sent him the thing that you sent me, Omni. It was a job ad, a normal job ad for a dishwasher that had a certain amount of like style and attitude about it already, but that wasn't confirmed until you got to the end where it said, like PhD in quantum physics, preferred.
Must have a master's degree or doctoral degree. Knowledge in
Is that what
quantum
it says?
is a plus. Yeah, I posted it.
Yeah, and I was like, I will absolutely lean into this meme.
Yeah.
I will go on my Twitter. I will post a picture of me holding my diploma next to my face, and I will apply for this job at a restaurant in the Philippines. I looked it up. Nom Nom with that logo is a restaurant in the Philippines.
There's a YouTube channel called Nom Nom Paleo. And I'm wondering if that's in the Philippines. I wonder if it's related. It might not be. NOM. Is that what you're talking about?
NOM. I'm pretty sure that was in the Philippines.
It probably was.
And they made like 2 of these ads. This one, and there was another one that was also like all over Reddit. And it was fucking hilarious. But then I like had to figure out how to like log into my Twitter because I haven't been on Twitter in forever, and I had to find them and I couldn't find them. So
okay.
Otherwise, I would have absolutely 100% leaned into that.
I mean, that would have been fucking hilarious.
It would have been hilarious, and then if I remembered to like post a link to BSS. Depending on how well the leaning into it went, like that could get us a bunch of people, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, you need some of that. Remind me to tell you about a couple of people that I think I know you guys could get in touch with.
There are a small but surprising number of tapioca themed post that I sent him.
Tapioca themed or musculate themed?
Well, it's not. Well, one of them was the weasel thing, and then the it's like, considering that what I would have in mind to share, like it's not a broad spectrum. It's not what you would think of would be a broad spectrum of
Omni, we don't use that word anymore. They're ladies, okay?
God damn it.
Oh, broad. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, why are you like this, Al?
Who the fuck knows, eh?
I'm just pointing out that like it's been a surprising number of two things that were seem to be uniquely suited.
I mean,
that's the thing about. Just send it to hit tap directly.
Everybody loves the tapioca weasel, okay? Because it's all fun and games until you have a writhing ball of pudding in front of you, okay? Then people get all freaked out about the wild animal you sent them in the mail.
You know who QOP is, right?
Oh yes, I'm the only one of us that is not banned from QOP's server that I know of.
He closed his server down, but
did he?
Yeah.
Well,
I
haven't been there anyway.
But we're good. I think. I mean, as far as I know,
I'm not.
He had a weasel. He had a weasel free and rampant in his house.
Well, that's just. I mean, that's just a decision that is very good for my people, but not particularly wise, I'll say.
Yeah, no, I think. Well, at first he tried. He thought he could, make the weasel a pet.
No, that's not how we work.
Yeah, it turned out the answer was no. So then he wanted to get rid of the weasel. And he.
Oh shit! Hold on. Am I gonna have to make this a thing?
No, he didn't. He didn't kill the weasel.
All right. Okay.
He trapped the weasel. And then it was rampant in his house.
Fair. He could, but he could have freed the weasel. Okay. The problem is that he
did free the weasel.
Okay.
At first he
go
just
on.
took the weasel out of his house, and the weasel, of course, came right back.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay. At this point, we are a proud people, but pride is not always the best quality. A weasel should have left well enough alone, but we are a proud people.
Yeah, I have to say that I think he was valid in de-weaseling, and then he took the weasel a distance from his house and his car in the cage and freed it out in the woods, which was probably not great.
No, that's very appropriate. I really appreciate that because
I was gonna say.
And I will acknowledge as the representative of weasels on the internet, we would probably not do that in response because we are a proud people. We are not the most mature people.
Well, the thing is, you're not.
We're not the least mature people either. Okay.
Yeah, but you're not gonna you're not gonna have what do you call it there? You're not good eating.
No, we're not. We're very gamey. We don't have a whole lot compared to how bony we are. So and we're solitary. It's you have to put the same amount of individual effort into weasel hunting that you have to do into hunting much larger and more quote unquote impressive things. And we're very small, and you have to hit us, with the bullet. It doesn't have to be a big bullet. Please don't just completely obliterate us. We have dignity even in death.
Yeah, it's not like I'd take a 50 caliber slug gun and knock out a least weasel. Because
I should hope not. That would be like going after a human being with a battleship artillery.
No, probably yeah. I mean, it would probably worse than that.
It does seem like a bit much. Yes.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Have you ever owned ferrets?
No, but I've always wanted to have ferreting
I have
pants.
not.
Just so that people would ask me why the fuck I owned ferreting pants. And one does wonder why ferreting pants exist, right?
Well, I will say ferrets would keep coming back to you even if you release them in the wild, because ferrets, I think, sort of by definition, refer to a domesticated species. More
Okay.
similar to how like the main species of familiar dog is, I think, Canis familiaris, and then the house cat is like, Felis felis or something like that.
Yeah.
There are specific species that or subspecies. I mean, it depends on what you mean by species, which is always flexible.
I mean a biblical kind, really.
Well, then what is kind? God damn it! Why are you like this? I will come for you.
Don't ask.
Okay, well, I mean, you guys need
Kind
a
is when you
private
are
room?
nice to someone.
Huh?
Kind is when you're nice to someone.
Well, yeah.
It can be.
I never do that.
See, that's why dogs and cats are different kinds, because dogs are mean to cats, so they're different kinds.
Dogs are not mean to cats. Cats are mean to everybody.
I don't know.
Dogs just know what's up.
I watch Tom and Jerry. The
Well, yeah, okay. Tom and Jerry is proper fucking ganda. Also, wait, hold on. In Tom and Jerry, the cat is not the good guy, and a dog isn't even a character.
Yeah, dogs are characters.
Well, yeah, but not one of the main ones. One of the main ones are a cat and a mouse, and the cat is the bad guy.
No, the mouse is the dick. He invaded the house. He's a pest in the house, and he is bullying this poor cat, trying to catch the mouse for his owners.
He's by catch the mouse, you mean consume a sentient being with its teeth, and then displaying it as a sacrifice of, again, a sentient being. Huh?
Do you eat meat, or are you a vegetarian?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. The point is not that it's consistent with my personal beliefs. It's absolutely not. The point is that my argument, while trollish, is still technically legitimate, the best kind of legitimate.
No, but they're still not kind to each other. They're different kinds.
Okay, excellent dodge. Back to the kind-based pun. I will concede. You win.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna win because I'm gonna do a different Ace of Base song where I say I saw the kind, instead of my math one where I saw the sign.
You should do one based off of I fought the law. But I don't know how to work it into the kind thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure
the Ace
with
of
Mr.
Base
Krabs and a
is
claw.
kind of a Nazi tribute.
Who's the Nazi?
Ace of Base.
Ace of Base, Ace's Base, or Ace of Base? Are they Nazis?
Well, apparently it's a
The
theory.
Swedish band.
Yes.
Oh, really? I had no idea.
Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but this is a theory. So there was a Nazi submarine port that was called the Base of Aces.
Okay. Now, was that the one that led to the gateway to the Hellmouth that was in Antarctica, where the Hollow Earth dwellers live? Because I'm given to understand that that was a place where one could find such people, along with Lieutenant Worf's ancestor. What was his name? Why can't I think of his name?
I posted the AI overview.
The AI overview.
Yeah,
should I believe
I
AI?
heard this before, but it's
if it's a theory, can you prove it with experimentation?
No,
a theory has
then it's just
been
a theory. It's a
documented
theory. It's not science.
It's a theory, so it's accepted
hypothesis.
fact by
Hypothesis can be demonstrated or failed to be disproven by experimentation.
Until there's experimentation, it's just a theory. It's not science.
That's a misuse of the word theory, but I'm sure you're just trying to push all of my buttons with that nonsense.
Oh,
Well,
just a
that's an
theory.
affirming the consequent fallacy.
Just a theory. That means you're just an idiot.
Ad hom fallacy.
Nope. Actually, that's not.
Hey, did Witless just enter the chat, or is there some other like?
No,
not
that's Nacor.
That's not
Nacor is
ad hom.
Nacor. Is Nacor a fallacy generator? Or is he just like? Is he just a shit disturber? I don't know everybody here now.
No. He's just saying that if you don't have experimental evidence, it's just a theory. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's
right?
not science, it's a religion.
And in science, a theory is what is.
And then he's saying it's not science if it's just that. Yeah.
Well,
So
are we spelling science the same way? P-S-Y-E-N-C?
Anyone who says just a theory doesn't
No,
understand.
science
what a
is
theory is.
SOYENCE.
Yeah, anyone.
You're actually
just a theory. That means that you're just don't understand how it works.
That's a fallacy.
A fallacy. How about a moron fallacy that you're too stupid to understand what you're saying?
Well, that's an ad hominem.
I just need to know.
No, that's not an ad hominem. That's an insult.
Are we all just taking
that's
an
not
insult?
an ad hominem. That's not ad hominem. That's an insult.
Oh, that's an important.
Oh yeah, no, fair enough. I withdraw my criticism. You're right.
Okay,
that was just
I seriously need to know. Are we taking the Mickey, or are we having a serious conversation? Because
I'm taking the Mickey out for the record. Me personally.
All right. Okay.
I'm not Irish.
All right. Well, I'm
is that?
I'm of Irish ancestry, but I don't know if it's relevant.
So the Ace of Base stuff is absolutely not confirmed. It's just something I'd heard, but I don't know if that's relevant to anything.
Okay.
I'm arguing with Monday over what I should cover in my journal club on Monday.
You have a journal club?
I thought I told you
I
what
have a
you
journal
were in
club.
journal club.
I've got to run journal club, and so I have to pick like a paper or a topic or something. Like I can kind of do whatever I want, but the easiest thing to do is to choose a paper and then like present it in,
Oh hell!
Vague detail over the course of an hour or so.
Do one of the ether papers from Ether Cosmology.
Yeah, so I want to keep my fucking job and not have a bunch of people be like, "Why are we talking about this?" Like,
dude, I gave you 4 solid options.
I think people would be maybe amused, maybe not.
I'm still looking through those, Al. I've just been very lazy today.
I've been very, very enthralled with number 8.
I'm probably.
I know you're not gonna do 8. I know that because it's too pedestrian.
Which one was 8? Was 8 the Doppler cooling of bosonic strength?